I see Carrie has us streaming live, so I will welcome you, all of you, to the Monday, May 3rd meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We're assembled around our virtual horseshoe, and we're live streamed on the HHS channel found on the Maine State Legislature's YouTube channel, where you can also find the replay of our proceedings should you miss us live. This morning, we will hold a number of public hearings to be heard in the following order: 1573, 1586, 1574, 1427, and 1624. For those of you with an interest in this afternoon's public hearings, the order for those will be 1570, 1077, 1090, and 869. For those testifying today, please ensure the name that you're using on the Zoom webinar matches the one you used when you signed up. And we would ask that in order to help our clerk manage the attendee list, you exit the webinar once you've finished your testimony and answered any questions from the committee, and watch the rest of the hearing live on YouTube. We'll be taking testimony in the following order: sponsor, any co-sponsors, and other legislators, those providing testimony in favor of the bill, then those opposing the bill, and finally, those neither for nor against, but with additional information for the committee. We do run a 3-minute clock on testimony, and you'll receive a prompt when you have 30 seconds left, asking you to kindly bring the testimony to a close. Public hearings are just that. They are for the public. The process of hearing testimony certainly engenders and encourages probing questions, and the committee is asked to use the raised hand function in order to ask those bill-related questions. You'll note committee members entering and exiting over the course of our meetings for their other commitments, and we will do a quick round of introductions, beginning with Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemelin.
Morning, I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Senator Baldacci.
Good morning. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent State Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
Rep. Connor is in another committee. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan, and I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Cadescate.
And I am Representative Michelle Meyer, proudly serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick. We would also like to welcome our analyst.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I am one of the legislative analysts for the Health and Human Services Committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And our clerk.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy. I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. If you need any assistance this morning, you can email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov.
So we will begin this morning's public hearing schedule with LD 1573, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to study the long-term care workforce issues, and its sponsor, Representative Jessica Fay. Welcome, Representative Fay.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative Meyer and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Fay, and I represent the people of House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond. And I'm here to introduce and in support of LD 1573, which is an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues. As the House Chair of the Commission, which met in 2019 and issued its report in January of 2020, I'm so proud of the work that we did and am committed to working with this committee to dig into the recommendations. I'd really like to recognize Representative Stover and Representative Griffin, who were both members of the Commission. They both made important contributions to the work, and I'm grateful for them. I did include a link to that report in my written testimony for your information. Just like so many other important issues, the work on relieving the essential caregiving workforce crisis was interrupted when the legislature adjourned in March of 2020. It was a little over a year ago when I came before you with the testimony in favor of LD 2109, which is almost the same bill. While the bill is the same, we have learned a great deal over the last year and have the benefit of being able to incorporate some of that new knowledge into a final bill. I fully expect that there will be changes to the current language. I encourage that. We need to work together and use the latest information to solve this crisis. While the title of this bill and the name of the Commission uses the term long-term care, it has become clear that an essential caregiver's work is more than just what we normally think of as long-term care. Because assisting people with personal care like bathing, toileting, cooking, and other activities of daily living requires similar skills across many populations and settings, and not just in traditional long-term care, it makes sense to think of the work in broader terms. What we do know is that all direct caregivers deserve to be paid more, regardless of the population they serve, and I hope an amended version of the bill reflects that. I have some concerns about the current language, but I'm committed to working towards a solution that results in increased pay for essential caregivers. I applaud the department for taking on the weighty task of rate study so that this committee is no longer the de facto rate setter for main care. But we must fill the gap until that work is done. And to that end, I strongly urge this committee to take action to make sure that essential caregivers are able to remain in the workforce and able to make ends meet. The recommendation of the Commission was a rate design that used 125% of the minimum wage as a baseline for the labor portion of the rate. I hope the department will take this into consideration as they do their work. Providers of direct care are not only competing with other providers for workers, they're competing with other sectors for workers, and we need to recognize that as well. The Commission also identified other factors that those rates should include, like electronic visit verification, background checks, and other unfunded requirements. While addressing the reimbursement rates in order to raise the wages of the caregiving workforce is critical for alleviating the worker shortage, it's not the only thing that we need to do. The issues that play into the way we value both the people who do this work, as well as the people who receive these services, are complex. Essential caregiving was historically the unpaid purview of women, people of color, and immigrants, and continues to be undervalued by some and underpaid. People who require the kind of care that is provided by this workforce have also traditionally been those who aren't always visible. Older people, people with intellectual, developmental, or physical disabilities, and people with behavioral and mental health issues are often not considered or are considered a burden. When we have undervalued workers caring for undervalued members of society, we have a system that works for neither. Raising up the status of the work, helping people recognize the importance and value it provides to the people who need care and to our economy is an important part of the solution. The complex issues that are bound up in the direct care workforce shortage require ongoing attention and scrutiny. As we have learned over the last year, many of the issues facing our state require collaboration among departments, advocates, lawmakers, and impacted communities. Part B of this bill requires an ongoing oversight advisory committee, which would help keep tabs on the progress we are making towards alleviating this crisis. The nature of our short legislative sessions and the time frame in which we have to solve problems can mean it takes years to find solutions, but also makes it harder to be sure the solutions we agree on are being implemented and that those solutions remain effective. The issues facing the caregiving workforce have been staring us in the face for at least a decade. Reports have been written and recommendations made only to have them languish. The Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues recognized this and recommended creating a group of stakeholders, interested parties, and legislators to keep tabs on the process. This is one of the most important of the 29 recommendations in the report. I'd like to draw your attention to what isn't in the bill. In my written testimony, I've highlighted some of the other recommendations, but won't take up time here reviewing them. I've also had included the letters that this committee sent to DHHS last spring, addressing some of the additional recommendations. I am not necessarily up to speed on the status of some of those requests, but I thought I'd include them for your information. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage with this committee in finding solutions to this caregiving crisis. I'm happy to try to answer any questions, and I thank you very much for your time.
We thank you, Representative Fay. Questions for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none, we will move to Jess Mauer. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Representative Meyer. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Jess Mauer. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Council on Aging, and I'm testifying in favor of LD 1573. We have been pursuing the recommendations in the Commission's report for more than 5 years, as we were the leaders behind the creation of the Commission. COVID has exacerbated an already bad situation, and things are worse than they've ever been. Even though we see the end of another legislative session looming, we cannot fail to act for another year. For the last several sessions, we've been arguing about how much is too much to pay for the care of people who cannot care for themselves, while the number of people who qualify for this care but who aren't getting this care has grown exponentially. In any given week, about 10,000 hours of approved care by personal support specialists go undelivered to about 850 older and disabled Mainers, including more than 500 older Mainers who are receiving no staffing at all because there are no workers. This 10,000 hour home care deficit has more than doubled since 2016, and it continues to increase. We are going in the wrong direction, and we're asking the wrong question. The question we should be asking is, what will it take to ensure all Mainers who qualify for care under any state and federally funded program get quality, predictable, timely care by qualified people who are motivated to do the work? We live in a market-driven economy. When we don't have enough workers, the private market corrects, paying more for workers and passing higher costs on to consumers. Current reimbursement rates are not set by market forces and put Maine care providers at a competitive disadvantage. Any Maine care rate that does not consider market forces will not be sufficient to allow providers to compete for workers. Until this happens, the number of people not getting care in Maine will continue to grow. LD 1573 moves us closer to the right conversation, but we think it doesn't go far enough. We agree that rates should be minimally set to pay all direct care workers a minimum of 125% above minimum wage. We also believe that other types of direct care workers, like behavioral health professionals, should be included in this section. We also believe the 2-year rebasing of rates is critically important, as we must regularly examine how the market is impacting the ability of providers to compete and maintain an adequate workforce to meet current demands. Establishing an ongoing oversight and advisory commission is also critical. The name should be changed to Essential Care Workforce Oversight Advisory Committee, and the advice and oversight should also run to the Department of Labor. This bill begins to create an essential care workforce framework, but it should go further. We believe the state should be compelled to provide care once someone qualifies for that care, and that any rate must be minimally set to ensure that happens. Investing in Maine's essential care workforce now makes good economic sense. It raises the quality of these jobs and increases household income for tens of thousands of Maine households. It narrows the gender and racial pay gaps. It saves us money by ensuring people get home care when they need it, avoiding more expensive facility and hospital care. It ensures that Mainers who need care continue to live productive lives. Our care problem is not going away. More than 300,000 people in Maine are over 65. A quarter of them will need more than 1 year of paid support over the remainder of their lives. The time to act is now. We urge you to support LD 1573 and make the above recommendations I just mentioned. I also want to say that we are in favor of LD 1624 and will be submitting written testimony later. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Jess Mauer? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony today, Jess. We'll hear now from Alan Cobo-Lewis. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Chairman Meyer, distinguished members of the committee, my name is Alan Cobo-Lewis. I live in Orono. I've got two 20-year-old sons. One of them has a disability, is undergoing transition. So my testimony from April 20th on the workforce bills applies to this as well. I won't repeat that. I want to really thank the sponsor. I agree with every word she said, as well as Ms. Maurer. I'm just going to talk in a very focused way about, I don't know where the department's going to come down on this bill, but I did review the written testimony in the other workforce bills. It seemed to be about basically no need to change right now, let's go through the process. And I did hear Representative Fay outline an extensive process, so perhaps they're in a different place on this bill. But anticipating that they might not be in that place, I just want to note what Ms. Maurer noted, that we all live in a market economy. With all due respect to the department, the OMS testimony felt up to me a bit out of touch with the current state of the labor market. I would like to remind the committee of the following. My son actually got a waiver offer based on his very significant level of need. We identified a provider to fill the need that he'll have for in-home support upon transition to adult services. The community service provider has been identified and has been advertising for the position now for an additional week and a half since the previous public hearing, but the provider still has received 0 applicants for the job. The rates in Maine's home and community-based services are inadequate to support DSP wages that can compete with wages in other Maine industries that have the same labor pool. And frankly, I question if 125% is going to be enough because the pandemic has only exacerbated the situation. The direct service workforce was in crisis even before the pandemic, and it's now in full flame. Please act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Cobo-Lewis? Seeing none, we'll hear next from Alan Thibodeau. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573. My name is Alan Thibodeau, and I've been employed as a DSP for almost 19 years through a Bangor-based company. Almost all of that time has been spent supporting individuals that have both unique and challenging behaviors. I feel that I've made a meaningful impact in these individuals' lives, as has many of my coworkers over the years. The meaningful impact on people's lives is why I'm still doing DSP work. Unfortunately for most, this is not enough to overcome the poor pay we receive. There are many jobs that require much less responsibility and offer higher pay. This pandemic has been especially hard on DSPs. Our job is a very stressful one, and since this pandemic hit, I personally have averaged over 80 hours per week. The staffing shortage is unreal, but people still need support regardless. Working that many hours can have a heavy toll and is a major factor in why DSPs burn out. We need help now. We need to be able to hire more DSPs now. The rate of pay is definitely a major hurdle to having a professional and experienced workforce. Contrary to popular belief, there can be a pretty steep learning curve to becoming a competent and productive DSP. The need to retain experienced employees in this line of work is imperative if quality care is to be achieved. While starting pay is a very clear issue, the lack of proper funding to allow companies to keep their experienced employees is just as much an issue. I believe that this state has taken advantage of DSP's caring nature and compassion toward the individuals they support. This approach has contributed to this DSP crisis and has pushed this field to the brink of catastrophe. This 25% increase over minimum wage would go a long way to ensuring that people supported by DSPs across the state will be getting the quality care they deserve. I appreciate your time and hope that this committee is able to see the importance that exists in dealing with this crisis as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you.
We'll hear next from Annette Bay. You're going to have to pronounce your last name. I don't want to mangle it.
Hi, I'm Annette BA. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate for LD 1573 on behalf of my patients, caregivers, and interprofessional team. I am the program director for Maine Dartmouth Family Medicine Residencies Geriatric Medicine Fellowship and medical director of Maine Dartmouth Geriatric Medicine. As the program director of a comprehensive geriatric medicine program that serves older adults across the continuum of care, and medical director for geriatric primary care and specialty consultative practice located in Augusta, I am deeply concerned about the direct caregiver workforce shortage and the grave impact this is having on older adults and the broader community in Maine. Every day we care for older adults who prioritize staying as independent as possible for as long as possible in their communities. Having available intermittent care at home is an essential part of assuring this can safely happen. This may be someone to help with midday medications, check that a nutritious meal is eaten, or assure safe transitions into and out of the shower. These things may seem small, but every day geriatricians like myself see older adults losing weight from missed meals, experiencing the effects of missed medications, and falling at home alone without help around. This leads to potentially avoidable emergency department visits, prolonged hospitalizations, and transitions to long-term care settings. Also, we routinely encounter caregivers struggling with depression, anxiety, and physical symptoms due to significant stress, as they often have no help or respite, and at times bring their loved ones to the emergency department because they can no longer provide around-the-clock care. Currently, we have dozens of patients on the wait list for Section 63 home-based care. Many of these patients transition to assisted living or nursing homes due to the lack of available home care services. Transitions to long-term care settings often create profound sadness and guilt for caregivers that is compounded by perceived staffing shortages in these settings that are not adequate to meet the needs of loved ones. Staffing shortages also contribute to avoidable emergency department transfers and hospitalizations. It is evident that the direct caregiver workforce shortage across the continuum of care is having deleterious effects on person-centered and utilization outcomes and costs of care, and expanding funding strategies and innovative pathways to provide caregiving services in the face of the current direct caregiver workforce shortage crisis is essential to addressing the direct and indirect caregiver burden impacts on many Maine families and workplaces. LD 1573 is such a promising pathway forward to recruiting, training, and retaining a direct caregiver workforce across the continuum in Maine to ensure adequate home care is available, while also ensuring transitions to long-term care settings that are adequately staffed to optimize the health and well-being for older adults in Maine, reduce inappropriate utilization, as well as costs of care. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. BA? Seeing none, we would welcome Christine Ainsworth. Christine.
Hi, my name is Christina Ainsworth. Thank you, Representative Meyer and members of the Committee of Health and Human Services. Please accept this testimony in support of LD 1573, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to study long-term care workforce issues. My name is Christina Ainsworth, and I'm a residential care coordinator at Woodford's Family Services. I've worked as direct support professional supporting adults with disabilities for 13 years and as a supervisor for 6 of those years. It is becoming exceedingly difficult to stay in this field. As a supervisor, I know firsthand how challenging it is to hire direct care staff. At Woodford's right now, we have 14 full-time openings in our residential program. That represents 560 hours per week that needs to be filled through overtime, which contributes to stress and burnout. Our turnover rate is about 50%, meaning we lose half of our workforce every year and struggle to hire. The constant change is disruptive to the consumers in our care. They deserve to have consistent staff in their homes that they can build a long-term relationship with. I believe that the only way we can provide high-quality services to adults with disabilities is to provide an adequate wage. Each day, our DSP staff arrive and are expected to be present for people who require around-the-clock support with tasks that range from assistance with bathing to maintaining safety in and out of the home. Staff are required to stay up to date on multiple trainings, meet documentation requirements, and follow consumer plans. We hold high expectations for our DSPs at Woodford's Family Services, which allows us to provide the best possible care to our consumers. It feels as though those expectations are becoming unreasonable as their jobs are growing increasingly difficult and their pay rate does not reflect the value of the job. That is just it. The pay rate does not reflect the value of the DSP job. The folks I work with are some of the best people on the planet, and no one can tell me any different. I work with one guy who caused so much ruckus in the town he lives in. I talk with the local police department more than I did my family. That same consumer is now thriving and well-liked throughout the community. This would not have been possible without the dedicated DSP staff team that work with him. We are providing essential, not optional services. COVID has only made this work more challenging. As a supervisor, I play a role in the interviewing process. Prior to COVID, supervisors were screening multiple applicants weekly and conducting interviews. Now we will go weeks without holding an interview. At Woodford's, we struggle to
30 seconds, please.
Okay. We struggle to compete with other direct care opportunities in other industries like retail. This bill, which would raise the pay rate for direct care staff to 125% of the minimum wage, would go a long way in valuing the work we do in the care we provide to our consumers. Please help us stabilize our workforce and provide the highest quality service we can.
Thank you. Seeing no hands up for questions. Appreciate you being here today. Brenda Gallant.
Good morning. Good morning, Representative Meyer, committee members. My name is Brenda Gallant. I'm the long-term care ombudsman. I served as a member of the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues. It was really an honor to be part of the group. We really considered carefully the recommendations that we made, and I wholeheartedly support this legislation that would invest in wages and continue the work to really study direct care workforce issues. Just first, I would say that direct care workers are one of Maine's most precious resources. I can tell you that residents, thousands of residents in long-term care facilities, as well as individuals in the community, rely on these workers for the care that they need every day. We're hearing from nursing facility administrators that they've had to turn to staffing agencies because they have a continual barrier in recruitment of staff. When you have to use staffing agencies, it's much more expensive. The staff who are coming in don't know the residents, so it's really difficult. There's a definite impact on quality. Some facilities have had to limit admissions, so people that need this level of care may not be able to get in. For people in the community, when they can't get their home care hours staffed, it really can impact them with respect to ED admissions, decline in condition. We worked with a man who was in his 60s, desperately wanted to stay at home, couldn't transfer from bed to chair without assistance, and he ended up having pressure ulcers, having to go into the hospital, then into a nursing facility. We're working with a woman now who's a teacher, taking care of her mother at home who has a dementia, and she's getting close to the end of her leave. So this is very, very important that we invest in this workforce. I think that because of the nature of this problem, it's been longstanding. I think it's really important that we work on the Oversight Advisory Committee to support the efforts of the department to look at workforce issues in every state that I've looked at with respect to the efforts that they're making to look at workforce. They've had coalitions, they've had commissions. The work needs to be sustained and ongoing to really have an impact. So I would urge the formation of the Oversight Advisory Committee. And I just say one last thing. I met a woman recently who, direct care worker. The resident said she was a wonderful caregiver, and she was proud to tell me that she had come to this country with her children. She was working on citizenship. And what was really striking was that at the end of the day, after working all day as a direct care worker, she had to then go clean offices at the end of the day. And that just stuck with me. I've been thinking about her so much. We need to change this. We need to invest in this resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for Brenda? Seeing none, and continuing testimony in support of the bill is David Cowan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Meyer and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is David Cowing. I live in Woolwich. My son, who has multiple disabilities, lives in a group home in Bath, and I'd like to speak in support of LD 1573. The DSPs that provide essential services to Maine citizens with IDD, like my son, do difficult and heroic work daily for very low pay. This low pay is a major factor in the staff turnover at my son's group home and poses a chronic challenge. The situation is very hard on my son and his housemate. This past week, my wife and I learned that weekend staff at our son's home were out, and the house manager had to try and find multiple DSPs to cover the shifts that needed to be filled. When I stopped by the house to see if we could offer any help with the situation, my son asked me repeatedly who would be at the house that evening, who would be there the next day. I tried to reassure him that the substitute staff would hopefully be people he'd at least met at one time or another, and he finally went up to his bedroom. The house manager, who was temporarily covering an unfilled shift, asked to speak with me outside, and she told me she had resigned her position because she needed a break. Her regular job managing group home clients and staff, coupled with filling in for unfilled staff shifts, often results in 65-hour or more work weeks. She was just feeling burned out. She said through tears that she felt very invested in her relationship with my son and asked if she could at least visit him in the future. Though the loss of her skill and knowledge and compassionate relationship with my son was very distressing to me, the situation is very familiar. Manager and staff turnover has been a problem at my son's home for years. It's been my experience that most DSPs must work more than one job or rely on significant amounts of overtime to make ends meet. Frequently, this results in burnout. Staff departures just put pressure on other staff to work overtime. Managers often must assume empty shifts on top of all their other duties. The support system for my son can become frayed and feel at risk of falling apart. Ultimately, it's my son who must also pay the price for DSP's inadequate paychecks. DSPs are asked to manage my son's complex behavioral support plan. He and his housemate must have their medications managed. Both become stressed when their normal staff schedule becomes disrupted. And individuals like my son who have physical, intellectual, and mental health disabilities require high levels of skill and compassion on the part of the DSPs who provide care to them. I really think Maine needs to
30
prioritize
seconds,
supporting these
please.
workers and recognize the essential work they do. And my hope is that this committee will support LD 1573. Thank you for your time today, and thank you to Representatives Fay and Stover and Griffin for their hard work on the commission, which I think turned out a really good report.
Thank you, Mr. Cowan. Seeing no hands up, we'll move on to Deborah Dion. Welcome, Deborah.
Okay, technical difficulties. Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573. My name is Deborah Reardon Dion, and I live in Topsom. I'm a founding member of Community Connect Maine. My daughter has a lifelong disability with specific diagnosis of cerebral palsy and an intellectual disability. Kate has spent the last 19 years trying to live her best life in a group home in Brunswick. I would like to begin by thanking Representative Jessica Fay for her steadfast leadership on the Long-Term Workforce Commission, in addition to the sponsorship of several other bills that support the collaborative work of this commission, to include LD 1573. The recommendations of this well-represented Long-Term Workforce Commission should be applauded, as they fully address the crisis that exists across the spectrum of care. Unfortunately, the pandemic caused LD 2109 to be derailed during the 129th legislative session. My daughter has overcome monumental obstacles in her 41 years of life. I am in awe of her spirit and tenacity to keep going and stay positive. I have no idea how she does what she does, and day after day. I would like for you to imagine living every day of your life without speech, the ability to write or type on a keyboard, the need to use a walker because without it, you will lose your balance and fall face first, break bones and shatter teeth over and over again. In addition, you are dependent upon someone else to assist you with your most personal daily needs, showering, using the toilet, cleaning you up after your body causes for you to be incontinent while sleeping, and to keep you safe, healthy, and engaged with your peers and friends in your community. A DSP is a profession that requires compassion, empathy, training, skills, and the ability to build trust with the people you support. Imagine in 4 short years, you've had 83 DSPs funnel in and out of your life and your home. 83 different people for Kate to muster up all her positive energy and tenacity to once again start from the beginning as she struggles to communicate with that person so trust can be developed, because Kate needs help with her most personal human needs. 2 different times since my daughter has lived in her home, the loss and change in staff has caused my daughter such severe anxiety that she refused to eat meals, causing her to lose precious weight from her already fragile body. Kate also chose to sleep over participating in favorite activities and also injured herself and lashed out at others. It was devastating to see her so defeated and depressed. These behaviors are representative of what can happen when a person is invisible and basic needs are not met. And as a result, these worthy human beings require many more resources to undo all the harm that has been done. May needs to finally recognize that DSP caregiving is an important and worthy profession, make recruiting and retaining this workforce a priority, and finally acknowledge this is not a minimum wage job. My worst fear is that if we do not act, more direct service providers will no longer be able to staff the homes and community support programs that serve Mainers with lifelong disabilities like my daughter. I could not be more grateful to the DSPs who work in my daughter's group home to support her and her 5 housemates. Mainers with lifelong disabilities deserve the support they need to live their best lives, and the committed, skilled, essential caregivers deserve to be paid no less than 125% of minimum wage with a 2-year rebasing requirement. Supporting LD 1573 is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Thank you so much for sharing Kate's story. Before we go to Mr. Wilbur, Representative Perry has joined us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Pembroke, Perry, and Pleasant Point.
David Wilbur, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is David Wilbur. I'm an administrator for John Murphy Homes in Auburn. I'm testifying in support of LD 1573. I've worked for John Murphy Homes for 32 years, 2 years as a DSP. In the last 30 years as an administrator supervising DSPs working in the home. Early on, my positions were always filled and quickly filled. That is no longer the case. I supervise 2 homes. One home has 4 full-time positions, 1 full-time opening. My other home has 10 full-time positions and currently 3 full-time openings for a total of 148 hours each week. One of my open positions I've had for 3 years. The 3 gentlemen I support need skilled DSPs to provide care. I can't have just anyone come in and cover some of these openings that I have. These hours are all covered by their regular shift, regular staff. Having random DSPs covering open shifts has been said is too disruptive to people's routines. Relationships need to be developed to develop trust. This is a big concern. Raising wages would help to retain current DSPs and attract new people with the skills and qualifications to provide excellent direct care to the people we're entrusted to care for. Raising wages will help people provide for their families. New people can start out and support themselves and potentially develop long-term relationships with the people they support. Burnout is a byproduct of these DSPs working long extra shifts. Providing emotional support and other needs causes stress. We can't afford to lose any of our dedicated skilled DSPs we currently have. DSPs tell me all the time they can make more money doing this and that, yet most still continue to fill their DSP roles. They have developed these meaningful relationships that are so important to doing this work. Please raise wages so these dedicated people are retained and compensated for the valuable role they provide, and have a starting wage to attract new people to come in and provide care to the ones we are entrusted with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Seeing no hands up, we welcome Desti Holman Sprague. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the committee. I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. My name is Desti Holman Sprague. We're here today in support of LD 1573 and thank Representative Fay for sponsoring this bill, as well as other members of the committee and folks who have spoken so far who are part of the Workforce Commission. Care work is part of the essential infrastructure of our economy and our communities. It is what ensures participation in the labor market. It provides respite to hardworking families, and it provides competent and skilled support that family and friends are often unable to provide. It's like the energy grid. It's often unseen, but it powers everything in our communities. And despite how essential this work is, caregivers, whether they care for children, elders, or differently abled people, are underpaid and undervalued. This is a real issue of gender equity and racial equity, because care workers are overwhelmingly women and more likely to be women of color. That's true nationally, and it's true in Maine. This lack of investment in this infrastructure has had real consequences, as if you've heard this morning. As people have mentioned, we know that nursing facilities and care facilities have staffing shortages, that in-home providers have staffing shortages. So folks are unable to access this service. And at the same time, these workers are making less than a livable wage. Without federal hazard pay now, that wage is unlikely to go up this year, even though working in a nursing facility is currently the most dangerous job in the country. So we know that people are doing this work at a real cost to themselves as individuals, and that our communities are suffering as well. And it's time to acknowledge the extent to which women and women of color are filling these essential roles. The Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues recognizes the need to stop tinkering and to create substantive change in the way we recruit and retain this workforce, which will create stability and equity for multiple communities and populations in Maine. Care workers power our communities, and under the current system, it is not working. So we hope that you can support LD 1573 to take these important steps forward to re-envision this sector, to stop working around the edges, and to build a system that works for all of us so that Mainers can access the care that they need, and the people providing these services really are
30 seconds, please.
Supported commensurate with the value that they provide to our communities. So we hope you will vote ought to pass on LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands up, we will move to Donald Harden. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the committee. My name is Don Harden. I'm submitting testimony on behalf of Catholic Charities Maine, where I have worked as Director of Aging Services, responsible for the Independent Support Services Program, also known as the State Homemaker Program. This program assists individuals who otherwise could not live independently with such things as housekeeping, laundry, meal prep, grocery shopping, and transportation. I also served on the commission to study long-term care workforce issues representing home care service providers. I am testifying in favor of LD 1573. At the time, our report detailed unstaffed hours and wait lists for services and the demographics of a rapidly aging state, predicting that the gap between services needed and workers available will only become more acute. It has gotten more acute. In the Homemaker program, we currently have 1,114 people on our wait list and 240 consumers on our unstaffed list because we can't hire enough staff. As an employer, we've taken extraordinary steps to try to keep up with the external forces, making it difficult to compete for workforce within the limits of current reimbursement. To be clear, Maine's direct care workers are essential care workers, assisting Maine's people with some of the most important tasks of daily life. We learned that full well in the early days of the pandemic. As much of the world went offline and out of sight, our home care workers with compassion and courage continued to go into people's homes and could be seen out in the community, ensuring that essential services continued to be met. We have not valued our essential care workforce with job quality and competitive and livable wages. And in that not valuing, we are not meeting the value of access to essential care for some of Maine's older citizens. It is only right that people as they age receive the right services at the right time in the right place. And as an aside, I'd have to say in my almost 5 decades of work, making wait list calls could be the hardest thing I've had to do. Talking to an older woman living alone with no means of supports about who has been waiting as much as a year, if she can just be patient. What can we do to support you while you wait? It's been one of the most difficult things. So we need a vision for Maine's essential
30 seconds, please.
Workforce and bolder action to address essential workforce shortages. LD 1573 has strategically prioritized the most important and urgent of our commission's 29 recommendations, starting with the base wage for essential care workers. And so I thank you for your consideration, but after a decade of seeing wait lists and workforce challenges, I urge passage of LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no hands up, we will move to Chris Ballou.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Chris Bollier. I am Director of Home Care and Nutrition Services at the Aroostook Agency on Aging. And I am reading this testimony on behalf of personal support specialist, Duska Day. My name is Duska Day, and I'm resident of Fort Fairfield. I am a personal support specialist with the Aroostook Agency on Aging. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1573, presented today by Representative Fay. In 2006, multiple sclerosis had begun to take over my father's life, and it was unsafe for him to continue to live alone. He made the decision that home was where he wanted to stay, so I moved back home to care for him. I could continue to work full-time and hired private pay workers to care for him during my work hours. In 2012, I gave up my career of 27 years as a social worker and case manager to care for him full-time and with little support because we had nearly depleted his resources. It completely drained me. This experience changed my life forever. After his passing, I was not able to find a job in my previous career, but I realized that home care was fulfilling and I knew there was a demand for compassionate caregivers. In 2016, I was trained to become a PSS. Ever since receiving my PSS certification, I have worked 7 days per week, mostly full-time, to make ends meet. Minimum wage is not a living wage. There is a tremendous need for home care, for home support workers for our aging and disabled population. And that is 7 days a week, as the needs just don't go away on the weekend. It is extremely difficult to find workers and compassion and compensate them adequately for working weekend hours. The reimbursement rate for these services has always been inadequate. When a nonprofit agency can't break even and pay the workforce for a living wage, there is a systemic problem. It's confusing. Isn't it cheaper to assist clients in their own homes than it is for nursing home care or other institutional settings? People who provide in-home supports have specialized training and continued education, yet are tremendously underpaid and undervalued within the healthcare delivery system. I started at a base pay of $10 an hour, half of what I made as a social worker, which forced me to work as many hours as allowed just to make ends meet. It took me 4 years to make it to $12 an hour. When the minimum wage was raised to 12, I was making the same as entry-level workers. There was no increase for the rest of them. I am worth more than the $12 an hour, as are our clients. My former home care agency closed its doors because the reimbursement rates didn't offset the increase to minimum wage and other costs. I lost my job and health insurance and my sense of security. Thankfully, I found employment with the Aroostook Agency on Aging and have health insurance again, but my earnings continue to be inadequate. I urge you to increase the reimbursement rate so agencies can recruit a workforce of kind, skilled, and compassionate individuals who work hard to care for patients in their homes and community. My father lived out his life receiving care in the comfort and safety of his home, and my wish is that others can make the same choice. We need a stronger, more valued and respected workforce to make this happen, and paying them accordingly is an essential first step. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No hands are up. We'll move to Elisa Curtis. Elisa.
Representative Mayor and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services, my name is Lisa Curtis, and I'm a resident of Lincoln, Maine. While I am currently the manager of care services at Maine Home Care based out of Lincoln, I started my home care path as a PSS CNA over 20 years ago. I am here to testify in strong support of LD 1573 presented today by Representative Fay. I am proud of the home care career I have chosen, and I know that my work, as well as care provided by other essential workers around the state, makes a tremendous difference to our aging adults and disabled population. We all already know that without dedicated and compassionate home care workers, many of these individuals requiring care would be forced to leave the security of their homes and move into facilities where their compromised lives would be changed even more drastically. I would love to be able to say that this profession, my calling, has provided me with all that I needed in return, but that was not always the case. As a divorced mother of 3, the money I made as a PSS simply did not make ends meet. Even with side jobs on top of working my 40 hours a week, I struggled each month to keep the lights on and food on the table for my family. I consider myself a frugal person and know how to manage a budget. But when there is not enough money coming in to even cover the basic needs, food, clothing, electricity, and rent, you need to make critical decisions on which bills will be paid and not paid month to month. My children were only able to get the basic necessities, and when clothing wore out, I could not afford to replace those items immediately. Even a simple splurge at McDonald's was often not an option for my kids. This, not even being able to afford items off the dollar menu for my kids, was heart-wrenching. An acquaintance once suggested that I should lower my hours and apply for state programs in order to make ends meet. I was raised to work hard and not rely on state programs, so I had to make the tough choice and leave Maine and the job that I loved. I moved in with my parents out of state and found a home care job, paying $5 more an hour than I was previously making in Maine. With the increased salary, I was able to get some financial traction and start the long road of digging myself out of debt and finally regain financial independence. It was a great relief, and I was able to afford an apartment suitable for me and my children. After 2 years of hard work, scrimping and saving, I was able to move back to Maine and return to the town that I loved. I am thankful to have been able to stay in the home care field by landing a management position at Maine Home Care, which was rewarding and fulfilling. But I'll never forget where I started. My heart goes out to PSSs across Maine who are realizing the same devastating financial fate I met years ago.
3 seconds, please.
The job of a personal support specialist is not easy. On top of the physical and mental demands of caring for aging clients, hours can be quite unpredictable. It is not a traditional 9-to-5 job by any stretch of the imagination. Our caregivers do a few hours with one client, then a few hours with another, and on to another until the day is done. Signing into and out of shifts can be frustrating due to technical issues and cell reception. Getting to and from clients' homes during inclement weather can often be tricky and can lead to costly car repairs as road conditions can deteriorate quickly. Clients cancel shifts without much notice, go into the hospital, may be placed into a facility, or pass away without notice, which can have a drastic effect on caregivers with weekly paycheck, which they depend on to provide for their families. The Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine has long advocated for increased compensation for this essential pool of workers and would better reflect the valuable service they provide to the patient and their families. We appreciate Representative Fay for hearing them and us and believe it's critical to require essential care across the long-term care continuum to be paid no less than 125% of the minimum wage. There are plenty of reasons why a caregiver would choose to seek other employment, but their hourly wage should not be one of them. Thank you for this opportunity to speak up for the essential workforce. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. Curtis? Seeing none, we appreciate you sharing that testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next, bear with me for 1 second here, is Heidi Mansur. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573, an act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to study long-term care workforce issues. My name is Heidi Mansur. I'm the Executive Director of Uplift, Inc. Uplift is a private nonprofit that provides services to 187 individuals with intellectual disabilities in the Kennebec Valley region. We've been providing these services in this community for more than 60 years. When I drafted this testimony, I had just left a meeting with some of the individuals we support, their families, guardians, case managers, and the members of our board of directors. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss whether we were going to close another one of our programs. Our board has been reviewing the viability of this program for several months. Closing this program will have a drastic impact on at least 29 individuals who have been part of the Uplift family for most of their lives. Uplift is not discussing closing this program because the services are unwanted or unneeded. There was a lot of fear, sadness, and emotion displayed at this meeting when we began talking about the possibility. People are having a very hard time understanding why we would close a program that they want so much. I had to explain that we do not want to close this program. We may have to close this program because we cannot hire enough staff to keep it open. At one point in time, Uplift is one of the larger employers in Gardner, Maine, where our main office is located. We employed approximately 200 people in this small community. At the start of the pandemic, our staff numbers had dropped to 144. Today, we have 118 employees trying to provide the same amount of services. It's not sustainable. Our staff are tired. At this meeting, family members asked why we could not recruit and retain staff. Many were astonished to hear that our reimbursement rate to pay our staff is below minimum wage. They cannot understand how the state could expect highly trained direct support professionals to work for such low wages when the McDonald's around the corner is hiring at $14 an hour and Walmart is advertising to start at $16 an hour. I did not have an answer for their question. I started my career in this field working as a caregiver. I was hired at Uplift in 1992 when the minimum wage was $4.25. My starting wage
30
was
seconds, please.
My starting wage was $6.20, 146% of the minimum wage at the time. With the opportunity of regular increases, I was able to earn a living wage, which is not the case for DSPs today. Most have to work 2 jobs and multiple hours of overtime just to feed the kids. As a provider of service for more than 30 years and a family member of an individual with a developmental disability, I've never been more concerned about our service system. The system is in crisis. In Maine, there's no other care options for individuals. The network of community providers is a very fragile safety net. In closing, I thank you for your time. Please provide relief to these workers and save this very important service. Please vote to pass LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Moving on to Jeff Burrell.
Good morning, Representative Mayer and Senator Baldacci and everybody on the Joint Standing Committee for Health and Human Services. My name is Jeff Burrell. I've been a DSP with John Murphy Homes in Auburn for about 13 years now. Recently, I took a different role within the company in order to be a mentor for the people that are coming within the company. Essentially, once they're done training, they come into my care and I not only teach them how to work with the people that we are working with, but I'm also teaching the people that I work with at the same time. During the pandemic, I've been sustaining 70 to 80 hours a week, every single week, the entire time. And it's been increasingly difficult to have people to teach. Initially, when I started in 2008, there was 21 people in my training class. And recently I've heard that they've had training classes of 1 to 2 people. So there hasn't been an influx of people coming into our field and into my ability to help somebody to not only help somebody else. I've had conversations with leadership within my company and people that are my administrators, and they've shown me proof that this formula that we have does not sustain the company to thrive as we once were when I initially started with the field. And the reason that I took an uptick in my role was because $12 an hour was not sustainable, and I know I can go anywhere else and make significantly more. When we were in the middle of the pandemic, my nephew, before he joined the Army, went to Burger King. And it was very disheartening to find out that he was making $1.30, $1.50 more than I was. And I kind of kept that close to my vest, but it was hard to hear, considering, he's flipping burgers essentially, and I'm holding the care of multiple people's lives in my hand. I've worked with women, children, men, and the full gambit of everything from personal care to behavioral issues. And I've always treated every single person I've dealt with the care of, would I be proud if this person was working with my family or my wife, my nephews, my parents? That's the standard I've always kept myself to. I very much appreciate everybody giving me a time to speak on this, and I really, really hope you guys support this bill, because it means a lot to the people that I work with and the ones that can give care to the ones that I care for.
Thank you for being here and for the important work that you're doing every day. Seeing no questions from the committee, we'll move to Jillian Jolicoeur. I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. Jillian? Jillian, would you like to unmute and provide testimony? Maybe she has stepped away. We'll come back to Jillian. Caitlin Reynolds.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Service Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the testimony in support of the LD 1573. My name is Caitlin Reynolds, and I am a DSP CRMA for OHI in Bangor. I have worked in this field for 5 years. While also working in this field, I had another job as a PSS with an agency that closed early last year due to the increased minimum wage and not enough reimbursement. Prior to working for OHI, I was also a CNA for 8 years. Being a DSP holds a special place in my heart. I have a 14-year-old son who's diagnosed with autism, ADHD, pyromania, and DO15Q syndrome. After 5 years, I now only make $12.50 an hour, the same amount as a newcomer makes starting out. There is no room to grow because agencies aren't getting reimbursed. We have survived staff shortages, COVID pandemic, and now a state staffing crisis. My base schedule is 40 hours a week. I must work at least one extra shift to keep my bills barely paid. It is a struggle. I make $50 too much to get government assistance just working the bare minimum 40 hours. The car payment I have that I need for work and to support my own children around and does not count as a bill because there's public transportation. I live in Levant, which is about 30 minutes away from public transportation, work, and any stores. Christmases normally are when our credit cards get maxed out just to give our kids a decent Christmas. When my son's Medicaid insurance doesn't pay for what he needs for his sensory diet, it comes out of my pocket, which normally means a bill we can't pay 1 month. We rent a rundown trailer because we had to condemn our home 2 years ago because the repairs far exceeded our income. This is a family home, one my late father built and one our family so desperately wants to move back into. Despite my personal financial hardship, being an underpaid DSP and having staff shortages is not fair to anyone, especially the ones who count, the ones receiving the services. They are the ones that deserve a well-rested and happy staff, not overworked and cranky staff who are burnt out. They deserve the hours that their insurance, their plans have allotted them, but they aren't enough workers to fulfill this need. These amazing, wonderful souls deserve so much more than what they are getting. I work with a person who requires 2 staff to access the community, and 2 out of my 3 days working, they can't go out because the house is not adequately staffed. My paycheck this week will have about 30 hours in overtime. That is 70 hours a week out of 168 that I'm away from my family, just to fill the shifts, and as I said above, to make ends meet. We have a staff member who was hired 2 months ago that already found another job that pays so much more. The turnover rate is so high and the hiring is so few. As DSPs, we make less than high school teenagers working in a fast food restaurant. To some people, it's not about how rewarding the job is. It's about surviving in this world financially, not drowning in debt. Working as a DSP, we deal with challenging behaviors from people with diagnoses as autism, schizophrenia, bipolar, mood disorders, aggression, and self-injurious behaviors, just to name a few. Besides consistently being on our toes to make sure they are all physically and emotionally safe, we also cook, clean, do laundry, paperwork, pass medications, and shopping. We support ages that range from 18 years to 80 years old, which means we are all in need the knowledge and training in doing the following: quarter transfer, pericare, bathing, hair care, nail care, and doctor's appointments. This is a very short list of things we do, in which is 10 times more than what a CNA does, and sometimes even an RN at a nursing home. We are essentially frontline workers, government workers. Our nonprofit agency relies on nonprofits to be able to do the job that we are hired and trained to do. A job that doesn't get as much recognition as it should. A very vague job that is required and expected of us to fulfill by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Seeing no hands up, I see Jillian is ready to provide testimony. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573 and act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to study long-term care workforce issues. My name is Jillian Joliker, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer here at Assistance Plus. I also am a proud member of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission. Assistance Plus is a for-profit, privately owned, licensed home care, behavioral health, and developmental disability agency in the state of Maine, providing services to children, adolescents, adults, and elderly throughout the state. We service approximately 1,100 clients on a monthly basis and have over 250 employees throughout 8 counties in Maine, providing services for greater than 26 years. I also want to share with you that in 1996, I started here as a personal support specialist, working in high school for Assistance Plus. Later, becoming a registered nurse, and have evolved in becoming the Chief Executive Officer. I'm here today to talk about the recruiting crisis and the workforce shortage that is looming here in Maine. Since the start of COVID, our organization has only struggled more with our workforce shortage. We were already at a critical shortage before the pandemic hit. We need to raise hiring rates to recruit, attract, and attain current workers. Raising the minimum wage rate to 125% would help us to attract a more skilled workforce that would help us fill the many vacant shifts we have available. Of course, with any increase in employee pay across the board, agencies also need a rate increase. Currently, we allow all employees to work overtime due to the workforce shortage and the high needs of our client care. Our turnover rate for field staff positions is at approximately 60%. I do feel this is due to low wages and not prioritizing these essential caregivers as professionals. Part of workers feeling value does come down to their compensation. We need to pay these employees what they are worth. The work they do is so important. It's equally as important to implement the Long-Term Care Workforce Oversight Committee to assure this important work done by the Commission is fully implemented. As you may know, in previous years, nearly the same recommendations have been made, but have never been implemented. Assuring the key measures of the Workforce Commission are implemented are all key to sustaining aging in place in the state of Maine. Rebasing services every 2 years is equally as important. Our home care program received additional funding last year immediately when the pandemic hit. While the additional funding through the pandemic, it did not fully fund our services to the rate that was needed. We fully implemented a very expensive, costly EVV software and are required to now pay employees 40 hours of earned benefit time who work 40 hours a week. Both of those measures are costly and require additional funding. Finally, I want to take a moment to tell you about our workforce. They worked tirelessly during the pandemic, and they showed up nearly every day, except when they had to isolate or quarantine. These workers are committed, they are dedicated, they come every day to work to go above and beyond, and they deserve recognition in the form of better compensation. If we don't address this critical workforce shortage through compensation, our system will collapse. Addressing minimum wage cannot wait. Our home care clients depend on these crucial caregivers every day to get their basic needs met and to remain safely living in their home. Not addressing compensation now will result in higher costs of care later down the road. I appreciate all of your time and thank you so much.
Thank you for that testimony. Seeing no questions, we will welcome Kim Humphries. Welcome, Kim.
Good morning. My name is Kim Humphrey, and I'm the mother of an adult with severe autism living in a group home, and I'm president of Family Connect Maine. I participated as a consumer family voice on the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission in the fall of 2019, and I agree with all of their recommendations. To be competitive, the direct care workforce across the board in Maine need wages at least 125% above minimum wage. It's admirable for the administration to take on reforming the system of care and to understand underlying rate structures. In the meantime, how have these urgent factors been addressed? How many people are desperately in need of placements and are finding nothing, have a placement now and are at risk of losing it, have lost their placements and are now in a crisis bed, will end up in an ER, a hospital, homeless, or in jail if nothing happens, will be injured or self-injured because there is not enough staff to provide what is needed, have family members missing work to find a solution to a crisis which they have almost no control over, have behavioral needs that will increase by putting off addressing immediate needs, have lost support staff who left the field for higher paying jobs. How many hard to replace resources have already been lost and how many more will be lost without sufficient action taken now? How many of the families or staff functioning with inadequate resources will be in greater need of healthcare, mental health, medicine, because their situations are traumatic? Have these costs for real Mainers been estimated? And are they part of the equation in the decision-making process of our state? Currently, providers have had to consolidate programs and are challenged to take people off wait lists that they cannot find because they cannot find direct care workers. People, especially people with behavioral issues, have found it difficult to find placements even after receiving a waiver. Hearing about the group homes that have had to consolidate and the people that have one by one lost their placement is terrifying. If this happened to my son, I don't have alternative options. Fully supporting this bill is critical to the IDD population. Direct care workers' wages need to be competitive with other jobs in our state, like a gas station clerk. My daughter read this testimony. She lives in Massachusetts and couldn't believe that we're not competitive with that type of job. The direct skills of direct care workers to understand and support the complex needs of individuals they support is far more valuable than 125% above minimum wage. They provide the people they support the opportunity to more fully participate in life and their communities because they support their basic daily needs. My heart is full of appreciation and gratitude for them, and they deserve to have dignified pay. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony today. And welcome, Laura Cordes.
Good morning, Chairwoman Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Laura Cordes, Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MACSP is a statewide association of more than 70 organizations providing direct service and supports to children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities so that they may live, learn, work, connect, and thrive throughout Maine's communities. I'm proud to join the many parents and advocates and providers supporting LD 1573 today. I want to start by thanking Representative Fay for her leadership and dedication in carrying this bill forward, as well as Representative Stover, Griffin, and all the members of the commission for their work to identify a set of bipartisan, short and long-term solutions that are needed not only to stabilize the fragile network of services now, but to serve as a bridge to building a robust, essential care workforce that we need for thousands of individuals and families in Maine. The wage rate component for residential small group home services remains at $11.21 an hour. This has meant that throughout the state, the majority of our providers have simply been unable to support staff with incentive or hazard pay throughout this pandemic, let alone compete with Walmart or fast food restaurants to offer a competitive wage. Statewide, over the last year, we've lost 16 to 20% of the workforce supporting Mainers with IDDs. That's 1,600 to 2,000 direct support professionals. As you've heard today, deeply fatigued and frustrated DSPs have left their jobs for higher paying, lower stress, and lower risk positions. New applicants are not coming through the door. Overtime costs just to keep basic supports in place are skyrocketing. And yes, we're slowly collapsing programs, services, and group homes, while thousands of hours of authorized services for Mainers who need them go unfulfilled and grow. And nearly 2,000 Mainers remain on wait lists for home and community-based services. In the year ahead, the department plans to increase the wage components of Section 21 residential services, but only to minimum wage. While this is a welcome step forward, we must move beyond minimum wage to rates that support a competitive wage for all essential care workers. We can't wait. We need to start by raising the rates to support wages for this workforce at 125% of minimum wage as a baseline, rebase every 2 years, and create the oversight committee as outlined in this bill to sustain these efforts moving forward. We have a $461 million budget surplus and hundreds and millions of federal dollars
30
coming
seconds,
to our
please.
state. Now is the time to invest in and value the Mainers who care for Mainers and to lift up the essential care workers and the thousands of Mainers and their families who rely on them. Now is the time to adopt LD 1573. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions for Laura Cordes? Seeing none, we welcome Lisa Wessel. Lisa.
Thank you. Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Lisa Wessel and I live in Bodenham with my husband and adult daughter, Lydia. And I am a founding board member of Community Connect Maine. Lydia is a 24-year-old with a rare genetic disorder called DUP15Q, which causes intellectual disabilities and epilepsy. I am here this morning to urge you in the strongest possible way to support LD 1573. The system of care for people like my daughter is in crisis. My husband and I both work at home so that we can care for Lydia. We are working very hard to teach her to be as independent as possible, but she will always need some kind of support. At the same time, we've watched with horror as the state support system falls apart. When we die, where will that support come from? She's on the wait list for Section 21, as she has been for years. If Maine continues down the road it's on, she will remain on that wait list forever, and there will be nothing in place for her when we die. There are thousands of Maine citizens on the multiple wait lists, and they need help now, not in 6 months, not in a year, but now. There simply are not enough people willing to do this work because they are not paid enough for the work they do. If direct support professionals cannot afford to feed their own families, why should they work to support mine? We need a system of care that fairly compensates the hardworking people who support my daughter. We need a system of care that respects the work they do. Paying them 125% of minimum wage is not enough, but it's a crucial start. I sat in on most of the meetings of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission. I even took a seat on the commission for a day when one of the members representing families was unable to attend. I was so impressed with the breadth and depth of the commission and the thoughtful way they examined this critical issue. I urge you to adopt their recommendations. And before I say goodbye, I want to tell you about a funny coincidence that happened last week. Facebook has this feature where it reminds you of events that you posted exactly a year or 2 years or 3 years ago. Last week, I got a message about a post I made 4 years ago. It was a photo of me and Lydia at the State House asking the legislature to pass LD 967, an act to ensure access to community services for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. That was an emergency bill. The problem then was wages. And here we are 4 years later. The staffing levels are lower, the wait lists are longer, and there's still no system in place to address it in the long term. We can't keep having this same conversation. We shouldn't have to come back year after year begging for the state to support the people who support our kids. The Commission's report recommends an ongoing review of the issue, which will prevent it from becoming a recurring crisis. Please put your full support behind LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony, Ms. Wessel. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to Mary Santa Maria. Welcome.
Hi, Representative Mayor, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mary Santa Maria. I am the Human Resources Administrative Assistant for John F. Murphy Homes. I've worked for this agency for 9 years. The first 6 years I spent as a direct care, direct support professional. But I'm going to go on my last 3 years from human resources experience. We have exhausted our resources looking for recruiting. So I consistently represent the agency with the lowest rate of pay at job fairs that I attend. And I actively feel as though I am degrading the people that we support when I say our rate of pay out loud. I'm starting to believe that the job seekers themselves actually believe that as well, since I leave with no inquiries. Compensating at minimum wage is not conducive with finding people who hold forever intentions. By that, I mean people who actually plan to stay. Unfortunately, we have become a filler job for job seekers, most of which have a history of job hopping and are just here for the here and now paycheck. The people we get don't stay. I do new hire orientation every other week, and oftentimes we get asked ahead of time from administrators and other colleagues how many we're expecting. Recently, we had one DSP start with us, and in that same week prior to, we had multiple resignations for people leaving us with better paying jobs. We're not even replacing the people that are leaving us. As a recruiter, I'm supposed to rally people about all the wonderful things that we do for work. Most times I don't even get a chance to tell them just how valuable and meaningful this work is, because they've already made up their minds once they've heard that we start at $12.15 an hour. How am I going to be able to strike the people with hearts of gold and forever intentions when we are offering pennies and nickels? The employees we have who selflessly take care of others deserve to be able to take care of themselves. We cannot take care of our employees compensating at minimum wage. So none of us are exempt from needing people. People will always need other people. Would you rather receive support from somebody who is here for the here and now, or would you rather receive support from people who feel valued as an employee, who hold forever intentions? Who do you believe would provide you the most adequate care? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no hands up, we welcome Mike Stair. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mike Stair, and I'm a resident of Cumberland and president and CEO of Care and Comfort. We're a licensed provider of home health and behavioral health services to more than 1,500 adults, children, families, and veterans across 13 counties in Maine, and have been serving Mainers for 30 years. I want to thank Representative Fay for bringing forward this important legislation, both last term with LD 2109 and then continuing with LD 1573. I was pleased and honored to serve as a member of the Commission to study long-term care workforce issues, the group whose recommendations are contained in this bill. A number of talented, knowledgeable, and experienced individuals served on the Commission, and we spent countless hours both within and between sessions studying the many issues regarding Maine's direct care workforce and various approaches to resolve our shortage of workers. This bill represents many of those recommendations. Rather than rehashing each clause in the bill, I'll let the language speak for itself. Each point was carefully considered at length among the commission members and with those who testified before the commission, and represents our sincere belief as to the right path forward. Some of these measures are bold. No doubt, as Representative Fay stated, some of these measures may not continue and survive as they're written, but may be adjusted by the committee. These measures represent our sincere belief as to the right path forward. We didn't get this position overnight, and our workforce issues are significant enough that we won't solve them overnight either. I urge the committee to support LD 1573. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Seeing none, thank you for being here today, and welcome Ray Nagel.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Ray Nagel. I'm the Executive Director of Independence Association in Brunswick, and thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of LD 1573. Independence Association has been in business for almost 55 years, and in that time, we have never experienced the chaos and turnover that we are experiencing over the last 5 years. Rates for providers who serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities has suffered for many years. The original formula, designed in 2007 and still used today, centers on the average DSP wage. DSP is a direct support professional. The beauty of the original formula is that as the average wage for a DSP goes up, the reimbursement rate follows. In 2007, the formula was based on an average wage of $10.36 an hour. At that time, the minimum wage was $7.50 an hour. Today, the minimum wage is $12.15, but the rate of reimbursement accounts for an average wage of $11.21 per hour. At Independence Association, we are right now, as I speak, 680 hours short of staff. To put that in real terms, that means that we have 17 full-time positions available. We have a 50% turnover rate, and over the last year and a half, we've either had to close or consolidate 5 full group homes. Pegging the reimbursement rate to 125% of minimum wage will allow providers to continue to serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thank you for hearing me, and I urge you to vote for this.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Seeing no questions, we welcome Rick Erb.
Good morning, Senator Meyer, members of the committee. My name is Rick Erb. I'm the president and CEO of Maine Healthcare Association. We represent Maine's nursing homes and assisted living facilities. I have submitted testimony. I will let you review that. I'll just make a few comments today because I know you have a busy morning. One thing that I'm finding is it seems like whatever the issue we talk about within MHCA and with our members, it works its way back to the workforce issue. Whether it's difficulty taking hospital discharges, maintaining Maine's high quality of care and its highest in the nation staffing requirements, or simply keeping facilities viable and their doors open, workforce is the dominant issue. We have members who have been in the business for 40 years. They continually say they have never seen it as bad as it is now. They've never dealt with the issues that they are. They are competing with other employers, as you have heard. They are competing with unemployment benefits. It is that hard to attract employees. Our turnover rate is 60% for CNAs and PSSs and CRMAs, the backbone of the workforce in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. We are more dependent than ever on agency staffing, which really makes little sense from anyone's perspective, whether it is the resident, the provider, or the state of Maine paying Medicaid costs. It makes no sense whatsoever. We are increasing wages. CNAs, PSSs, CRMAs, in most recent survey, which is quite recent, wages have gone up between 8.5% and 10% for those positions. Still, we have trouble. And I would agree with others who have said that the 125% of minimum wage, frankly, is not enough. It is a step in the right direction, but it is not enough to attract and keep the people. I'm encouraged that in LD 1573, it does make the connection between wages and provider rates. It requires DHHS to take wage increases into account when establishing the provider rates. I would go a step further. I think they ought to be mandated to do so. I'm concerned that that language is not strong enough.
30 seconds, please.
COVID-19 certainly demonstrated the value of these important key workers. And I hope that LD 1573 or any of the other measures that are before you this session will pass and that you will support them. And I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Rick. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, welcome Sean Kennedy.
Thank you. I work as a DSP manager for Mobius Incorporated, providing long-term supports for adults with intellectual disabilities living in a state licensed group home. I remember several years ago, my agency put out an ad in the local paper that stated it was a great place to get a second job. The subtext to me was clear. Don't bother working in this field unless you're willing to either pile on as much overtime as you can or work multiple jobs. I currently work upwards of 70 hours a week. Some weeks it's much more depending on coverage needs. I know many of my coworkers work even more hours than this on a regular basis. The longest continuous direct care shift I've done in this job was 96 hours straight. That wasn't even my entire work week. Just one long shift I needed to take because a coworker of mine committed suicide and we were short-staffed. At the time, we were working 36-hour or more shifts with a client who exhibited extreme behaviors, including screaming, swearing, biting, punching, kicking, spitting, urinating on the floor, throwing feces, destroying anything he could reach, attempting to assault his housemate, his neighbors, attempting self-harm and suicide, threatening harm to others. If you worked with this particular individual regularly, you could expect between 4 to 8 hours of these types of behavior on most days. I'm not going to claim that I know the exact circumstances behind my coworker's suicide, but I can't believe that the work environment we shared had nothing to do with it, having lived with it myself, with this specific client for more than 3 years. Do you know what the additional reimbursement is for choosing to work with an individual like the client I've just described? It's an extra $1 an hour. The reality is we work very long shifts in a high stress environment. We provide comprehensive care with adults with disabilities that can often be extremely challenging to work with safely. And our duties include making sure they're hygienic, making them meals, getting them out and engaged in the greater community in a safe and appropriate way, cleaning their homes, helping them with day-to-day tasks and chores, managing medications, and in general, making sure their needs are met. I could go on at much greater length describing the amount of effort and care that goes into providing 24/7 support for these individuals. That we need to beg
30 seconds, please.
the state of Maine to pay us enough that we aren't forced to work a dangerous amount of overtime or multiple jobs is more disheartening than I know how to put into words. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony and the work that you do. Moving on to Anne Marie Mayberry. Welcome.
Thank you. Actually, I just clicked myself on mute and I lost my testimony.
Well, go ahead. We'll give you a second to find it.
I got it. I found it. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573. My name is Anne Marie Mayberry, and I am honored to be the Executive Director of GMS, which is a nonprofit organization serving over 300 individuals with intellectual disabilities across 14 counties in Maine. You've heard a lot, so I'm going to skip down through my testimony to spare you some of the repetitive stuff, but I will just speak about people with intellectual disabilities or autism in Maine are at risk of losing services due to a severe workforce crisis caused by reimbursement rates that have been repeatedly cut since they were established in 2007. The crisis is compounded by increased expenses, a rising minimum wage, a workforce shortage, and of everything else, a pandemic. LD 1573 would direct DHS to raise the rates for direct care workers to 125% of minimum wage, which is the minimum that we should be looking at. That would bring up the rate to $15.19 an hour. And I'm telling you, we're an agency in Portland that's having to pay $18 an hour now because of the Portland referendum, and we are still unable to get workers in here. We have 1,400 open hours a week that are either being filled with overtime or remaining open. We struggle every week, every day, every minute to fill these open shifts. I do not need to convey to you how this shapes staff morale, productivity, and work-life balance. One also needs to understand how the staffing crisis impacts the people we support: missed outings with friends and family, missed medical appointments, and loss of progress on learned skills. The revolving door of DSP causes emotional, behavioral, and physical stress for vulnerable people with disabilities. GMS has closed 3 programs and is considering closing a 4th program within the next few months. One significant point to make is that if it not for ODES allowing agencies to operate less than 92.5% of authorized staffing hours during a portion of the pandemic, we would have closed more programs. However, this reduction in the staffing hours is due to expire on June 30th, 2021, with devastating consequences. Many people with disabilities may be forced to leave their homes and communities. GMS, we're in support of LD 1753, so individuals can be served and can live and thrive in their chosen communities, and direct support professionals can earn a livable wage and provide for their families through increased opportunities for the inclusion of an often marginalized population. Communities are enriched through diversity, and the Maine economy benefits from a growing workforce of human service professionals. This is a bill with a win-win outcome. And also, I've provided written testimony on behalf of our board of directors, Marie Gray, and just one of her closing paragraphs, she said, the board has reviewed the situation, has tried to act proactively and to increase the salaries, fringe benefits, and recognition of DSPs, but we cannot continue to do that and remain financially and programmatically viable without a corresponding increase in the reimbursement rate from the state. The board of directors of Group Mainstream is in support of LD 1573 and urges the committee to pass this. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much for providing it. We would welcome Darnell Tudela.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573. My name is Darnell Tudela. I'm the Director of Residential Services for GMS. I have been with GMS for almost 7 years. Each year, I have watched my department struggle with the ability to meet the needs of the consumers due to the lack of DSPs. This field has been unable to hire qualified staff due to the hourly wage. 7 years ago, I had 16 programs. The typical work week had 200 open staffing hours. For the past year and a half, our open weekly staffing hours are 1,000 hours a week. Each week, we set up interviews with potential candidates only to find that those candidates aren't even willing to go through the interview process when their first question is answered for the pay rate. I have 13 group homes that serve a medically fragile aging population that operate daily understaffed. I'm constantly viewing staffing patterns for safety and ensuring the quality of life is respected and supported, yet always considering whether to close another group home due to the lack of staffing. We have 5 open beds and yet not able to respond to vendor calls because there simply are no staff to support new consumers. Just last week, 4 of my homes lost DSPs due to higher wages in another field. Too much strain working 2 jobs, and the one reason I hear often is I need a change. The field of supporting adults with developmental disabilities pulls on employees emotionally, physically, mentally, and socially, as employees find themselves working a tremendous number of hours with substandard pay for the level of support that is required and the number of hours they must work to take care of their families and pay bills. Our DSP training requires employees to complete the DSP modules, behavior management, CRMA, CPR, first aid, Alzheimer's, anxiety-related disorders, diabetes, and many more. And there's a tremendous amount of training that's required for DSPs, some of which that they can receive college credit for, yet the value of this workforce is paid less than that of a fast food worker. The pay does not equal the skill set that is required. The DSP supports in every season of a person's life. They become emotionally bonded to those they support, and you can only imagine the difficulty it is for them when they can no longer work in the field due to the inability to continue at a wage that does not pay their bills. All the overtime offered is not going to fix this issue. It is time that a true wage increase happens to support this field. Last week, I had 6 employees make the decision to leave their position. That is
30 seconds, please.
That is another 240 open hours, pushing my open hours to over 14 open hours a week of staffing that we're trying to fill. The past year, the HCBS has been reviewing our programs and increasing the expectations of the DSP with new policies to be written and trained with employees, and then with the evidence of the practice and service delivery of services uploaded and submitted. More and more is being put on our DSPs and in the end of this industry. If we were only able to offer a higher wage, closer to $20 an hour, we would attract a more skilled employee. We would be above the Walmart, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken employee wages. We need you to support us and be an answer to this workforce shortage with supporting of LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Moving on to Mallory Shaughnessy. Welcome, Mallory.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative Meyer, and I believe we don't have Senator Claxton, but the rest of the esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Mallory Shaughnessy, a resident of Westbrook and the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the Alliance, I am pleased to join this long list of parents, providers, and advocates here today to urge you to support LD 1573. I am also here to ask you to broaden the definition of who we call essential care workers. When the commission was established, the workers providing essential daily and weekly care for those with mental health or substance use challenges was omitted. This was because we do not define these services as quote unquote long-term care, even though those facing the challenges of severe and persistent mental illness do have to live with their illness for a lifetime. The essential workers who on a regular basis assist our neighbors, friends, and family members with these challenges to assure that they can remain in their homes or in residential facilities within their community are not in this classification, and we do ask that they be included. I want to thank Representative Fay and many of the others who sat on this commission who have seen that these behavioral health workers do need to be included, and I appreciate that and thank them. We have learned a lot over this past year as we responded to this pandemic that impacted and disrupted so many lives and community supports. The COVID crisis has shown that even though our social safety nets are critical, they are in many ways torn and tattered. It has shown us that it is critically important to invest in promoting and building a quality essential care workforce ready to meet Maine's care needs today and into the future. We must fundamentally change the way we pay for these essential care services across all settings with all populations and create real incentives for these people to take these jobs. We need to create career pathways, quality supervision, and supportive training. We must stop pitting providers against one another and start valuing all the people who provide essential care to our loved ones. We must invest in livable wages and benefits. How we raise and spend our public dollars reflects our values as a society. And sadly, our state budgets have shown that we have not valued the members of our community who need essential care and their families for far too long. These community members with disabilities and behavioral health needs, those aging in our communities, and those who care for them have been undervalued, underfunded, and underappreciated. And this must change, as you're hearing from so many. We urge the expansion of the definition of essential care workers and urge support of this legislation. Please show that you value these members of our community and their caregivers and vote ought to pass. And I want to thank you for your work, and I know you have a very long day ahead of you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and I'd be happy to bring whatever information I could to the work session on this bill.
Thank you, Mallory. Question from Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy, for bringing up this issue that I feel like I always hammer on, but there's another
We thank you for that.
group of workers who do essentially the same job. And I like what you had to say as far as, that we don't want to pit employers against each other, because if you fix one thing, you may well cause a problem in that other sector. One of the things I've heard from providers is that providing those DLS services for adults with serious and persistent mental illness in Section 17, that it has been just as hard, if not harder, to hire staff in that, and that a number of those programs have closed. And I'm wondering if you could bring
across the state. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to know if you could bring some information to the work session about how many programs have been impacted by that. I mean, I know of a few in my area alone in the past year that are no longer offering DLS services.
Yes, no, I'd be happy to try to pull up some of that. We get it sort of anecdotally, although I do think the state may have, since they do the licensing and whatnot, may be able to give you a more comprehensive list of programs that have been cut back or closed completely. But I will see what I can find out amongst our members and others.
And so just I'll give a shout out to our analyst, Anna, that if this is information you get from the state, from the department, for that's really, I think, important for us in work session. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And welcome Bethany DiLorenzo.
Good morning, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1573. My name is Bethany DiLorenzo, and I'm a residential manager for GMS. Our agency is currently running with 1,400 open hours. Due to the lack of employee compensation, we are currently losing staff to the low rate of pay and their job descriptions. We are not having possible new hires due to the lack of pay and the job skills they will be performing. The staff within our agency are tired. Most of our employees are working multiple jobs with competing agencies and are working over 80 plus hours a week, which in turn is both hard on the employees and the members we support. Being a residential manager, I at times am left to cover shifts and callouts and filling in gaps where there is no staff to work or one of our programs that may be having a COVID outbreak. This takes time away from my family and at times has left me working up to 80 to 90 hours a week. This has been consistently the case throughout this pandemic with me and our direct care staff. We are working long hours over an extended period with no end in sight, and it has been extremely difficult to maintain a steady home life for myself and the employees I support. Not knowing when I or they will be home to see our family leaves us scrambling to find alternative childcare at the moment. Our staff and both our agency are exhausted. We are working hard and pulling long hours, covering as best as we can because we care about the work that we are doing and the members' safety that we support. But as this continues for as long as it has, staff have chosen to leave the field for higher paying jobs or jobs with less responsibility. With member care always being a priority, our staff is tired. They're working multiple jobs, long hours, and at times we are very fearful of the impact that is having on our clients. Are the staff doing everything they're supposed to? Are members being taken care of? Are they getting out enough? The worries never seem to stop. The agency has seen an increase in staff turnover since the pandemic. Why should staff put their own health at risk and their family at risks? With the increase in turnover, there has been a significant lack of new applications. We lose staff faster than we can hire new staff. At times, we go weeks and weeks with not one interview for our agency.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the LD 1573.
Thank you for being here today. Questions from the committee for Ms. DiLorenzo? Seeing none, that concludes testimony on LD 1573. Does the committee have any requests for additional information from our analyst, Ms. Broom? Seeing no hands up, we've been at it for just about 2 hours, so I think a break is in order. It's 10 minutes to 11, so why don't we come back at 11:05. See you then. And we'll be hearing LD 1586 at that time. Welcome back. It's 11:05 and we continue with our public hearings this morning. Opening the hearing on LD 1586 and welcoming its sponsor, Representative Charlotte Warren.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I represent the City of Hallowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner. I also serve as the House Chair of the Criminal Justice Committee. I've served as a member of that committee for 7 years, and it is from that experience that I bring this bill to you. Additionally, in my professional life, I'm a social worker. I thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1586, an act to strengthen statewide mental health peer support, crisis intervention mobile response, and crisis stabilization unit services, and to allow E911 to dispatch using the crisis system. As you'll see from the title of my testimony, I've struck through the last section, and to allow E911 to dispatch using the crisis system. And the reason for that change is simple. We are doing that work, that policy change in the Committee of Oversight. Over in EUT, we've got a specific bill dealing with E911. So with leave of the chairs, I respectfully request that I might work with one of your analysts to amend the bill to remove the E911 language and make sure that you have that amendment for the work session. During the 129th session, this committee, your committee, unanimously endorsed Senator Breen's resolve to establish the working group on mental health. I co-chaired that group alongside Senator Breen, and I've attached, actually, I didn't want you to have to print it all off, so I embedded a link to that report at the end of my testimony. The working group on mental health was tasked with reviewing the state's mental health system and proposing a mental health plan for the state. As part of its review, the working group examined information on total state and federal dollars spent on children and adults' behavioral health as coded by Medicaid and where those dollars are currently being spent, access to mental health care in the state. I'm not going to read all of that part to you. The quality of outcomes, the costs required to providing mental health, an assessment of our system's assets and deficits, and the projected effort of Maine Care expansion on the provision of mental health services. And as you can see, I'm just highlighting my testimony instead of reading it all to you. In addition to the formal appointees, several interested parties attended and participated in the working group. And so I'll have you know that a designee on behalf of the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services, also the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, also some municipal law enforcement, also some sheriffs, additionally, Community Housing of Maine, the Maine Association of Psychiatric Physicians, Shalom House, Volunteers of America, the Maine Hospital Association, members of the Maine Judicial Branch, members of the Maine Prosecutors Association, and members of the Defense Bar all participated. And I list that to let you get a sense of this really was a working group that looked at the entire system, both the mental health system as served by the Department of Health and Human Services, but also the default mental health system in Maine, which is the Criminal Justice Committee, the criminal justice system. The bill before you today is a product of that working group. Further, the proposal does not involve creating something new. Our state already has what other states are currently trying to build. Maine already has a best practice crisis response system, but it is vastly underfunded. This legislation appropriates funding to strengthen our existing community-based crisis services and provide care to patients who do not need hospital-level care and who certainly don't belong in jail. Over 80% of residents of our county jail system currently receive medications to treat their mental illness. That's 80%. You've heard me say this before. Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce has stated repeatedly that he is running the state's largest mental health facility. Our county jail system costs us in Maine $100 million a year. So if you do the math, 80% of the folks who are residing in county jails are there for being treated on for a mental illness. It's not hard to arrive at the answer that we're relying on incarceration to house mental health patients. It's not fair to patients. It's not fair to the people that run our jails, and it's not fair to our taxpayers. Jail is an expensive and ineffective response. I can assure you that there is nothing therapeutic about a 6 by 8 foot jail cell. In Maine, we simply don't have the capacity in our system to care for all of those who require help. And when we have police respond, there are two options: county jails and the local hospital. These options, as I've stated, are the most expensive and the least effective. As this committee is well aware, a high volume of individuals with mental health concerns have also been arriving at our emergency departments in need of care. They're swamping our healthcare system. Mental health concerns are the #1 reason for unnecessary visits to the emergency rooms departments nationwide. Unneeded hospitalization of mentally ill patients is detrimental to individuals, to hospitals, and to taxpayers alike. Adequately funding our community-based crisis response services, including the already existing hotlines, mobile crisis units, and crisis stabilization units placed throughout Maine, and I've included attached to my testimony some charts that show you exactly where the existing crisis system exists, could fill a critical gap in our mental health system and allow our law enforcement officers to focus on their jobs, which is protecting public safety. I've also included a link to SAMHSA's national guidelines for behavioral health crisis care and their best practice toolkit. That link is at the end of my testimony. Their report states that there are 3 core structural or programmatic elements of a crisis system. And again, we already have them. Those 3 elements are a crisis call center, crisis mobile team response, and crisis stabilization. We've got those 3 things. The good news is we have them. The bad news is we don't fund them properly. And I'll finish up with SAMHSA's national guidelines for behavioral health crisis. Their best practice toolkit also discusses the indicators of insufficient capacity. And I'll quote, "Signs of insufficient resources will include, but are not limited to, psychiatric boarding in emergency departments, incarceration for misdemeanor offenses when connection to urgent care is the preferred intervention, and misalignment of service intensity to the actual need of individuals served. Misalignment in the absence of a continuum of care often results in a defaulting to placement in a more restrictive environments or minimal connection to outpatient care." So again, this proposal in front of you today is simply about funding. We already have a best practice system. You're going to hear that from the department today. They're going to testify against this bill. They're going to tell you we already have a system. They're right. We already have a system. But when the system is not able to respond to our first responders of mental health crisis, our law enforcement, it isn't funded. They're going to tell you it's funded enough. The law enforcement are telling us, they continue to tell us, no, it isn't. So if we're defaulting to both of these systems, we should be listening to the experts in both of the systems. So lots of experts are going to come after me. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to present this bill to you this morning.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jessica LeBlanc. Jessica.
Good morning, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton, and the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1586. My name is Jessica LeBlanc, and I'm the Director of Crisis Services for Sweetser, a not-for-profit behavioral health organization. Throughout my many years working for Sweetser, I've had the opportunity to collaborate, consult, and teach crisis intervention to law enforcement agencies throughout the state. Today, I will speak to the positive impact of law enforcement and mental health provider collaborations. When individuals experience a mental health crisis, many who have experienced trauma, the need for assessment and intervention in the least restrictive setting is vital to their recovery. Removing individuals from their home can cause further distress and trauma. Officers respond to an overwhelming number of calls for individuals suffering from mental health symptoms, and navigating a complex mental health system is a hardship that taxes their valuable resources. Individuals in crisis need the support of mental health providers to stabilize. Law enforcement and mental health providers partnerships create opportunities for education and the exchange of information that allow dispatchers to better identify when a mental health response may be needed, and improves officers' ability to recognize signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use disorders. This collaboration also facilitates connecting individuals to appropriate treatment and diverts them from unnecessary emergency department visits and incarceration. A consistent relationship between law enforcement and community crisis increases and improves proactive responses to individuals experiencing severe and persistent mental health symptoms in the community. I have been a part of proactive community responses with law enforcement where individuals suffering from mental health symptoms have had positive, life-changing interventions that may have otherwise resulted in premature death. Co-responses not only saves lives, but it reduces costs to individuals and systems. More than 70% of all people we see in crisis services do not require the use of emergency department. Additionally, using crisis response services available to provide information, intervention, and facilitate connection to resources allows law enforcement to be available to attend to other community needs. Positive steps have been made to provide increased mental health training to law enforcement agencies across the state, as well as efforts to develop formal and informal collaborative partnerships between law enforcement and mental health providers. However, further development and sustainability requires further support. I urge members of this committee to support LD 1586. Maine's law enforcement officers and people experiencing mental health crisis deserve increased support from trained crisis providers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing no hands up, we will move to Scott Metzger. Welcome.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Scott Metzger. I'm Director of Recovery Services at Sweetser. And it is my hope today to bring alive a little bit a picture of what these four different peer support components are. In my 12 years with Sweetser, I've actually had some experience that touch on all four. So I'd like to share that with you. The first is the intentional warm line. And I don't want to assume you know what that is, but it is a 24/7 statewide line that serves peers around the state 365 days a year. This last year, we will do somewhere between 35 and 40,000 calls. Each call is about 21 minutes, and we do not require any type of insurance. It is simply low barrier. Give us a call and we'll meet you where you're at. The department was really good this year in helping us find FEMA funds because we saw a spike of about 40% in our calls. The issue is that the FEMA funds will last till May of next year, and then there won't be any more. They found several different sources as we've gone through. And the other issue is that in June, a month later, we'll have the 988 kicking in. You're thinking, what's that have to do with the warm line? One of the pieces with the warm line is you have your crisis and you have your warm line. And people need one, maybe 1 week, one the other. It's not a, this one or that one. It's really options and choices, meeting people where they're at. And the crisis line would like to be able to transfer calls to us. The issue is with our funding that we cannot take live calls like between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. The volume is so high that we have to return calls through that period. In order to take calls from another agency, you really have to have people available so people have the confidence that that call is going to be handled. So we have a very serious shortfall of capacity. It's been that way pretty much for 10 years. The funds from FEMA really did help us get a feel for where that capacity is, but we're still not there. We can still expand and take more calls. I will point this out. The one issue in the bill is that the amount of money that is put there will not replace even the FEMA money. So if we want to look at all at expanding the service, and by expanding, I mean really meeting the volume that's already there, we need to go beyond that $45,000. So, because I believe the latest was the FEMA fund will drop $50,000 in May of next year. So we have a little time, but we also need to build that capacity. So the second thing is the support workforce. I can tell you from hiring many, many people over 12 years that we have a severe shortage of the workforce. It's both attracting people who want to do this kind of work, it's getting them trained, and it's retaining them through pay. I'll give you an example. Last Friday night, I was driving home, and the McDonald's in Falmouth, Maine is now advertising $15 an hour. Now, if we're going to retain people, we have to be able to, people with lived experience and then they're trained, we have to have some way of retaining them, and paying them $12, $13, or $14 an hour, which is a range around the state, isn't going to do it when they can walk down the street and just walk in and start working the next day for $15 an hour. It's a very big problem. The next piece you have on here is the mobile crisis units. And I am, by the way, working with the department. We have one hospital, Midcoast, that we've run for about 15 years. And we're in the process of expanding to 6 additional hospitals. And that's good stuff. I mean, being in the hospital to meet people where they're at and support them through one of the roughest times that they have. The issue is you want to have people in the field with the crisis units too, or mobile units. We did a study with the department about 10 years ago. We did a short-term pilot and tried it out, and I can tell you it was extremely promising. Not only was there 2 different kind of modes that were there, the crisis folks and then the peers, but one of them could get there before the other, for instance, the peer, and start to work with that individual and not have to wait. But one of the most promising pieces is that the peer support specialist could stay longer. Crisis has one role, and then they need to move on. The peer support specialists who are trained to connect, talk, and connect people to services is able to stay behind and work with those folks. I urge you to look at that there's a lot of promise there. We felt there's promise there 10 years ago. It's just now that Representative Warren is coming forward with some funding that may actually make that come alive. The last piece is the crisis stabilization units. My first job at Sweetser was to run a 24/7 respite that was attached to a CSU. I can tell you, having peer support specialists in the facility at the same time gives people a diversity of experience so that when they get out, they may be already connected to places like the Warm Line and peer centers and groups and training and so forth. It just creates what I call options and choices. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I know you've got a busy day, but I urge you to look very closely at this bill in the positive and vote for it.
Thank you for being here today. Seeing no hands up, we welcome Seth Adams.
Thank you to Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton and the Committee on Health and Human Services for hearing our testimony today. My name is Seth Adams, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Intentional Peer Support Advisory Committee, also known as IPSAC. IPSAC is a group of certified intentional peer support specialists who advise and support the Department of Health and Human Services in the continued development and fidelity of intentional peer support, also known as IPS, practices in Maine. IPSAC finds this legislation exciting and hopes to be included in all discussions concerning the use of certified intentional peer support specialists mentioned in this bill. Most of us on IPSAC have experience with crisis services in some form. From this firsthand experience of having peer support available and also with not having peer support available, we are in a unique position to understand how helpful peer support, specifically intentional peer support, is when that crisis moment is occurring. There's a great value derived from personal experiences in these kind of matters. And that is why we do what we do. We want to be there for people because we know how helpful it can be to have someone who can understand you on a more personal level. And that is also why it would be very beneficial to include the role of certified intentional peer support specialists on the mobile crisis teams and have peers available for support at every stage whenever the person needs it. As it stands now, there is no longer process involved between when someone is involved with crisis services and when a SIPS is available. Eliminating this gap would be most helpful for the person in crisis. We also want to mention that the value of peer respites, because crisis stabilization units are mentioned in the bill. And peer respites can help reduce hospitalizations, which of course will cost less money, as well as offering a non-invasive and less traumatizing experience for the person seeking help. Again, because IPSAC advises and supports the state about the intentional peer support model and the certified intentional peer support program in Maine, we hope to be included in future discussions of these matters. And thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands up, we will welcome Simone Mallon. Welcome, Simone.
Hi, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, I have a few more minutes before it's afternoon. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, it's good to see you all today. I am Simone Mallon. I'm the Executive Director of the Consumer Counsel System of Maine, and we are here to support LD 1586 wholeheartedly, 100%. Maybe 1,000%, maybe. So the Consumer Counsel had a seat on the mental health working group, and we're very excited to have a lot more stakeholder engagement in discussing our system. And I want to underscore the need for that because we have moved away from having a more robust leadership conversations around strategic policy in the state of Maine for many years. And because I've been around for a long time, I remember times when we did that. And I have a perspective. I've worked in crisis as a social worker. I've run peer support programs, including respite, warm line, peer center, emergency department peer support, and then moving to policy. I've worked in, I think, just about every position this bill would pose to add peers. And I cannot underscore what everyone else has said around the value of peer support. And there have been, so I want to take us back to when the department put an RFP out for the current crisis system, peer support being on mobile crisis was included in that RFP. And when they went to implement it, there was an unfunded mandate in not having a main care billable code. As you remember, I've talked, those of you that have been around a couple sessions, that you know we have worked on that pretty long and hard. And one side note is I want to say the department is back to working on that with us again, and that may help supplement some of the cost proposed in this bill. But peer support is an instrumental piece of the mental health system. And we want to see more people working in peer support and offering support to people from the lived experience and recovery perspective. And it is an incredible complement and not replacement to the clinical traditional system. I'm pragmatic as well. So I even topped my top,
please.
Yep. I topped my 4 priorities in the whole list of funding. The first is, as you've heard from Scott, the intentional warm line is going to have a financial cliff soon. And with 988 as well coming, we need to further bolster the warm line. I think Peers on Mobile Crisis is my second priority. My third is the whole crisis system needs an infusion. I could talk about that, but I don't have enough time. And then peers and CSU. There is one CSU that already has a peer support specialist in their program, and it's been an incredible success. And so I'll stop there and be willing to take questions, because I know you guys have had a lot already.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Simone, for being here today.
You're welcome.
Finally, Mallory Shaughnessy, welcome.
Good morning still. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I am here on behalf of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. Thank you for hearing my testimony, Representative Meyer and members of the, and Senator Claxton, who's here, and members of the committee. Thank you very much. We, believe wholeheartedly that this legislation to enhance and expand the services for our behavioral health crisis response system is so important and so needed right now. It would basically do kind of 4 things as I see it: increase funding for crisis services, provide funding for ancillary services to support the crisis services, ensure that the public knows about these services, and then create the framework for the E911 dispatch. And I want to kind of take them part by part, starting with that 4th one. And I know Representative Warren already mentioned that, but there's also another piece of work happening on the federally designated 988 new crisis line that was be opening, I think, in 2022. And so this would need to be adjusted, even with the work that they're doing in the other committee, to align with that 988 rollout. So just a piece on that. The first part, the main part of increasing funding to enhance peer support, crisis lines, crisis intervention, mobile response, and stabilization units is desperately needed. As a member of the working group as well, you've been hearing about that. This was a major topic of discussion. We heard, too often of that, middle of the night crisis law enforcement response not being the correct response needed in that situation. We know that we've lost a lot of the pieces of the crisis system over the last few years, the ride-alongs with law enforcement. Some of the crisis stabilization units have cut back. I mean, we've seen a sort of deconstruction of the system since 2018 when it went to a fee-for-service based model. So we desperately need to invest and make some of these changes. The second part of the legislation that provides the ancillary service funding, it doesn't really work right now. The department does offer ancillary payments to meet some of the needs around travel time or time on phones, et cetera. But it doesn't cover all of the ancillary parts that we lost when we lost the cost-based accounting for this service, cost settling. So many providers, are getting the ancillary payment now, but they're actually at the end of the year, they're ending up with deficits in their accounts on a number of places, but still having to pay the department back funding. So it's not working right. Thanks. I'll try to move along. This is in my written testimony that I am going to be submitting. The addition of peer supports we think is essential and wonderful, and we want to see that invested in. But what we would really urge is there's a piece in here in this bill that talks about moving just the mobile crisis back to cost settled. We would urge that all of crisis services be moved back to cost settled. It's akin to having, pay per fire for your fire department. It doesn't work. They need to have a robust response ready that is just paid for as it is needed and not on a per visit basis. It just doesn't work. Fee for service doesn't work for crisis. So if I can leave you with anything, I would leave you with that. And I know my time's about up. I'd be happy to bring information from our crisis providers to the work session. I'd be happy to try to make some of them available to answer questions. Anything like that that I can do at the work session, please let me know. And with that, I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none. Testimony in support of this LD concludes with Betsy Sweet. Welcome, Betsy.
Thank you so much, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and the very hardworking members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you so much. I am Betsy Sweet, testifying today in favor of this bill on behalf of the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative. I'm really excited to testify on this bill, and I want to switch the focus a little bit. You know, we have been before you multiple times this session to point out the current glitches and deficits in our community mental health system. Actually, the bones are there, but the inadequate resourcing of what is already there, and an amazing system. We've also spoken to you about what happens when this is under-resourced and what happens in our communities, our schools, our hospitals and jails, as you've heard. This bill is a case in point. You have heard so much about the days spent in ERs for kids and adults waiting for beds. You've heard about the jails being the largest mental health provider in the state, with over 80% of people in county jails receiving psychotropic medications. None of this is new. But what is new about this bill is that it's making the direct connection, the absolute one-to-one correlation between what our law enforcement community needs and inadequate resourcing of our community mental health crisis system. Here's the good news. The design of our crisis system with our crisis lines, peer-staffed warm lines, mobile crisis units and crisis stabilization units is the envy of much of the country. The problem is it's not resourced enough. Here is the crux. If we want a crisis system that is reliable enough for law enforcement to actually use it as an alternative to taking people to the ER or to jail, then they must be able to count on it every time, not once in a while, not only in certain areas of the state during certain hours, but all the time. Without that, it will never be considered by law enforcement a reliable alternative, never. I just want you to think about the numbers, and I've attached some to my testimony. But currently, there are 2,719 law enforcement officers in the state of Maine. There are 87 full-time crisis workers. A very large percentage of the calls to 911 are mental health and substance abuse calls. There is something very wrong with this picture. In the Western District alone, which is Androscoggin, Franklin, and Oxford County, there are 15 crisis workers who have to cover 4,416 square miles. At the same time, there are 310 police officers for that same area, almost a 21 ratio of police to mental health crisis workers. Is this having the result we want? No. It's time to think of something new and to look at a new way of determining what makes our communities safe.
30 seconds, please.
So we need to support our law enforcement personnel. There is a fiscal note to this bill. $4.4 million a year seems like a lot of money, unless you think that we are currently spending $13 million a year on Long Creek for 27 children, most of whom wouldn't be there if we had this kind of system. We spend $100 million on our county jails, again, where 80% of them are getting psychotropic medications. Something is very out of whack. If the vast majority of your towns were being flooded and we were spending all our money on putting out fires, we would stop and say, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. We would shift resources to flood prevention and to do flood prevention and remediation. That's what's being asked in this bill. Please look at the numbers, look at the facts. Let us truly be the envy of the nation and fully fund all parts of our crisis system so that meets the needs of the people who need it and the needs of law enforcement, so we have alternatives to the very expensive and ineffective jails and ERs. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question from Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Betsy. I appreciate the contrast that you drew to what we have versus the ideal. Either now or for the work session, do you have any outcomes data on states that are doing it better, funding better, a system like this?
Yes, we certainly can provide you some data about that in places where, we have like this great system in terms of the full complement. It's just under resources, but places where this can be a true alternative for law enforcement, yes, we will get you that for the work session. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for being here today, Betsy.
Thank you so much for your time.
Providing testimony in opposition is Jessica Pollard. Welcome, Dr. Pollard.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. I want to provide information about our concerns about the bill, and I realize I submitted written testimony, but I've heard some information presented that I think it would be helpful to clarify. We certainly are not in opposition to increased support for the crisis system. I think it'll be important to understand an accurate representation of the system as it stands now. The three components of national best practice for crisis system of care are the centralized statewide crisis line with deployment, as well as mobile crisis. But the third component, I think there's a common misperception among people of the state of Maine, what crisis stabilization means in those national best practice guidelines. So as described in the Mental Health Working Group report, it really is a 24/7 kind of receiving component. So taking all comers, regardless of so it's a 24/7 receiving kind of component as outlined in the Mental Health Working Group report, as well as in the National Best Practice Guidelines. So what we have now is crisis residential, meaning that people who've been identified as needing a residential level of support get admitted after mobile crisis assessment. That's a very different thing than what is outlined in the National Best Practice Guidelines for crisis stabilization units. So there's a local terminology or nomenclature that refers to crisis residential as crisis stabilization, but that's not consistent with what the actual term means at the national level. So we do not have any crisis stabilization units in the state at present. As you've heard me previously report, we're in the process of setting up our first demonstration of a crisis stabilization unit as part of the Comprehensive Crisis Center in Cumberland County. But that is a component that we think is missing, and clearly the Mental Health Working Group did as well by outlining the need for that 24/7 receiving of people without refusal and providing that short-term observation support as outlined in the National Best Practice Guidelines. So peer support, observation up to, but not exceeding 24 hours. That's when you're getting into the residential component. So there are a lot of aspects of the legislation that we're in agreement with. We just have different strategies about getting there. As the committee is likely aware, we have relief funds coming to the department. And then as I've outlined in my testimony, we have some other opportunities coming along in terms of the enhanced FMAP for mobile crisis and the American Rescue Plan, the model known as Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic, which has a different reimbursement mechanism that is a prospective payment system. And we do plan to shift the way that we invest and reimburse for crisis services in the state. And that's part of the work we're doing with the 988 implementation planning. It's not just about the number, it's about the way we shift the way that we fund the service. And I do want to point out the one line in my written testimony, which is that we already spend $43 million a year on crisis services in the state. So I think that there are areas of improvement, to be sure, and we do want to round out the services to make sure that we're in line with best practices and absolutely inclusive of peer support. But I think that I want to make sure the committee is aware of the level of investment that is currently made in the crisis system and the fact that it will be important to continue to make use of federal match, including, federal funds, including Medicaid match, in addition to the relief funds, which will be more temporary infrastructure investments to get us to where we need to be. So I think most of what I wanted to cover about the background of the system was in my testimony was really when this was supposed to be for another committee who's not as familiar with the crisis services that we have already. So I will pause there and see if I can answer specific questions about the existing service structure and any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Pollard. Representative Stover.
Thank you, Dr. Pollard. I have a two-part question. The first part being, do you think that the current system is providing the alternative that law enforcement needs? And then secondly, do you think that helps with hospital and jail diversion under the current crisis system?
I think it helps, but I do want to see it improve. I mean, I think that we manage around 9,000 to 10,000 calls a month, and only a small small depends on your perspective, about 15 to 20% in any given month go to mobile. So we clearly are responding to a pretty significant volume, but I think we know from the numbers about 7,000 psychiatric emergency department visits a year. That's too many. And I agree that law enforcement are looking for more of alternatives to the length of time that it can take in some regions. And that's why I think that third option that's presented in the national best practice guidelines is so important. It's not just a number to call and a person to respond. It's also a place to go that's available 24/7. And that is missing. And I think that, not only do we have workforce challenges in terms of the number of people who are even available for the workforce, but we also have a huge rural geography. So as we've been doing the landscape analysis for our 988 planning process, I just want to be realistic about the stretch of geography that some of these regions would have to cover if we do 100% of our responses mobile and don't offer law enforcement this alternative, which is the receiving or crisis stabilization unit, as it's truly outlined by SAMHSA.
Thank you.
I don't know if I got both parts, though. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Dr. Pollard. My question is about the receiving center and the SAMHSA guidelines around that. You mentioned that it has, and I wonder if you could be more clear about it, the difference between that and the CSUs as we currently define them, that the receiving center would have a max stay of a day. My understanding of the CSUs is they have a max stay of around 7 days.
So if you look in the main care policy, we don't actually call them crisis stabilization units. It's a thing that I'm not quite sure how we got to this point. I know a lot of people use the term CSU for what we have now, but what we have now is crisis residential. So when somebody is determined to need more than 24 hours worth of support, then they go to our crisis residential units. And you're correct, the average length of stay is around 7 days. That can be extended if needed under certain conditions. A crisis stabilization unit, as it's described in the national guidelines, and as I think it actually was described in the mental health working group report, is that on-site 24/7 receiving and support short-term observation and stabilization, and typically including a pretty heavy peer support component. So unlike what we have now, you have to get assessed and then determined to need crisis residential and then go to a bed opening if there is a bed opening. But the receiving center model, or the crisis stabilization unit, is a place where people can go and stay for up to, so not quite inclusive of 24 hours, but if you just need that couple of hours or, even up to almost a day worth of support, I think that can, and that's been evidenced in other states, reduce utilization of residential crisis, certainly reduce use of the emergency department, and give people that on-site peer support, which frankly, while mobile crisis will continue to be an important part of the service array for crisis services, I think is a more realistic way of distributing resources in terms of having on-site peer support and on-site clinical staff as well, as opposed to thinking in a state of our size and geography, we're going to be able to stay at everybody's home for hours and hours and hours. So that mobile crisis will do its part, and also you could go to a stabilization unit for several hours while you're getting some support, skill building, maybe working out some kind of disposition plan for follow-up. So I think that will make us have a complete continuum that we've been missing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any
should
other
add-
questions? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, may I just add that, our mobile crisis teams now in our 8 regional crisis provider teams have daytime hours. So they dispatch from a location and then they have some daytime walk-in availability, but we don't have the 24/7 walk-in or drop-off ability. And we don't have that kind of milieu for short-term observation and support, just to be more precise.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, we appreciate you being here today, Dr. Pollard.
Thank you.
That concludes testimony on LD 1586. Any questions or requests for additional info from Anna Broom for the work session? Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the removal of the 911 provision would reduce the fiscal note. When I looked at the fiscal note, I think it referred to the original drafting. I'm wondering if for the work session if there will be an updated fiscal note given that amendment of the EUT bill.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no other hands up, I will close the hearing on 1586. Hand the gavel over to my Senate co-chair, who may introduce himself so that I can introduce the next bill.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. My name is Ned Claxton. I'm proud to represent folks in Senate District 20, which consists of Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. So in order to allow you to present the bill, why don't you go ahead and get started with the introduction of LD 1574.
Thank you very much. Senator Claxton and my esteemed colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee for Health and Human Services. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, proudly serving Southern Maine's House District 2, and here to introduce LD 1574, an act to ensure support for adults with intellectual disabilities or autism with high behavioral need. The intent of this bill is to address the long-standing gap in the Maine care system of community-based, non-institutional supports for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism with high behavioral and complex needs. The current rate structure for Maine care waiver programs for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism does not adequately support the specialized staff and other resources needed to successfully manage people with challenging behaviors, leaving few providers able to take or successfully support them. As a reminder to this committee, the wage rate component for Section 21 residential services is $11.21 an hour. For persons with high behavioral needs in small group homes, this rate is not adequate to support the costs of licensed clinicians needed to provide oversight to behavioral health plans, specialized training for staff, equipment purchases, or home modifications. These costs are driven and in direct response to meeting the individual's needs. This bill would direct the department to develop reimbursement rates for positive behavioral support plans and behavioral management plans provided to persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. The reimbursement rates must be adequate to cover the cost of clinical oversight, equipment and staff with additional training, qualifications, and experience required to manage challenging behavior or prevent a personal crisis. It's been over a decade since DHHS supported specialized reimbursement rates, also known as behavior add-ons, to providers of positive behavioral support and behavior management services to persons with intellectual disabilities or autism. Without the support and intervention, these individuals are at great risk of experiencing a personal crisis that could lead to the loss of their home, program, or employment. In 2019, the Maine legislature directed the department to, quote, study the existing services for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism and determine the adequacy of the main care reimbursement methodology and rates paid to providers for meeting the needs of persons with intellectual disabilities or autism at risk for out-of-home placement due to challenging behavior that affects health and safety, end quote. The report, the Office of Aging and Disability Services and Office of Main Care Services study of services for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism and adequacy of main care reimbursement, released in September 2020, found that, quote, the current rate structure for main care waiver programs for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism does not include an incentive for agencies to invest in specialized staff or other resources to successfully manage challenging behavior, end quote. The report further suggests that, quote, adding an incentive in the form of a value-based payment could relieve pressure from the state-operated crisis system, hospitals, and law enforcement, and that should also be considered in the context of the department's comprehensive rate system evaluation. I want to applaud the department for the work that is underway to rebuild the state's own crisis team and services, and appreciate that the forthcoming rate system implementation plan will examine and adopt value-based purchasing for some services. Due to the complex nature of this population, an outcome-based system like value-based purchasing will entail extensive time and research before implementation. Unresolved crisis situations for persons with intellectual disabilities or autism currently result in more traumatic and expensive outcomes and will continue if specialized reimbursement rates are not immediately established and funded. My concern is that we'll not move fast enough to develop new value-based purchasing plans for these services as recommended in the report, and that we will leave vulnerable Mainers with high needs behind or in crisis, limit access to support for those with the greatest need, and fall short of our commitment to support people with intellectual disabilities and autism to live full lives supported in the community. I urge your support for LD 1574. There are a number of experts and providers to follow me, and they will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Representative Meyer related to 1574? Not seeing any. We'll next hear from Laura Cordes. If you would unmute and join us.
Oh my goodness. Well,
We've got the unmute part.
like my camera is off. My apologies. Senator, my apologies. I believe you can hear me, but
We can.
my video seems to be off. If it would be acceptable, I'll just move forward.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Chairwoman Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. For the record, my name is Laura Cordes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MACSP is a statewide association of organizations providing direct service and support to children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities so that they may live, learn, work, connect, and thrive in Maine's communities. Representative Meyer, thank you for supporting and introducing the bill today. I certainly come in support of LD 1574, and you will hear today from providers and parents describing how the inadequate design of the current main care Medicaid waiver rate used to support services for people with high behavioral needs is impacting the lives of those they care for and deepening the inequity in the system that was originally designed to hold up services and supports for all Mainers with IDD, no matter how complex, so that they could live fully in the community, out of crisis and out of institutions. At the request of a parent, Laura Perry, who could not be here today, I'll use the rest of my time to read parts of her testimony. I encourage you to review her testimony and short video that she's created in her testimony online as well. Laura is a board certified behavior analyst and mother of 27-year-old sons, twin sons, who both have autism. Joshua is at the highest level 3, requiring very substantial support. His brother, Jason, has level 2 autism, requiring substantial support. She writes, Josh lives in group home. Why we would have preferred to care for Josh ourselves. Josh was aggressive, self-injurious, and property destructive behaviors put the safety of my husband and me, now in our 60s and 70s, at great risk. Josh was also a risk to himself, and we could not protect him 24/7, 365. I'm providing photos with this testimony. As difficult as they are reflective of the lives our family lived. And I should add, they do include some of Josh after he received stable and quality group home care. Agencies like the one serving my high behavioral needs son want to be staffed by direct care providers of integrity and skill who are trained and supported as the valued professionals they are. Make no mistake, this is hard work during which DSPs do sometimes very intimate work. They accept the risk of getting hurt and often are. To recruit and retain staff, agencies must provide a competitive wage and specialized ongoing training. In doing precisely this, Josh's group home runs a loss of about $80,000 a year. Joshua's Section 21 waiver waives his entitlement to an intermediate care facility, which is both far more restrictive and far more expensive. Unless Independence Association is able to sustain this yearly high behavioral needs group home financial loss, and I don't see how they can, Josh will by necessity be placed in a much more costly intermediate care facility. I close with an observation. For the last several years, Joshua's twin, Jason, has worked in food service for the Brunswick schools at $16.20 an hour. Jason, who has level 2 autism, requiring substantial support, is paid almost $5 more an hour than reimbursements rate carried in the formula for professionals monitoring Joshua's seizure activity, helping him bathe his 6'2" body, and protecting him during volatile self-injurious episodes. I urge the committee to support LD 1574. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And are there any questions for Ms. Cordes? I don't see any, so we'll proceed to hear from Rebecca Emmons.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of LD 1574. My name is Rebecca Emmons. I started at Mobius as a high school volunteer and have worked in various roles: DSP, case manager, program manager, and currently as executive director. I am also the board president for MAXBE and chair the association's behavioral supports work group. Individuals with high behavioral needs require the most involved care and present the greatest risk. The support they need exceeds what is allowable and financially supported within the Medicaid waiver system. The system imbalance, with providers shouldering a greater cost without corresponding enhanced reimbursement, is resulting in unequal access and support for adults with ID or autism who have high behavioral needs. I firmly believe that LD 1574 is the first and most crucial step towards balancing our system of care. MAXBE recently supported a small group of providers to profile costs associated with supporting individuals who receive behavior support or have a behavior management plan. There is one profile, a story of significance, that I will share with you today. This client came to Mobius as a referral from the state crisis team. To start his program, we recruited 2 DSPs and a program manager to support him. In short order, we understood he needed approximately 250 hours per week of individualized staffing to be safe in his home and access his community. We had 3 professionals to cover 250 hours across 7 days. More than 30 reportable events related to challenging behavior were being filed weekly, and staff work-related injuries were a weekly, if not daily, occurrence. He had a positive behavior support plan, and more restrictive measures were discussed by his team and discarded. We knew we could do better, We knew we could meet his needs through improved clinical oversight, consultation, staff training, and investing in specialized equipment and home modifications. We knew that the work we needed to do would exceed available reimbursement. Our organization was going to have to take a risk. In year one of programming, 2017, we invested $413,954. To put our risk exposure in context, this program was already running at a financial loss of $117,560 prior to making this investment. Our loss was due to 79% of the program expenses being driven by payroll, additional clinical oversight, staff differential pay, double staff coverage, overtime, turnover, and non-reimbursable training time. It all piled up and it all costs more. Individuals who have complex needs are best supported with comprehensive services, but there is no incentive to do so. In hindsight, taking this risk placed our organization and the other 130 individuals that we serve in jeopardy. The inadequacy of reimbursement rates for positive behavior supports and behavior management plans is destabilizing the waiver service system. By the numbers, the expectation of providers within this system is untenable, and we, and those who need services, cannot wait for system transformation, we cannot wait for system reform, and we cannot wait for long-term timelines. Please support LD 1574. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emons. Are there any questions? Then we will go to Amanda Parker. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Amanda Parker and I'm the Program Manager for the Community Case Management Program at Living Innovations. I'm here today to request your support for LD 1574 and want to offer you a case management perspective. Living Innovations currently provides case management to an incredible young person who presents with significant challenges that place themselves and the staff at risk daily. While there are many details I wish I could share with you today, doing so could also create a safety risk for the individual and the staff. This young adult exhibits the challenges we all know and understand as behavior: underage drinking, drug use, possession of illegal substances, assaulting staff. But I want to explain more about a behavior that we don't often discuss, but presents its own unique challenges. Due to significant childhood trauma, this individual developed a peer network in the teen years who were unsafe and thought to be involved with drug trafficking. Over the last 15 months in the current residential placement, this individual has eloped over 60 times, always ending up with the same unsafe crowd. While it may appear that the elopement is willing, leaving through a window, we have seen screenshots from the cell phone that threats of harm are made to the individual if they do not leave with the peers. When we are able to get this person back, there are often bruises from strangulation and being hit, reports of sexual assault and being used for drug runs. There was one occasion that the peers came to the group home of the individual, and while attempting to stop this person from leaving, the staff and their family members' lives were threatened with a weapon. Due to the level of risk, the current agency has served notice. This is frustrating for the individual who wants a safe place and has goals and dreams to work on, yet understandable when you consider the challenges and safety risks for all. It is hard to retain staff at the current pay rates, given the incredible safety risks they put themselves in each day. The turnover of staff in this program makes it really challenging for the team to work consistently on the dreams and goals the individual has expressed, let alone understand and implement the tools needed to keep this person safe. Since the current agency has given notice, the team has completed 6 meet and greets with other agencies. 5 of them quickly stated that they do not have the adequate staffing or funding to support the safety needs. Just last week, a brand new startup agency has agreed to provide support. The team is hopeful that we might have some success, but the concerns are the same. We need specialized training to support the safety needs, clinical oversight, managers that can support, supervise, and provide ongoing training for staff. We need to pay the staff wages that not only allow them to support themselves and their family, but we need to pay them a wage that is commensurate to the risks we are asking them to face each day. As you consider this bill, I ask you to think about the amazing young adult that seems to have a whole team of people wrapped around their finger, the one who desperately wants a better life, who has dreams and goals for the future. And please consider the staff who are supporting this individual 24/7, who risk the safety of themselves and their family members. Please act now in favor of LD 1574. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing your testimony in that story. I don't see questions, so we'll go to Ali Verco.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Ali Verco, and I'm the Director of Case Management for Independence Association. Today, I am speaking to support LD 1574, an act to ensure supports for adults with intellectual disabilities and autism with high behavioral need. I've been working in the IDD field for 23 years, and I'm extremely concerned with the lack of support and resources available to individuals with challenging behavior, many that also have co-occurring diagnosis of mental health. The current system of care is not sufficient for individuals who require a higher level of support and intervention. Case managers are responsible for monitoring, evaluating, advocating, and coordinating quality care on behalf of their clients and families. With little to no access to crisis support and services in the state of Maine, many adults with IDD and crisis have been hospitalized, institutionalized, incarcerated, and sent to out-of-state placements just to get their appropriate support. Case managers are the frontline staff, many times responsible to support their clients to successfully transition out of these settings back into the community. Case managers advocate for their clients to receive the funding necessary to get adequate services and funding such as Maine Care Section 21. However, even with Section 21, there are very limited providers who will actually take on these clients. Even when an agency decides to commit to provide these critical services to individuals with challenging behaviors and co-occurring mental health, there's a real systemic lack of access to clinical resources available to these providers, such as lack of psychiatrists and psychologists statewide, lack of counselors to work with individuals with ITD and autism, a lack of the annual allocated hours for BCBAs and LCSWs to support positive behavioral support plans. Due to the low reimbursement rate and high turnover in staff, these providers struggle to retain and continually train their staff on the complex needs of their clients. It is critical that services for adults with IDD and autism with high behavioral needs gets funded at a higher reimbursement rate. This funding will allow for more coordinated, comprehensive system of care that is designed to fully support individuals to live successfully in their community. The current system of care is broken, and without this critical bill being approved and rates being increased, I'm extremely concerned about clients in this care. Please support LD 1574. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions, we'll go to Christopher Call. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Chris Call, and I am the owner and CEO of Northeast Residential Services, an agency based out of Gray, Maine. Today, I'm speaking to support LD 1574. I've been working in the social services field in Maine for over 25 years. I've held positions in the state of Maine for both children and adult services, including supervising the old state IDD crisis team. I've managed agency operations in the private sector that have served individuals with high needs and behavioral challenges. Throughout my career, I have witnessed too many Maine citizens be placed out of state in institutions, correctional facilities, or emergency departments. They're in these placements longer than they need to because there's nowhere else for them to go, no placements for them to go. These places are not a truly safe option. The people most in need that are being inappropriately placed seems to have increased over the last 4 to 5 years. I don't know the numbers because there's no longer transparency on the data or the cost of these clients being served, especially the ones out of state. I started my own agency in hopes of helping this population to provide a higher level of services with true, authentic, and meaningful services for these individuals in their communities. We have done so successfully by transitioning some of these high needs clients that came from out-of-state placements, hospitals, jails, or being bounced around from placement to placement. They are now in their own communities as active, productive citizens and enjoying their lives. This is done with a lot of hard work from dedicated and qualified DSPs, clinical support, management oversight, and the collaboration of our person-centered team members. This type of support costs more than other clientele under Section 21. However, it's all funded the same. This makes no sense. I'm worried without this bill, I may not be able to continue to support people with challenging behaviors because agencies like mine do not get a higher rate to provide this service and cannot afford the additional costs associated with supporting people with higher needs. We owe it to the people we serve to offer a better alternative than hospitals, jails, and emergency departments by paying our employees a higher wage who specialize in working with people with challenging behaviors. The reality today for DSPs is they can make more working in a retail store or a local fast food company.
30 seconds.
We are truly grateful that our employees continue to want to work with us. At some point, their work needs to be valued and recognized with a rate increase from the state of Maine. It is critical that services for adults with IDD and autism with high behavioral needs get funded at a higher reimbursement rate. The funding will allow for more comprehensive system of care that is designed to fully support individuals to live more successfully in their communities. Please support LD 1574 and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here and for your testimony and ongoing care. Next, we'll go to Kim Humphrey. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Kim Humphrey, and I'm the mother of an adult with severe autism living in a group home and president of Community Connect Maine. My son Daniel has mastered a few basic minimal communication skills and daily living skills, which he does with prompting. He enjoys his community. When he was a child, if programs did not meet his needs or when he had undetected pain, out of frustration, he learned new forms of aggression. These challenging behaviors are minimized when his daily support needs are met, but when his support is inadequate, these behaviors reemerge. He requires 24/7 style of prompting. It's how he learns, it's how he functions. This kind of care requires more than a family can do. It's labor intensive. Poorly trained staff due to rapid turnover or stressed staff with exhausting schedules can create the kind of tension that could unravel a program and derail his civilized life. And I want to say that's chronically stressful. The ability to provide a higher level of oversight and support for these plans that could increase communication and independence could do a great deal to prevent behavioral challenges. For example, my son would gain skills that would reduce costs and improve quality if he had a more intensive oversight implementation of the use of an iPad. Currently, one DSP who may leave due to low wages has taken an interest in this aspect of my son's life. It shouldn't depend on someone's special interest in charity to do more than a job requires. This subpopulation of people with IDD and behavioral issues are the most prominent group of people that are eligible to receive funding, yet can't find a home or staffing. These data provide evidence to why you need to support this bill. Rates need to be higher for this subpopulation because the support work of these individuals requires a higher level of work. It is not the fault of providers to refuse to take a person into a situation that they're ill-equipped to handle. I've talked to people who have lost placements of their family members because their homes could not be staffed. They are getting pushed out quietly, one by one. Individuals and their families suffer in ways that are hard to believe if you haven't lived it yourself. It's horrible, and it can take years to find solutions. This situation for people with IDD and higher behavioral needs is inequitable, and something must be done about it. I urge you to please vote to pass LD 1574.
Thank you, Kim. Good to see you.
You too.
Next, we'll hear from Ray Nagel. There we go.
I had to unmute. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Ray Nagel. I'm the Executive Director of Independence Association in Brunswick, Maine. And I want to thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of LD 1574. Independence Association serves over 400 adults and children with intellectual disabilities and autism. We're one of the few agencies who serve adults with challenging behaviors, but unfortunately, we're going to no longer serve anyone who would require a behavior management program or a positive support plan. The cost of this group, to serve this group, is astronomical. And there's no incentives to approach this unique subgroup of people who have long been ignored by DHHS and our provider community. When the original rate system was created in 2007, it included both a behavioral and medical premium called an add-on to compensate providers for the additional therapeutic, physical, and medical training that was needed to ensure the safety and well-being of the person served as well as everybody else in the environment. In 2008, DHHS removed the behavioral stipend and replaced it with current system that I call therapy through intimidation. So rather than funding an agency for a proven therapeutic intervention, they authorized providers to hire more staff to deal with people that have behaviors. There's nothing therapeutic in a model that authorizes denser staffing ratios to work with people who have challenging behaviors. The system is barbaric, and it's based on the use of force to contain inappropriate behavior. In fact, the system that reviews the behavior management plans don't even require a trained professional on the committee to review it for clinical propriety. Research indicates that people with autism have better outcomes with fewer, but better trained staff who are knowledgeable in positive support models like applied behavior analysis. One of the most disgraceful facts for the current payment system is that DHHS reduces the rate of reimbursement for staffing by 11.7% for any hours over 168. Any hours worked beyond 168 is also 23.5% less than the medical add-on that's still available today.
30 seconds, please.
We have a full-time behavior analyst on staff who works with the individuals we serve. This has led to significant positive outcomes for the people that we serve. It also resulted in significant costs to our agency. Just 2 of our group homes lose an average of $130,000 a year. In 2020, ODES hired Jane Gallivan, their own former director, to conduct a study of providers. She recommended giving providers an incentive to work with this neglected group of people. I would hope that you would also agree with her study. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Sherry Hurst. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and Senator Baldacci, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sherry Hurst. I'm a resident of Brunswick. I'm a board certified behavior analyst, or BCBA, and I'm the director of behavioral services at Independence Association in Brunswick. I am testifying in support of LD 1574. At Independence Association, we accept people into our residential homes and our day programs that other agencies have refused. Our reimbursement does not begin to pay for our expenses in serving these individuals. We serve a number of people who engage in assorted challenging behaviors. The individual who has put his head through multiple car windows, the person who has injured the driver of a vehicle and then attempted to exit the vehicle while traveling on the highway, the person who aims for sharp surfaces on which to bang his head, the person who has aggressed on others to the point of breaking bones and causing concussions, the individual who not only engaged in smearing feces on herself and her surrounding, but also ingested her feces, the person who threw pieces of furniture through windows and punched multiple holes in the walls. To serve these individuals, higher expenses are incurred at multiple levels. At BCBA, determining what function a particular behavior might be serving this person, developing skill acquisition goals to teach new skills for the person to be able to meet this function in a way that does not hurt himself or others, developing environmental modifications to support more constructive behaviors, developing data collection systems to document progress, monitoring and adjusting the plans as needed, meeting state behavioral regulation requirements for documentation and oversight of the plans, training staff how to carry out all of the above. The billable maximum of 16.5 hours per year for a behavioral consult is quickly exhausted. By contrast, in children's services, BCBAs are reimbursed for almost limitless hours. Home and day program supervisors, managers, and direct support staff require a higher level of clinical expertise, experience, training, and ongoing training due to high staff turnover. It's more difficult to staff these positions as the work is more intense and there's a much higher risk of injury. For those individuals who require 2-to-1 staffing, we are penalized with a lower reimbursement rate after the hours have exceeded 168 in a week. For those individuals in our day programs, the reimbursement rate is a 3-to-1 ratio. However, we serve multiple individuals who require a 1-to-1 ratio at our expense. There's increased workman's, increased workman's comp rates as a result of staff injuries, building repair costs, and costs of more durable replacement materials. At this time, there are over 1,500 individuals on the waiting list to be served, many of whom have challenging behaviors. Many agencies who would like to accept and serve these individuals are not able to because of the tremendous costs incurred to the agency. Please consider approval of LD 1574. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ian Teague. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Ian Teague. I am the Clinical Services Coordinator for Adult Residential at John F. Murphy Homes. I've supported people with intellectual disability and autism for over 25 years, many of whom have had challenging behaviors. And what I'd ask you is that you visualize two separate group home settings. We've talked heavily about the inadequacies in the rate this morning. These are mirror images of each other. They're in the same town, in the same street, with the same number of residents. In one home, the daily routine consists of what you might see in your own homes. People wake up, they shower, they eat breakfast, they head out to work or the community. When they return, they engage in household chores, socialize, play games, cook dinner, talk on the phone. After dinner, we might bake cookies. We might take a walk through the neighborhood or plan a camping trip around the table. The role of the staff is to support people in developing skill, creating positive social connections, and advocating for themselves. The staff are life coaches. In the home across the street, however, the residents have challenging behaviors. And this includes aggression towards staff or people in the community, self-injury, property destruction, and a variety of other dangerous and maladaptive behaviors. Staff here are often required to wear protective clothing, padded arm guards. They must vigilantly maintain a safe environment. Sharps have to be locked up. The home is full of holes in the wall. Verbal assaults towards staff are commonplace, and interactions with the community must be safeguarded. It's difficult for staff to emotionally manage working in these environments. Staff may be required to intervene for self-injury upwards of hundreds of times a day. These staff also require specialized training. They must have a fundamental basic understanding of mental health diagnoses, the motivation of behavior, and the person's specific behavior modification plan. They have to implement these plans. They have to document on these plans. And occasionally they have to restrain people to keep them safe or from hurting themselves or others. Occasionally they hurt themselves as well. The role of these staff, it's the same. They have the same role, the same expectations to develop skill, to create positive social connections in the community, to help people advocate. But these staff are more than life coaches. So currently there is no disparity between the two settings I just described relative to funding. The staff in each home earn the same amount each week. The expectations are the same, but one home has an extremely, a larger, much greater responsibility. In fact, they have two distinctly different jobs. There is a distinct difference in the skill that the staff need to possess, the trainings that they need to acquire, and the risks that are involved in that job. Also, the trauma that they experience at that job. As a result, one other difference is evident. The DSPs stay employed longer in one setting than they do the other. Turnover is much higher in these settings than in setting 2 than it is in setting 1. So at the root of behavior modification and the DSP job is relationship. And it's through that consistent relationship, a working knowledge of people, understanding of people, that we effectively modify the behavior. This is much harder to do in some settings than others. LD 1574 addresses that fact. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Appreciate it. Next is AJ Alexander.
Thank you. Hello, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and the members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is AJ Alexander, and I'm writing on speaking on behalf of John F. Murphy Homes today, as well as a guardian for someone with intellectual disabilities, in support of LD 1574, an act to ensure support for adults with intellectual disabilities or autism with high behavioral needs. I have worked with people with intellectual disabilities for many years in a variety of capacities, and currently as a coordinator of adult behavioral services. I have worked at John F. Murphy Homes for the past 31 years. John F. Murphy Homes is a private, nonprofit agency that serves children and adults with intellectual disabilities and/or autism, providing a variety of services such as schools for children with autism, adult residential program, work supports, day services, shared living, and case management services. I am in support of LD 1574. When supporting people with high behavioral needs, especially those that fall under the additional requirements of regulations governing behavioral support modification and management for people with intellectual disabilities or autism in Maine, which was adopted in 2016, they fall under that requirement. They require substantial additional oversight, management, and training. Many of the people that fall under the high behavioral needs have multi-layered plans and programs which require a high degree of training and skill sets to successfully meet the needs of these individuals. These plans include positive behavioral supports, behavior management plans, protective safety plans, and psychiatric medication support plans, just to name a few that fall under the behavior regulations that are mandated that we follow the rules within that law. Many people with high behavioral needs have a multitude of different plans and, by regulation, require additional monitoring, documentation, and training. None of the additional training, increased supervision, documentation, reporting, meetings, monitoring, and the approval process are considered in reimbursement rate for services. The direct care support professionals, as well as the program managers working with people with high behavioral needs, earn the same wage as others working with people without behavioral challenges. The agencies are not reimbursed at a higher rate for people with higher behavioral needs. Many of the people with high behavioral needs also present themselves with a multitude of other problems or diagnoses that staff are faced with managing on a daily basis, such as medical, physical, and mental health issues. For an example, a person with high behavioral needs would require a minimum of 26 meetings or trainings per year for a minimum of 37 hours to meet the requirements of the regulations. Each meeting, consult, review requires additional documentation and prep work. A person without behavioral challenges would potentially be required 1 meeting per year, which would equal about 2 hours. Additional rates such as this would enable agencies to better train, supervise, and maintain the much needed skilled staffing Thank you for your time and consideration in passing LD 1574.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. There's a question I see from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say hi to AJ. I worked with her for years before I got this other job.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi.
Okay, now we'll hear from Alan Cobo-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Claxton, Chairman Meyer, distinguished members, my name is Alan Cobo-Lewis. I live in Orono. I have two 20-year-old sons, one of whom has a significant disability and is transitioning to adult services. So the issue that LD 1574 seeks to solve is the same issue that Section 16 of LD 1490 seeks to solve. It's the same issue that the Study for Services of Persons with ID or Autism and Adequacy of Medicare Reimbursement in Relationship to Challenging Behavior, commissioned by the Department pursuant to law, seeks to solve. People with significant behavioral challenges are frequently denied access to community support because the reimbursement rates don't cover what they need. So those people are effectively discriminated against. And you need to pass something to address this need. One possibility is value-based payment in the study that's linked to above. The department didn't actually endorse that recommendation. I think it's basically a longer-term recommendation, and I think it would address the concerns that Mr. Nagel raised. I mean, he's right. Behavior management by intimidation is the wrong way to go. But basically, I think that you need to do something short-term, immediate, while longer-term solutions get worked on. It could be behavioral add-on. It could be this bill. The major substantive rulemaking in this bill is probably the best way to go, but you have some choices. I would suggest two changes to the LD if you move this bill forward. One is require the department to adopt emergency major substantive rules. I've got the link to the APA reference in the testimony, so that the problem can be tackled before the legislature does major substantive review in the next regular session. And finally, you might want to consider I'm adding some language requiring the department to construct a rate structure that ensures equal access regardless of behavioral need, but doesn't create an incentive for people to remain on behavior management plans any longer than necessary, especially not to remain on more restrictive behavior management plans longer than necessary. On the discussion of restraint that we've heard in this hearing, that's exactly the kind of intervention that you should be moving away from. And so, there should be a structure for a database feedback loop for reducing those use of restraints. And I think that's really in the department's longer term plans. So the department may be able to give you input on how to address that in the rulemaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from David Cowing. We can't hear you, sir. You must be still muted.
So my apologies. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services, it's good to see you again today. Thank you for your continued attention to these important issues on another long day of hearing testimony. My name is David Cowing. I live in Woolwich, and as I've talked with you before, my son has multiple disabilities, including significant mental health challenges. He lives in a group home in Bath. I'd like to speak briefly in support of LD 1574. My son requires a fairly complicated behavioral support plan. There was much work involved over the course of several years with the input of a half dozen professionals necessary to develop it. His plan requires trained staff to make sure it is followed, along with the need for ongoing weekly professional review and support in order to avoid behavioral episodes that can put him, his housemate, and his staff at risk. In addition, there is a frequent need for home repairs as the result of his behavioral outbursts. I am only too aware of other people with IDD and autism that require even more intensive supports than my son. I've worked with some of these individuals in the past as a special educator and I coach a few of them now in different Special Olympics programs. I observe that there is always a succession of different staff who support these individuals. To maintain services for them, DSPs must often, by necessity, be paid a premium by agencies to incentivize them to continue in those positions. Agencies must try to find the resources to do so, and yet still face a high rate of turnover. It takes well-trained, motivated, and committed DSPs to do it right. For families and individuals seeking support services for people with high behavioral needs, it can be very, very challenging to find a service provider willing to undertake the risks and expenses involved in creating and maintaining a program that has the skilled DSPs who can safely and appropriately meet the needs presented. We should not make it increasingly untenable for agencies undertaking these challenges just to provide these services. Maine needs to prioritize supporting these workers and recognize the essential work they do. And my hope is that this committee will support LD 1574. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Maggie Hoffman. If you want to unmute and join us, Ms. Hoffman. Not sure she's still there, but I see that.
I am. I'm right.
Oh, there you are.
Thank
Okay.
you so very much. To the distinguished chair people and honorable members of the Health and Human Services Committee, I'm testifying in favor of LD 1574. I'm Maggie Hoffman. Jake, my 33-year-old son, lives with my husband and me. He is challenged with dual diagnoses, meaning he has multiple developmental disabilities, including an autism spectrum disorder and a significant mental illness. Some years his disability becomes apparent because when overwhelmed, he destroys things, threatens others, and harms himself. Nowadays, his anxiety is rarely expressed as rage, but he stops speaking, stops moving, ceases to be responsive. Recently, we've been lucky with a direct support professional. New to the field, this talented young woman has creatively wormed her way into Jake's world. She capitalizes on Jake's good stretches and deftly switches strategies when he's having a hard time, yet I can promise you, she will leave this field within the year because her wage does not match the pay of jobs. Let me make this bigger, sorry. That it doesn't match the pay of jobs that do not have as part of the job description, walking a tightrope while protecting myself and my client. I'm using my husband's laptop. Sorry, I'm not really facile with this. In the last 2 years, 5 such DSPs left us within a month of starting, and 3 potential hires resigned during their training before even their first day of work. So it's not like we chased them out of the house. Remember, my family is but one of the hundreds that is unable to acquire consistent care providers for their family members with high behavioral needs. Yet we Mainers somehow disrespect the profession of care. And the net result guarantees a tax-funded, constant churn of recruits who resign quickly, leaving people like Jake and families like mine in the lurch.
30 seconds, please.
Sorry, without the appropriate support of a knowledgeable, well-trained, well-supervised workforce, people who sometimes express their frustration through challenging behavior can exist, but not thrive. Jake will continue to lose the ability to see himself as useful because he rarely has skilled staff who redirect him successfully, and he risks more negative consequences. Families and providers need to recruit skilled staff who can work with people with complex multiple disabilities. Better wages open the door to more employees, and the retention of this valuable human resource. I urge you to pass 1574 because we need a stable workforce steeped in positive behavior techniques. Further, I urge you, I'm rushing to the end, to include specifically those Mainers with dual diagnoses among the category of people with high behavioral need. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. We can hear now from Matthew Siegel. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you. Greetings, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee. I'm Dr. Matthew Siegel. I am the Vice President for Medical Affairs for the Developmental Disorders Service Line of Maine Behavioral Health Care. I also have over 15 years of experience in treating, researching, and publishing on the treatment of serious challenging behaviors in people with autism and other developmental disabilities. Most recently, I chaired a national summit on challenging behavior for Autism Speaks. I'm here to strongly support LD 1574, an act to ensure support for adults with intellectual disabilities or autism with high behavioral needs. For far too long, as we have heard today, adults with autism and other developmental disabilities in Maine have not had adequate access to appropriate behavioral treatment and supports. Given the well-documented higher rate of challenging behavior in this population and the need to prevent challenging behaviors from becoming crises that land adults in the emergency department, this population needs more access to treatment and care, not less. We're very appreciative of this legislation, which will increase access to appropriately qualified behavioral assessment and treatment services for adults with developmental disabilities and challenging behaviors. Adults in this population have very limited access to behavioral health professionals. We support the development of increased appropriate behavior assessment and treatment services for this very vulnerable population. And we recommend adding to this legislation, increasing access to psychologists and behavior analyst services for developing and overseeing positive behavior support plans. These plans are currently limited to only 16 hours a year from a clinician, a limitation that does not exist for non-developmental disability populations. In summary, this is a much needed bill that addresses a critical issue in our community and will result in an increase in access to basic behavioral assessment and treatment services and a decrease in expensive and traumatic emergency room behavioral crisis visits. Thank you for your consideration of this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Siegel. I don't see that your testimony has been posted yet. There's often a delay, but if you wanted to throw in a couple links to an article or so that we might read, that would be welcome too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Anne Marie Mayberry. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Let's see, switch it over here. So good afternoon, Senator Clarkson, Representative Meyer, and members of Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Anne Marie Mayberry, and I'm still honored to be the Executive Director of GMS, a nonprofit organization serving over 300 individuals with intellectual disabilities in 14 counties across Maine. People with intellectual disabilities in Maine with high behavioral needs are losing services. This is due to a severe workforce crisis caused by reimbursement rates below minimum wage and the lack of a behavioral add-on, which would reimburse providers at a higher rate to cover additional costs when supporting challenging behaviors, such as clinical oversight, additional staff training, and specialized housing and equipment. Due to behavior, homes incur more damage to property and require special modifications for safety. Because of this, we often must purchase a home or modify an existing facility to best serve the individual. Leasing is not an option due to the destruction of property, loud noises, neighbors who are afraid and frustrated with continuous police and crisis intervention. As with similar agencies throughout the state, GMS is not able to support people with challenging behaviors. We do not have the staffing capacity to fill the open hours at the current rate of reimbursement. Supporting a person with significant and persistent behavioral challenges requires a skilled team of people with qualifications in managing those behaviors. At $12.15 an hour, it's unrealistic to assume that an agency is able to provide rehabilitation, skill building, community inclusion, and clinical oversight of safety and behavioral plans. We have supported numerous people with high behavioral challenges through the years, but have recently stopped responding to the vendor calls. It breaks my heart not to be able to support a person because of behaviors. Everyone deserves a place to call home. The state closed its institution in 1996 and promised community living for everyone, not just the well-behaved. And on March 19th, 2010, an article appeared in the Associated Press. And it just really caught me. It says, with a stroke of the pen, U.S. District Justice George Singal terminated the Pineland Consent Decree, which was originally filed in '78 to protect services for people living at Pineland. This ended a court order that governed services for 1,500 adults with mental disabilities over a period of more than 30 years, leading to the closing of the Pineland Center and the creation of community-based services for all people, including people with challenging behaviors.
30 seconds, please.
Yep. So, you know, in Siegel's decision, the state was, he stated that the state was substantially in compliance with the updated consent decree that went into effect in 1994. He said that the state demonstrated commitment to achieving compliance and that there are mechanisms in place to ensure compliance into the future. So I really want to bring the attention to the legislative committee that we're not in compliance. We're sending people out of state to receive to receive services and supports because we are unable to manage them here in the state of Maine. So with your support of LD 1574, individuals with behavioral challenges can be safely supported to live and thrive in their chosen community. Thank you for your time and consideration of LD 1574.
Thank you for that testimony.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. So now there are a couple of folks to testify against, and we'll start with Lauren Wiley. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Thank you. My name is Lauren Willie, and I'm a managing attorney with Disability Rights Maine. We oppose this bill not because there is not a need for support for individuals with high needs or because people who work with clients who have high needs don't deserve to be paid adequately for the work they do, but because we have underlying concerns about this bill. We believe that the system as a whole needs reform, and increasing reimbursement rates for serving individuals in the existing system, as this bill seeks to do, is not the most effective course of action. Specifically, we have two real main concerns about this bill, and I did outline them in my written testimony, but I'll just go over them briefly. So our first concern is really the stigma that gets attached to an individual who's labeled as quote unquote behavioral, and how attaching a higher rate of reimbursement to certain people creates just another type of label that people with disabilities are already sort of hidden under a myriad of labels and diagnoses. In fact, many individuals who are labeled as challenging often have unmet needs, such as unaddressed medical or mental health issue, a lack of an effective way to communicate with the outside world. Both of those things really need to be addressed in other ways. When we talk about sort of people with high behavioral needs as this object, it's sort of presuming that this is an unchanging state of being, rather than often really just at the root of it being needing to have some unmet needs met. Our second concern about this bill is that it may create an incentive to create behavior management plans. Now, for those of you who don't know, a behavior management plan is a plan that needs to be approved by the state, and it's a plan that restricts the basic rights of people with intellectual disabilities or autism in order to manage their behavior. Restrictions under these plans include anything ranging from restrictions on phone or internet, all the way to planned use of restraints to manage people's behavior. Although these plans are intended to be used temporarily and in the short term. They often last years. Sometimes they last a person's entire adult life. And so our concern is that this bill may unintentionally be incentivizing rights restrictions. Incentives should instead be placed on outcomes, on finding ways to avoid restrictive plans in serving and supporting people, and for helping individuals who have them already to come off them. It should
30
focus
seconds, please.
on improving people's lives so that they no longer need these types of supports. Increased rates should not be used on restrictive measures as behavior management, but should be focused on positive support and clinical support for people who need more support. So for these reasons, we would really urge this committee to vote ought not to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Now we can hear from Director Saucier. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. I am Paul Saucier, Director of the Office of Aging and Disability Services, and I'm here today to speak against LD 1574. The bill establishes an add-on payment for service providers who support adults with intellectual disability or autism exhibiting challenging behavior. This is a really complex and important focus area for the department, but the timing and approach of this directive are problematic. The department has reform work underway to improve support for individuals with challenging behaviors. Over the past 18 months, the department has implemented improvements to the state-funded operated crisis services, including additional positions that were implemented and certification of crisis workers through the START program at the University of New Hampshire, which is a university center for excellence in developmental disabilities. The START program operates in 13 states and specializes in supports for individuals with IDD who also have behavioral health needs. The department has also just completed 3 public listening sessions regarding the regulations governing challenging behaviors for individuals with intellectual disability. The information gathered from the listening sessions will help inform us in making modifications to the regulations generally, and also specifically in response to the federal home and community-based services settings rule. We're also extending our relationship with the START program at UNH to conduct a systemic assessment of how Maine addresses behavioral needs. The assessment was recommended to us by advocacy and educational organizations in Maine and will be conducted with extensive stakeholder participation. We expect results later this year, including a strategic plan for improvements. Once completed, this analysis will help the department address gaps in the system to support individuals with behavioral support needs, including how payments can reinforce the values and outcomes we want for our system. The department submitted a report to this committee in September, recommending that a value-based payment approach be developed for behavioral supports in the broader context of the department's comprehensive rate system evaluation. And we continue to believe that this will ultimately result in the greatest improvements for members with behavioral needs. In the meantime, the governor proposed and the legislature approved a substantial increase in rates for residential and community support providers that takes effect on July 1. This is in addition to more targeted increases that went into effect for certain services in July of 2020 and January of this year. On a more technical note, the payment envisioned in this bill would apply to any service provider who must adhere to the department's behavioral regulations. That includes intermediate care facilities for individuals with IDD, private non-medical institutions, and providers of community services. The rate structure envisioned in this bill would reward providers for creating behavior plans rather than for successfully preventing behaviors, reducing hospitalizations, minimizing interactions with law enforcement, or other desired outcomes. Providers are currently expected to follow behavioral regulations within their existing rate structures, including the development of behavior plans when appropriate. This bill would pay them more to do what they are already required to do without an expectation of better outcomes. Finally, the July 1, 2021 deadline in the bill is not feasible given the extensive rate study and rulemaking and federal waiver amendments that would all be required to implement this. The department agrees that the effectiveness of behavioral services provided in the community to persons with intellectual disabilities needs improvement as part of a comprehensive assessment to identify system gaps with desired outcomes to be incentivized through a value-based payment approach. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have and make myself available for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony. Are there any questions for the director? Yes, Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. One is, you've defined the increases substantial, is that correct?
Yes.
But isn't there a desire to have them paid at least minimum wage? Is that excessive? Is that request excessive?
Nope.
Okay, so I mean, what specifically, why, I'm trying to figure out why the department is opposed to this bill when we all know that there's a crisis going on. I think part of the reason for the bill is that people are concerned that perhaps the response by the department hasn't been adequate.
Is there a question in there, Senator?
Well, I would like to hear his response to that statement. I mean, to pay people minimum wage doesn't seem.
So you're asking if the goal is to pay more minimum wage or higher. So
Well, let me just ask it. Let me ask it this way. As related to residential group homes under Section 21, the increase has been previously described as bringing these outdated rates up to minimum wage. Would they bring them higher than minimum wage? And if so, by how much?
So the rates that take effect July 1 bring certain entry-level positions to minimum wage. Not all positions within group homes are reimbursed at that level. We can bring more information to the work session about the proposed increase. The issue with simply tacking on a behavioral add-on is that it's really important and complicated area, and you really have to be careful of unintended consequences with this kind of payment. We want to improve behavioral services for sure in our system, but simply doing an add-on without a lot of thought to it, or how that would be structured, or what we would want to achieve from it, is my concern, and certainly not going to be able to do that by July 1.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Follow up?
If you were given, how long would it take you if July 1 is not realistic?
So the rate increase that was included in the governor's budget was meant to be a way to sustain the network over the biennium while we look at a much more comprehensive rate reform approach. The rates for Section 21 are very complicated. They're not very transparent. They have a lot of issues with them. I think both we and the provider network would like to move to something that is simpler to understand and to implement, and that's going to take some time.
Okay, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Putting the add-on payment aside for staffing, do you actually reimburse for home modification or that sort of reimbursement when that's required?
We do have Section 21 does cover home modifications. It does things like, I don't know if this is what you're referring to, Representative Craven, but we have paid for plexiglass coverings on windows, things like that.
Any other questions? Mine is about if we could get some wage summary of what's changed over the last year through July and that change, so we can understand the impact to those direct care workers. And is there a summary page or something that would let us understand what the goal and process is for the study? that you're doing with UNH. That will be helpful, I think, to our work too.
Yes, certainly we can get you the goal and process. On the Wage Information Center, Claxton, are you asking what people actually receive? Because I think you'd have to ask the providers for that. What we can tell you is how rates have changed in that period.
That's really what I was asking. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. Are there any other questions before we take a well-earned break for lunch? I don't see any, so we'll thank you for being here, Director Saucier. Are there questions for Anna before we take a break in anticipation of the work session that haven't been asked? Anybody have a problem with taking a break until 1:30? 1:30 okay with everybody? All right, so for those who are out there waiting to testify, we'll resume at 1:30. And at that point, we'll be hearing LD 1427 and then 1624. Thank you for your patience. So it looks like we can get started again. Are you saying something, Representative Meyer?
Just that I need to move my dogs out of the room.
Okay. Very good. So we'll go ahead and get started this afternoon. Apparently everybody's had a nice relaxed 20-minute lunch. Ay. So we'll begin by hearing presentation for LD 1427. And I understand we're welcoming Representative Hassenfuss to introduce that, sir. If you want to unmute and join us, we'd want to hear about this bill.
First off, let me start by expressing my thanks for all of you who've been working tirelessly in this committee. Your efforts do not go unnoticed, and the people of Maine are served very well by all of you. So thank you very much. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am before you today to speak to LD 1427, an act to encourage family care of aging adults. In addition to representing House District 81 in the legislature, I am an attorney practicing in a Winthrop law firm that specializes in elder law and estate planning. I put forward this bill because I am constantly witnessing the pain that elderly Mainers are going through as they slowly lose the ability to care for themselves. Many of them are desperate to stay in their home for the last years of their life, and still more wonder if they will have any of their hard-earned life savings to leave to their family. This all too common situation breaks my heart. I am also very aware that the individuals who are fighting Alzheimer's, dementia, and similar diseases are also the victims of an unfair system that treats their disease different from other diseases that are typically treated at a hospital. For instance, an elderly widow diagnosed with dementia and treated at a nursing home is expected to pay the full cost of care, whereas her counterparts of the same age and financial means who is diagnosed with cancer is afforded comprehensive coverage from the government regardless of cost. I realize that this problem extends far beyond our state borders. Nevertheless, there are still things we can do here in Maine to at least make it a little bit better for the Mainers dealing with these heartbreaking illnesses at the end of their life. The bill suggests 3 areas where we can help through legislation. 1, the bill helps to keep honest families from being denied Maine care, long-term care coverage for payments made by the applicant to a caretaker relative for services rendered. Currently, past payments made to a family member for the care is allowed and will not disqualify one from receiving Maine care long-term care coverage, provided a written contract was in existence. Section 1 of this bill removes the requirement that these payments be made as part of a written contract by preventing a penalty from being assessed to an applicant who paid a family member for services that would otherwise be allowed if the agreement was memorialized in writing. We should not give individuals who are advised by their attorneys to preemptively complete a personal care contract preference over those who had no legal help with their estate planning and made the same types of payments for the same types of services, but did not memorialize that agreement in writing. 2, Section 2 of this bill directs the department to develop a mechanism where family members who can qualify to be paid by Maine Care long-term care services to stay home and care for their aging adults. This process would include working with the federal government to obtain a waiver. And as part of that process, the state would work to find a way to appropriately vet the family members, family caretakers, and to develop a system where we can effectively and care for these individuals that, but for this service, would be destined to a nursing home. A nursing home is not the preferred option for everyone. And there are many cases where family members perfectly capable and willing to care for a loved one, but cannot afford to leave their current employment to do so. We should expand the current main care elder care system to remove the financial barrier preventing many family members from caring for their elder by having an option where DHHS can pay the family caretaker instead of a nursing home. 3, and finally, the last sentence in part 1 of this bill deals with estate recovery by allowing a portion of the state's share of estate recovery to be exempted to a caretaker who is also a beneficiary. Estate recovery has devastating impacts on economics and is on the economics of family. It keeps families in poverty over time. And often the only difference between a lifetime of poverty and living the American dream is receiving the home that you inherited from your family. And though we can't tackle all of estate recovery because of federal regulation, we can at least provide a little bit of an exemption to those individuals who have cared for their family members. I also want to thank those who are coming after me and who have submitted testimony. I know that Mr. Delicata from Legal Services for the Elderly submitted a written piece that was very well done. So please take a look at that. And I am happy to work with you to address any concerns you have or work with anybody else you might like. And thank you very much for considering this bill. And I look forward to hearing from you in the future and participating in the work session.
Thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. Are there any questions of the representative? The obvious question we're going to get is how do we maintain adequate control of payments so that they go to people who have earned them as opposed to folks who haven't earned them? Have you had any thoughts about that?
Well, so part of the waiver process would be to develop a system where the state can make sure that those persons, those family caretakers, are providing the care that their elderly family member needs, and they're not just receiving a payment and not providing the care. So part of that would have to be developed, but an idea would be, essentially you have the money that you would otherwise use for a nursing home. Some of that would go towards paying the person for care. Some of that would go towards oversight, which may be staff that might visit these individuals. And some of that would go towards a training procedure that you can go through and easily qualify to care for this individual. So that would have to be worked out as part of the waiver process. But there's a lot of very good family members who, quite frankly, provide better care for their relative than anybody could, in the market.
Sure. We have a question from Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Senator Claxton. I just was wondering, thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Will you be posting your testimony online? I don't see it.
Yes, I will. Just because of the short notice turnaround with this, I didn't have the time to do what I was going to say and then separate it out for writing. So yes, that will be there and it'll be there before.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill because I think it's whenever we can encourage family members to provide care, it's usually a plus. But one of the things I wanted to ask, one is of Representative Hassenfuss that whether he might consider some amendments to put a limit on what could be paid to the family members. There needs to be some sort of limit in terms of some sort of reasonable standard. The other thing is more a question for the analysts, because previously the main care rules had allowed heirs to an estate who provided care that delayed a family member's entry into a nursing home. They allowed those heirs to seek an exemption, but that's become harder to come by. And if our analysts could provide us the rules for heirs who provide personal care, what they were maybe 10 or 12 years ago and what they are and how they changed over the last 10 or 12 years, because I believe they've become a lot more restrictive, because it's kind of getting at the same issue. A lot of heirs can prove that they were personal care people just by producing the doctor's records, which usually talk about who's taking care of the person. So some of that can be dealt with that way. But I commend you for bringing this bill, and I look forward to working with you and others on it. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Senator Baldacci, and thank you for being a co-sponsor on it. And to answer your questions, yes, when you say payments made, are you talking about payments made prior to an individual applying for main care?
Yes, I meant if they're going to be claiming an exemption for the personal care services, that there needs to be some sort of reasonableness standard. I don't know whether the department currently has that covered in rulemaking or not, but I would assume there has to be a reasonableness standard, not just a blanket carte blanche amount. So
yes, and my intent in this bill would be is to get it so that it's the value that's paid for the services is fair market value. So what would you have paid somebody in the open market to perform the same task? So you can't pay a family member more than fair market value to do whatever that task is, and that it has to be reasonably necessary. So for instance, if you're an elder with poor eyesight and you pay somebody to drive you for groceries, that's something where if you didn't have that family member, you would have to pay somebody else or find a way to do that. So that would be something that's reasonably necessary. If you are perfectly able to, and you just pay them $1,000 to take you out on a boat ride on your own personal boat, no, that's something that would cross that line. So yes, there would be a reasonableness standard. There should be a reasonableness standard, and there should be a fair market value standard. And I'm more than happy to make any amendments to tweak the language to make sure that we capture that. I think the more work a bill has, the better. So I'm very happy to do that.
And I appreciate that very much. And also, I do think if we can go over the history of the estate recovery program in terms of how it affects heirs and stuff like that, I think that will be helpful, because it's kind of part and parcel of the same type of issue. Thank you.
And if I may, just to answer your second question, there is an exemption. I think it's the federal caregiving exemption, and some of the attorneys on here after me may be able to speak to it better than I can. But but for your care, the 2 years prior to the elderly family member going into a nursing home, if you cared for them so that they could stay in their house and you lived in that house with them, I believe you have to be a child of that person too. And a doctor at the time said, yes, this person needs 24/7 care. Then in that instance, the real estate can be exempted from estate recovery, or not counted as a transfer if that's transferred to the child. So there is.
Right. No, I'm aware of that, but I think that the restrictions, the main DHHS has over a period of time restricted that program, or restricted the eligibility for that program. So I just want to see where we are now administratively and where it had been, because I think it was much more liberally interpreted maybe 10 or 12 years ago versus what it was in the last 5 or 6 years in terms of how it treated family members, in terms of that did provide care. So I would just like to get a summary from our legal analysts about the changes in the estate recovery process and how it has applied to heirs over the last 10 or 12 years.
And
is that enough direction for you, Anna or Aaron, in terms of getting ready for the work session?
Hopefully.
Probably. Okay. All right. Thank you, Anna. Representative Hassenfuss, in your thinking about this, have you spent any time looking for other states where this is put in place and been successful? Often looking to not reinvent a wheel that's already been invented somewhere else.
For some of the aspects of this bill, yes, like for instance, the requirement for a personal care contract. I'm not sure the exact percentage of states, but a number of states have that and a number of states don't.
Okay.
It doesn't require that you have a personal care contract. They just require evidence that the transfer was not made, to qualify for Medicaid, essentially.
Okay.
And
thank you. Yeah. Representative Craven, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. This looks very familiar. Have you talked? I don't see that the department has sent us any kind of testimony. Have you talked to the department about their opinion on the bill?
Representative Craven, yes, I have. I've spoken with Molly Bogart a few times. And the department did actually submit a letter, I believe, in written testimony. And
I can't see it. Does anybody else have it?
Well, maybe it's late getting posted.
I did see that it's posted. And
there is one from Anthony Pilati.
Yes, that's
okay.
And on that, I would like to note that essentially this legislation would be shifting the burden, so it's not clear and convincing evidence that the payment was made. It would be essentially saying just have evidence. It doesn't have to be overwhelmingly clear. And that testimony there, I think, also speaks about the 2-year exemption on the federal level.
Yeah. Thank you. I did find it. That's not who I was looking for, but thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So thank you for bringing this bill forward. We'll hear from at least one other person testifying for, and we'll review the other testimony in anticipation of the work session.
Thank you all.
So we can now hear from Patrice Putnam.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Yes, oh, okay, let me start the video. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and all distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Resources. I am Patrice Putnam. I live in Winthrop. I am both a registered nurse and an elder law attorney, although I'm currently retired from both of those. In my life and in my professions, I have seen a lifetime of heartbreak, courage, sacrifice, and kindness. I've also long known that life is not fair, and our systems for providing services are often not adequate or fair. Certainly this morning's testimony has shown that. LD 1427 deals with one small but critical area of unfairness. This particular area has a simple solution and a common sense solution in the legislation. When families are faced with a devastating illness or injuries, illnesses such as dementia, Alzheimer's, we hope that families will come together and care for the loved ones. And here in Maine, they very often do provide wonderful help and care. Family members often have to either quit their jobs or reduce their hours in order to take care of a family member and allow that family member to stay home. And as a practicing nurse and as a practicing attorney, I saw that time and time again. The disabled family members invariably want to provide some assistance, some payment for that sacrifice that their perhaps grandchild, niece, child has provided, because they're well aware that but for the assistance of that family member, they would be going to an assisted living or nursing home. Family caregivers are in general very much appreciated for their sacrifice, and they're supported. Eventually, unfortunately, many disabled people need it to apply for long-term Maine care. That's where the heartbreak of the disability too often turns to an insult. And again, I've seen this time and time again. We all know that Maine care requires a 5-year look back. Our clients know that and their families know that. What they don't anticipate and shouldn't have to is the presumption that any payment made to a family member over those 5 years is considered a gift and could very well result in a penalty or even denial of long-term care support.
30 seconds, please.
Family members who have sacrificed their jobs and often have their are often forced to return the funds that they've been given, even funds that they have been reimbursed for. The payment for services provided is automatically suspect. Caregivers and disabled persons go from empathetic support to suspicion of fraud. This bill takes a small step in removing what is effectively the presumption of fraud when families have worked together to keep a loved one at home. Maine people are overwhelmingly good people. They are not trying to cheat the system, and it's high time that we flip this presumption of fair payment to family members for the care that they provide from a practice or a presumption of fraud to a presumption of fairness and necessary support. These families deserve our support and our empathy. They don't deserve to be treated as if they're trying to cheat the system. They are not. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I don't see any questions, and I'm not seeing anybody else who wants to testify right now for LD 1427. So thank you again for bringing that forward, Representative Hassenfuss, and we'll let you know when the work session is. It won't be too far down the road.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Now we can go to consideration of, after we talk about whether there's any information that we need to ask of Anna for the work session. Again, not seeing any questions. Are we good? Representative Perry.
I'm just not fast enough with that hand. Yeah, I do have a question, because I do believe that we, in the biennial budget, and if not, I hope it's in the supplemental, decrease our estate recovery to only what the federal law requires. And that would have been new, because that was a bill that was passed last session, and I think it was brought up in the budget. So I'd like to know if that's still in existence, or if that's something that has to go through appropriation.
Okay, Representative Craven, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to know for any of the other states that have this in law, if we could have a look at what it is. Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. So why don't we go to consideration of LD 1624.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here already.
I know you are. Welcome, Representative Craven, for presentation of LD 1624. Drum roll, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and fellow members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston. I'm pleased to be in front of you today to introduce LD 1624, a resolve to create a stakeholder group to identify the needs of long-term care family caregivers. This resolve requires the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program to establish a stakeholder group to consider and make recommendations for the implementation of an assessment measure for the needs of family caregivers providing long-term care services to family members, to establish a plan to improve referrals to services, and to submit a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services no later than January 2nd, 2022. AARP of Maine will work with the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program to bring stakeholders together to consider the implementation of a family caregiver assessment. The Office of Aging and Disability Services, Department of Health and Human Services will participate in this effort along with stakeholders from across the country. From across the continuum of long-term care services and supports. Most importantly, family caregivers will be included in the work group. The number of family caregivers is increasing steadily. Maine families provide $2.2 billion worth of unpaid caregiving annually. AARP valuing the invaluable, that's in 2017. Often, family caregivers are not given the support or the resources they need to provide care, though they play a critical role in our long-term care system. Family caregivers are at risk for multiple serious physical and mental health conditions. A family caregiver alliance. We must consider strategies to support these caregivers. Approximately 30 states are utilizing the TCARE assessment to determine the needs of family caregivers. The assessment has resulted in a reduction in depression, stress, and delaying care in long-term care facilities. Washington State has utilized TCARE with great success, reducing most costs to Medicaid by $20 million annually. Staff in Washington State are interested in supporting the efforts of the work group here in Maine. And I know this is important work for Maine families and caregivers. And I just want to add a personal story. My husband was diagnosed 10 years before he died with Parkinson's and had dementia for 5 years at the end of his life when he needed total care. And even though I've been in the supporting professions all my life, really I had no idea where to turn to get services. And even though I could afford to pay for people to come into my home to help, it was never available when I needed the help. And the isolation that one feels staying home for 5 years to take care of a loved one is overwhelming. So we are very used to, I think, working with low-income families and others who qualify for Maine care, but that we overlook families who don't qualify. And I am hoping, and I'm very excited that this group will reach across the spectrum so that all families have access and have supports when they need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Craven. Are there any questions of our representative? Not seeing any. We can hear now from Brenda Gallant. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, committee members. My name is Brenda Gallant. I'm the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. And thank you so much, Representative Craven, for being willing to sponsor this bill. We're very pleased to convene this work group in collaboration with Maine, AARP in Maine. They're very excited about the project. And nationally, they've done a lot of work around family caregiving and written various reports. So they'll be a great partner in this effort, and also will be working very collaboratively with the department. We know, as Representative Craven said, family members contribute a tremendous amount of care every year. And they really, in our experience through the Ombudsman program, we really do find that families are often exhausted, don't know where to turn for resources and information, and often they can end up performing tasks that typically a nurse would do. And I can say in my own career, one of the most inspiring parts of it has been meeting these magnificent people that are just so dedicated and will just not give up. I have the honor of serving on the National Raise Family Caregiver Advisory Council, and this was created through federal legislation signed into public law in January of 2018. We're currently working on a report to Congress, which will be out in the next few months, and certainly I would share a copy of that with you. And it's really been a tremendous experience in terms of really looking at family caregiver needs really in a very inclusive way. One of the things that I learned about was the T-Care assessment. And in fact, one of the members of the commission, Dr. Rhonda Montgomery, developed T-Care after 30 years of research of working with 40,000 family caregivers, also providers and frontline caregivers, to develop an assessment that is geared toward really assessing family caregiver needs and identifying families at risk. Reducing the assessment has the impact of reducing depression, stress, and lengthening the time in the community. Washington State did a presentation, and it was just so impressive. They really have been a leader in the country in implementing T-Care. And as Representative Craven said, they've had really good outcomes. Of the caregivers that received the T-Care assessment and the support that it provided, they found that 84% of caregivers had reduced levels of depression. Admission to a nursing facility was delayed by 21 months. So that's really where your savings is. And that, as she said, over time, they had an annual budget reduction of $20 million annually. So I've reached out to Washington State. They're really interested in supporting what we do here in Maine. Dr. Montgomery will do a presentation. I've reached out to some other states that are sort of in the beginning process of implementing the assessment. I think this has great potential for Maine. I'd finally say that Office of Aging and Disability Services recognizes the importance of T-Care. And because the reauthorization of the Older Americans Act requires that family caregiver assessment be implemented as part of the National Family Caregiver Support Program, they have plans for the area agencies on aging to utilize the assessment. And as part of that, they had planned a stakeholder process, which will sort of be morphed into this. And so I think it's important to have the area agencies at the table, along with hospitals, home care agencies, advocacy groups, to see how we can all work together to implement this and look at all of the opportunities. And I have to say, I think I'm so excited about it. Managed care companies are using it, insurance companies. T-Care is thinking about reaching out to employers. I mean, there's great potential here. So that's what I had to say. I'm really excited, and I think we can do something very good and come back to you with some very interesting recommendations. So
thank you for that. Thank you for that testimony and that enthusiasm. It's always good to hear enthusiasm. Next, we'll hear from Bridget Quinn, if you want to unmute and join us.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer. My name is Bridget Quinn, and also other members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm an Associate State Director of Advocacy and Outreach for AARP Maine. AARP is the nation's largest nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to empowering Americans 50 and older to choose how they live as they age. On behalf of our more than 200,000 members statewide, thank you for the opportunity to share testimony today. I am testifying in support of LD 1624. AARP's 2020 report, Caregiving in the U.S., states that as the country continues to age, the need to support caregivers as the cornerstone of society will only become more and more important. As the oldest state in the country, with approximately 181,000 family caregivers, this is very true in Maine. The report's data suggests that many caregivers may take on this role without adequate or affordable services and supports in place. As a result, family caregivers report physical, emotional, and financial strain, and 2 in 10 say that they are lonely. Support for family caregivers will be even more critical if this trend in caregiver burnout and negative health impacts continues. Burnout can result in caregivers becoming unable to provide care or compromising their own physical and mental health. Caregivers provide a broad list of services, including managing household tasks, arranging for transportation to medical appointments, monitoring medications, and even delivering direct care, such as changing bandages or wound care. In providing this care, caregivers enable their loved ones to remain in their homes for longer and prevent unnecessary, costly hospitalizations. Given the vital role of our unpaid family caregivers, their mental and physical health deserves greater attention and support. LD 1624 will work to create an assessment measure for family caregivers. Such assessments will identify the needs of at-risk family caregivers and reduce the risk of burnout. Family caregivers in Maine are a vital, unheralded group of people. They often lack information on what resources are available or how to access them. LD 1624 will provide the information needed to craft a statewide response that will make an enormous difference to this important segment of our state. I urge you to vote all to pass on LD 1624. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we are also very excited to work on this.
Thank you too. So I don't see any questions. Next, we'll hear from Lori Belden. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Lori Belden. I'm the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine. We're the trade association whose members are home care, home health care, and hospice providers across the state. And I am here to testify in favor of LD 1624 as presented by Representative Craven. I hate going off script, but I just want to acknowledge Representative Craven for sharing your story. I know that you've been an advocate of ours for a long time. It's just kind of, it's good to know where your roots come from as your personal experience. So thanks for being so open. Home care, home health care, and hospice providers work closely with families and community supports to ensure appropriate and consistent care is delivered to aging adults and those with disabilities requesting care in the home. The demand for in-home care continues to increase due to Maine's aging population, which continues to put a strain on our workforce, which we heard a lot about, I think, for hours this morning about the workforce issues. Family members are often called upon to play a more active, critical role in caring for their loved ones at home. It's more important than ever to work together to support the worker, the patient, and the family. Quality care in the home is contingent on the patient receiving the right services that address their specific needs and preferences. Efficient, thorough, and timely assessments are critical in establishing a proper plan of care that will nurture their overall health, safety, and well-being. Creating a mechanism for prompt assessment of the competencies of family members will permit the patient and their family to make an informed choice regarding their care. And a referral system is another critical component to delivery of quality care. Evaluating the system routinely is good practice to substantiate that the patient is receiving appropriate services and support to allow them to maintain their independence and continue to live in their home if that is their preference. We respect the integrity of the long-term care ombudsman program as well as their staff, and support the initiative to convene stakeholders to consider methodologies to assess family needs when contemplating long-term care services, as well as to evaluate the referral system to ensure timely and appropriate care coordination. I do respectfully ask that the Alliance, as well as a provider of in-home care, be included under Section 2 stakeholder group membership. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1624 and look forward to being part of your work session.
Thank you. And thank you for that suggestion. I don't see Representative Craven shaking her head, so there's hope for that amendment. So we'll see where that goes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of anybody else who'd like to testify related to LD 1624. If there is such a person, could you put your hand up and we'll bring you into the panelist role? I'm not seeing anything, anybody, so that'll conclude our public hearing portion of LD 1624. Are there questions related to this bill that we would like to direct to Anna or Aaron? Not seeing any. Okay. What we'll do now is go to LD 1077 and invite Senator Libby to present, and then I'll do 1090. We'll go 869, and the sponsor has asked us to do 1570 last, since she was under the mistaken impression that she might be able to go at 1 o'clock, and we fixed that. All right, so let's hear from Senator Libby. Sir, when you unmute, we'd like to hear about 1077. We see you're in the panelist role, Senator Libby. We're not hearing you and we're not seeing you. Senator Libby, are you with us? Representative Meyer, did you mention technical challenges this morning when you did the opening remarks?
I did not. I'll leave that to you to remind all.
This checks off the box for technical problems for today. We check it off multiple times a day usually. So I'm giving Senator Libby another opportunity. So maybe what I'll do is I'll go on mute and see if I can't find him. He'll be with us shortly. Welcome, Senator Libby.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Nate Libby, and I proudly represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine Senate. I'm here today to present LD 1077, which is a resolve to promote equity in COVID-19 immunizations. I ran upstairs with Senator Claxton's call, so if you just give me one moment to pull up my testimony. So the problem that this bill seeks to address is with respect to disparities in COVID-19 vaccine access, in their distribution, and in the information that is available to folks who are looking for vaccine all across the state, particularly in rural Maine and among historically vulnerable populations. I do want to pause here for a moment to note that the Department of Health and Human Services, and especially the CDC, I know that they've been doing extraordinary work, putting in enormous amounts of effort to get a handle on once in a century public health crisis. And so this bill should not be perceived as casting fault on how they've been going about their work. But despite everyone's best efforts and what I've observed in the Lewiston area, I know other lawmakers have observed in other parts of the state, there remain several barriers in our current system, both new barriers and systemic barriers that cause inherent distrust in our system, which in turn makes it challenging for the state and all of the providers to reach all of Maine's populations in an equitable way. And early in the pandemic, we saw this play out in terms of the COVID social supports programs that were rolled out, as well as testing availability, and how they were and were not able to reach some of these historically vulnerable populations. I was able to observe on the ground level that it did take some months for DHHS and the CDC, I think, to properly recognize that, especially when we're talking about populations of Mainers for whom English is not a first language, that having translated materials and having a telephonic translation system was not enough to overcome some of those cultural and language barriers that the department really needed to engage in a contractual way the services of public health organizations on the ground, social service providers on the ground, and especially ethnic community-based organizations, ethnic-based community organizations. I apologize. And so it took some time for those systems to get built, but I think over the summer and fall, they really bore fruit in terms of getting COVID supports and testing to those historically vulnerable populations. And so in learning some of those lessons and thinking about what outreach was going to look like for vaccine rollout in December, many of us expected we were going to come up with some of these same challenges. So that's why I filed the bill in December. We've come a long way in vaccine distribution since that time, but that brings me really to the crux of this bill, which is primarily, giving your committee regular reports on how CDC is doing in getting shots into arms among historically disadvantaged populations. The bill calls for reporting on a 6-week basis after this legislation is passed with emergency preamble, if that's what the committee would like to do. I think it would be helpful for this committee to hear directly from CDC on a regular basis on their activities, the strategies they're using, numbers that they are gathering, with an eye towards driving as much resource as possible to getting shots into arms among historically disadvantaged populations. So that's the reporting piece, and that's I think a pretty important part of this bill. The other parts of the bill, number 2 in the summary, amending the main care benefits manual to allow for all reimbursement that's eligible under federal law to be used to offset costs related to COVID vaccine distribution. There's a fiscal note as part of the bill, so I know that the department has put some thought into what these costs may be. I know the department will submit testimony that where they share their preference for how they'd like that part to be structured. And then finally, it directs the department to do what they're already doing, which is to use existing resources, including federal resources, in tailoring an approach that best meets the need of very disparate communities who are historically underserved, whether it's because of lack of transportation, lack of ability to understand information conveyed through the internet, whether it's around vaccine hesitancy, whether it's folks that are not able to take 2 buses to get over across town to the one mass vaccine clinic, all of those sorts of things. It's asking the department to engage with this committee and being open about the strategies that are working and not, and create that venue for a back and forth for the public to be able to offer feedback, input, and request changes for how this is supposed to go. And I'll close by saying that, I think most providers probably, well, many of us, not just providers, expected that the first 50% of vaccinations was going to be the easy part, and the next 50% was going to be the really hard part. And that's what this bill is all about. It's about making sure that this committee has the appropriate oversight role to monitor this very critical part of our state's response to the pandemic. So with that, I will close and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Senator Libby. Are there any questions of the senator related to LD 1077? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you very much.
I'll try not to call you again. And now we can hear from Alan Cobo-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Meyer, members of the committee. My name's Alan Cobo-Lewis, testifying for the bill. So COBO's revealed significant health inequities to a wider audience than were previously aware of them. One of those communities is the disability community. So I think this is a great bill. It clearly does not apply just to the disability community, and it shouldn't. But I would suggest that the committee might amend disability into the bill to make it clear that that's one of the communities that data shows has been severely impacted by COVID. So Maine has a public-facing COVID-19 dashboard, a vaccine dashboard, and an impact dashboard, cases, hospitalizations, et cetera. Breaks progress down and impact down by race, ethnicity, gender, geography, nothing on disability. And it's not because the department has not been asked. So I would suggest that that's the kind of thing that has gotten forgotten in the rush to respond to the pandemic. So I think that this bill could help solve issues like that. In response to, there's already some reporting to this committee. In response to one of those hearings, I think the department did link MaineCare databases with the impact database, but to actually track some vaccine progress. There was a preliminary linkage on March 18th after it was brought up in this committee. That's helpful, but those data are not appearing on the vaccine on the vaccine dashboard. I've seen the data for sections 50, 2018, and 13. I have not seen the data for sections 21, 19, for 21, 29, or 17. They should be where everyone can find them so we can all track progress. And it should be broken out by ways I suggest in my testimony, including by living situation. We know that there's a really significant impact of people with intellectual disabilities and congregate living. Whether the people with those disabilities in non-congregate things are similarly affected or affected at disproportionate rates, we don't really know. And we don't really know how their vaccine progress is going. So that should be reported as well. I would suggest requiring that report. You already know that the Maine CDC did not follow the US CDC guidance on vaccine prioritization. I think they adopted a policy and then did not modify that policy based on evidence. I would suggest that the reason probably is, and this is some speculation on my part, that the policy was adopted and then it had momentum. But if the disability community and other communities who are affected were at the table before the policy was adopted, perhaps it would not have been adopted with the inequitable effect that it had. So I would suggest maybe amending the bill to have the department report back on how it's involving the marginalized communities at the front end before these decisions are made that negatively impact those communities. And also, I understand the CDC.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Is applying for some US CDC money. Great idea. It's a lot of money that could affect all these, all these populations. It's due either today or tomorrow. It's due very soon. You may want, if you haven't already heard a briefing about what the Maine CDC is doing with that grant application, I would suggest that you may either request such a briefing or if you would like amended into the bill, either way. But I think that dovetails very nicely with the intent of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Then we'll go to Lisa Tappert. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished committee members, and Senator Libby. My name is Lisa Tappert, and I am the CEO of the Maine Mobile Health Program, MMHP, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1077. MMHP is the state's all-mobile federally qualified health center, and we're designated to serve the migrant and seasonal workers that are the backbone of Maine's agricultural industry. Our patients prepare, plant, pick, process the state's farm products that include blueberries, apples, broccoli, Christmas trees and wreaths, seafood, eggs, and milk. And for over 25 years, we've provided culturally and linguistically accessible healthcare to farm workers where they live and work. COVID-19 has been devastating for the country's farm workers. And in Maine, every step to serve them has been a fight, as we, together with racially and ethnically based organizations, have pleaded with the state to recognize and truly prioritize people of color. In the early days of testing and vaccination efforts, the state lacked data on racial and ethnic minorities and didn't prioritize tracking this data until advocates like Maine Equal Justice and the ACLU raised the alarm. Other states have vaccinated large numbers of farm workers, recognizing the disproportionate risk these workers face. But in Maine, farm workers received no advanced access. Initially, essential farm workers were designated for early access due to congregate living and working situations. However, when the age-based approach swept in, we had to sit on our hands and watch as new outbreaks in farm worker communities sprang up. And most recently, last week, this happened amongst dairy workers. Our very first vaccine clinic for farm workers was the second week in April, despite vaccine availability starting in December. Farm workers skew younger, so the age-based approach did not prioritize any of the workers we serve. Vaccine hesitancy, already high in the farm worker community, has been badly exacerbated after the Johnson & Johnson pause, and we're still picking up the pieces. The most challenging element is upcoming, as Senator Libby said, promoting the vaccine now that the early adopters have been vaccinated. The Johnson & Johnson pause had and continues to have a massive impact on communities of color. The state should be a partner in ensuring that these communities have the information, resources, and access they need to stay healthy and safe as the pandemic continues. And this can only be done by listening to communities and to organizations like MMHP that represent them.
30 seconds, please.
Tailored outreach and education to vulnerable populations required in LD 1077 will be essential during the next phase. And Maine really needs to proactively include communities of color in planning that promotes racial equity. So LD 1077 is a place to ensure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, Ms. Tappert? I'm not seeing any, so we can ask Michael Cabete to unmute and join us. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabete, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we urge you to support this important piece of legislation. The current public health emergency caused by COVID-19 and the resulting economic recession is harming Mainers of color in disproportionate ways that have exposed long-running systemic inequities. Racial disparities were laid bare when data on race and ethnicity first became available on April 29th of 2020. By midsummer last year, more than 1 in 4 people who had tested positive for COVID-19 for whom race was known were Black, even though Black people only make up about 1.6% of the population in Maine. This earned Maine the unenviable status as the state with the largest COVID-19 racial disparity in the nation. During the same period, people of color made up over 31%, or 1 in 3 of COVID-19 cases where race was known. Unfortunate data on vaccinations tell a similar story. The vaccination rate for Black people in the United States is half that of white people, and the gap for Latinx people is even larger, according to a recent New York Times report. Although it's very difficult to ascertain the extent of racial or ethnic disparity in vaccination rates in Maine, we should assume and solve for the worst. While this disease is a new pandemic, these disparities are not new. For centuries, Indigenous people living throughout the Americas and on these lands, which we now call Maine, have faced illness, trauma, and genocide. The impact of systems established then continues to this day, with Black people, Indigenous people, and other people of color experiencing higher rates of poverty, unemployment, educational disparities, housing disparities, and harm from the criminal legal system. Systemic racism and implicit bias are deeply ingrained in our healthcare systems, leading to inferior care and worse health outcomes for people of color. If enacted, this resolve will help diminish some of these racial disparities. We urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions right now, but thank you for being here. Next, we'll go to Kathy Kilrain Del Rio. Welcome.
Thank you. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to join you, but since you were running behind, I was able to get here from another session. But my name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Director of Campaigns and Healthcare Advocacy for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working with low-income Mainers to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. And today I'm supporting LD 1077. I'm not going to read my whole testimony because you've just heard a lot of the data supporting that from Michael and others. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. One is around the importance of outreach in rural areas. There is some data to show that while nationally vaccine distribution in rural areas has not yet lagged behind urban and suburban areas, there's data that shows that it's likely to start to lag behind as we've hit the first wave of people who already got vaccinated, because the people who are still left to be vaccinated in those areas may have more reluctance to be vaccinated than in other areas. And so I think that's one of the reasons why the outreach and education piece is so important and why it needs to be tailored for specific communities and populations depending on their needs. I also just wanted to really note in section 3, one point about the timing of the end of the reporting. One thing to think about is the possibility of tying the end of the reporting to the end of either the federal public health emergency or the Maine public health emergency, whichever one ends later. Because if Maine ends its public health emergency before the national one ends, and there's still widespread spread of the virus in other states, we may still want to have a robust vaccination program, I would hope, here in our state. And so having that reporting continue might be important. And then the last thing I just wanted to say is not in my testimony, but Alan's remarks about reaching out to the communities who are most impacted prior to making decisions about how to do the work. I think that's something that we've consistently heard, and I know you all have heard as well, from vulnerable communities, whether it's communities of color or the disability community or older Mainers. There's a lot of times very good intent from the department, but if there were a little more stakeholder engagement earlier in the process, we might come up with a better process or a better program. So I urge you to take his recommendations when it comes to that, because I think it's something that really applies to almost everything that we do, but definitely applies to vaccine distribution as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for getting your testimony posted recently. And are there any questions? I don't see any. So now we can go to Charles Dingman. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Charlie Dingman with the law firm of Kozak and Geyer, and I am here today representing the Maine Primary Care Association. I have posted Brian Wyatt's testimony. Brian is the Maine Primary Care Association's Director of Communications and Policy. He wasn't able to be here this afternoon, and I'm filling in. And like Kathy, I'm grateful that you're running a little late because I had a conflict as well. I too am going to skip most of Brian's written testimony because I think you've heard what the problem is. You've heard about the inequities and the statistics relating to that with regard to vaccine. And I would simply say that the experience of Maine's community health centers is consistent with that. We share the concerns and strongly support LD 1077. And likewise, I would say that Ms. Del Rio's observations with regard to stakeholder involvement are consistent with the experience of health centers. And we would urge that you give that thoughtful consideration as you act on this bill. I would be happy to answer questions if you have any, and either Brian or I would be happy to present additional information if you have desires in that regard that I can't fulfill on my own today.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions right now. So that would allow us to go to folks who are here to speak neither for nor against. And we'll start with Nancy Cronin.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Nancy Cronin. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. We really appreciate the committee taking up this subject, and our collective response to COVID-19 has brought forth the best of our systems, even it has revealed some of its inequities. The process of developing and approving a vaccine in record time has been phenomenal and amazing. Nonetheless, we would like to speak to the issue as it is of inequities as it is relevant to healthcare and emergency management that likely another situation will occur and put vulnerable persons disproportionately at risk. People with developmental disabilities have not been well represented in either the response of COVID-19 or the planning for vaccination. This is troubling because according to multiple studies, including a study from Johns Hopkins Medical University, after advanced age, individuals with developmental disabilities, regardless of their age, are at significant risk of adverse effects from COVID-19, including death. In fact, they are 3 times more likely to die than people without developmental disabilities. These risks to people with developmental disabilities were raised multiple times and with multiple policymakers. And when a response was given back to us, which was rare, we were told that people in Maine who live in congregate living were at most risk, and that people with DD who lived in those settings were being prioritized. And while we appreciated the prioritization of people in those settings, we are concerned that there was no pathway to even discuss the inclusion of community dwelling persons with extremely high risk factors in early vaccination efforts. We don't know the morbidity and mortality of COVID and DD in Maine. What we do know is that people in segregated settings received care, and people with DD who live in the community did not receive care. And sometimes they got sick, sometimes very, very sick, and sometimes they died. I would have hoped to mitigate the risk with a clear plan for vaccination. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. Sadly, we are seeing in real time how health disparities occur even when a group of people are trying their best. To address this, we offer 2 recommendations. And I think this fits a little bit more with what you've been hearing about people without disabilities who've also not received equitable access. 1, we request that DHHS include all organizations that receive federal funding specifically to impact systems and policies and planning.
30 seconds, Nancy.
Thank you very much. Consulting with external experts will prevent a lot of the inequities. The other thing is requiring DHHS to join 22 states. And in my testimony, I have a graph of what states are collecting data about developmental disabilities and what are not. We believe that we need to collect clear data like so many other states are doing so that we can find out how are folks doing in the community and find out, are they disproportionately getting sick and dying and what their response is. I really appreciate this bill. I appreciate the incredible efforts that have been going on around COVID and your time. And I thank you.
Thank you for being here and bringing your testimony. I think we also have Molly Bogart to speak neither for nor against. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Molly Bogart. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services, and largely speaking to bring our attention to a letter neither for nor against from Deputy Director of the Maine CDC, Nancy Beardsley. First, I want to say we certainly share the goal of making sure that our vaccine distribution plans are equitable. And to that end, we appreciate the opportunities that Dr. Shah has had to speak with this committee and hear questions, answer questions, and receive feedback, as well as the work he does with the public on Tuesdays and Thursdays to get those questions to and answer them, I think, in an open and transparent way. And I also wanted to highlight some of the work that we have done and continue to do to improve our response to the inequities that COVID-19, that existed prior to COVID-19, to be clear, but have been exacerbated by that. As you know, we are one of the most rural states, and this is a major factor in equity challenges around distribution. And we've worked diligently to locate vaccine sites to provide the greatest access to the most people. Remaining gaps continue to be filled in creative ways, such as the mobile vaccination unit and pop-up clinics sponsored by community-based organizations and held within communities, whether that is within ethnic communities in municipalities or rural communities more generally. And we see the number of traditional vaccination sites expand weekly. There are now dozens of sites that are operating throughout the state. And our thanks to all of our community partners, hospitals, pharmacies, grocery stores, and emergency management folks who are helping us with that work. Additionally, I do want to note that we have held and continue to schedule specific clinics for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities to get vaccinated. So far, we've held those in Bangor and Caribou, and we have sites in Westbrook, South Portland, Brunswick, and Lewiston, either scheduled or in the works. And additionally, we've done significant work to make sure that we're communicating with and hearing from community leaders and having, we have regular meetings with community leaders and partners, including community action programs, Maine Immigrant Rights Council, Quality Maine, to help develop culturally appropriate messages and include translation where necessary and helpful for those communities, and help them align their messaging to the state's goals and messages. We are frequently working with them to review their messages for medical clarity and appropriateness and assist with crafting the creation of those nuanced messages to build that confidence in the vaccine for their communities. We also have weekly meetings with the tribal health center directors and tribal representatives to work on vaccination of tribal communities, and have established the community vaccination call center to help Mainers who may not have computer access or other barriers to a vaccination appointment. Been working with the area agencies on aging to locate homebound individuals and link them with vaccinators who can make a home visit to ensure their access. And we've distributed federal COVID-19 funds to provide significant financial resources to improve the health disparities among minorities and other vulnerable populations. We've created a vaccine clinician speakers bureau to help connect community-based and equity-focused organizations with clinicians, who can provide education on vaccines and answer questions and showcase some of the community innovation that we've seen be really successful. We recognize that there's always going to be more work. And I think it was Senator Libby who said the first 50% is the easy 50%. And we know that this work is only going to get more difficult. But like most of our COVID-19 work, we've had to do this with significant haste and recognize that there's always improvement to be had, but feel that we have a commitment to working with our stakeholders to get there. And you can read the comments on section 2 in the testimony, but I appreciate the time to draw your attention to that.
Thank you very much for their testimony. Are there any questions of Molly? I don't see any. So thank you for being here. So are there any questions we would like to direct to Aaron related to this bill in anticipation of the work session? Again, I don't see any questions. Okay, very good. Thank you for being here, Senator Libby, and for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you.
We're going to switch chairs now, and maybe we should take a 6-minute break and come back at 2:50. I will turn the chair over to Representative Meyer at this point, and I'll come back and offer my testimony on return.
See you then. Welcome back. I will open the hearing on LD 1090. Resolve to equitably fund legal fees for progressive treatment programs, presented to us by Senator Claxton. Senator.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Meyer and distinguished fellow members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. As you well know, my name is Ned Claxton, and I'm honored to represent the people of Senate District 20, consisting of Auburn, where I live, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I'm here to introduce LD 1090, a resolve to equitably fund legal fees for progressive treatment programs. As we've heard in testimony this legislative session, and as our predecessors have and many others, some individuals cannot stick with the treatment programs that have been helped to stabilize their severe mental illness, gotten them out of the hospital and back into productive, happier lives. For some, not adhering to a treatment plan is willful and done with informed intent. For many, though, they are handicapped in being self-aware by anosognosia, the lack of the ability to perceive the reality of one's own condition. They are unable to understand that their mental health depends on sticking with their treatment. Why? Because they don't believe or accept that they are ill. I think of a friend who has a relative struggling with deteriorating job status, such that he's lost a job, with deteriorating self-care, and increasingly troubled challenges with delusions. He doesn't think there's a problem. He thinks the rest of us are the problem. Taking some language from a wonderful psychiatrist with whom I worked for years, the progressive treatment program was designed to help prevent the cycle of hospitalization, discharge, stopping therapy, and readmission, self-injury, or death. Ultimately, it keeps these patients safe and allows them a much happier, productive lives by allowing intervention when they are found to be deteriorating, but before they actually become dangerous. This from M. Ed Kelly, MD, Chief Medical Officer for Behavioral Health, St. Mary's Regional Medical Center. The Progressive Treatment Program, or PTP, is well established in Maine law. It gives the district courts the authority to order an individual to participate in a community mental health treatment plan. The court may order that that person be committed to the care and supervision of an assertive community treatment team, or ACT team, as we've heard. The law requires that all ACT teams must include a psychiatrist and registered nurse. The COVID pandemic has aggravated a problem that already existed before it struck. Too many people in community hospitals or jails waiting for too few beds in state psychiatric hospitals. With the improvements and expansions at Riverview and Dorothea Dix, much of the problem is now getting the evaluations done that would allow transfer to a better treatment setting and for enforced treatment. The steps and content of these evaluations are established law in Maine, with clear requirements for protecting the rights of individuals. As it is, these extensive evaluations, if found to be an appropriate step in better understanding an individual's mental health, they all require district court funding. Since the courts don't have the money to fund these evaluations, patients often spend extra months in community hospitals while awaiting placement in a state hospital, or in not receiving the outpatient care they desperately need and being lost to follow-up or further deterioration. The mental health of these individuals is aggravated by these delays, so if they are outpatients, they often require readmission. These unfortunate folks often find themselves quickly returning to the hospital when their medications run out, only to repeat the cycle. In the most severe cases, they often become a danger to themselves or others when the illness strikes again. The cycle continues. It also limits access to psychiatric beds at a time when we need more access, because the beds are filled with people who have been readmitted. This bill establishes a 2-year pilot program to provide funds to the court system to allow for more of these evaluations at a local level. With the information from these psychiatric evaluations, better treatment plans can be established and patients who would benefit can be moved into a progressive treatment program. Funding would come from the Medical Use of Marijuana Fund at a cost not to exceed $800 per evaluation and a total of $250,000. The goal of the pilot is to understand if this should be an ongoing cost to the state in the form of funding for the district courts and at what level. Did it decrease hospitalizations? Did it improve adherence to treatment plans? And most importantly, did it improve the lives of those with severe mental illness? I ask your indulgence for the subject matter experts whose testimony will follow. This is an important issue to so many individuals and families. Because of the complexity of this issue, they may run over the 3-minute limit. Thank you for your consideration and time. I welcome any questions you might have, and on many of the details, we'll defer to those involved with the process from the beginning. Thank you again.
Thank you, Senator. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none, we welcome the Honorable John Nutting.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, other distinguished members of the committee. My name is John Nutting. As a state senator, I sponsored the original progressive treatment plan known as PTP for short. This law, like the conditional release law in New Hampshire, the Johnson Act in Massachusetts, Kendra's law in New York, are all geared towards those that have the anosognosia, the total lack of awareness of their illness. Many mental health studies have shown that this is the group of individuals that oftentimes stop their treatment plan and end up in jails and hospitals over and over and over again. Your committee today will hear from parents, psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, ACT teams, and hospitals, and law enforcement that the PTP program in Maine has saved lives, kept people compliant with their treatment plans, and allowed them to have successes in their lives, oftentimes for the first time. The original 2005 PTP law allowed only hospitals to apply for the district court to have an individual who had many prior hospitalizations and time spent in jail to be placed on the PTP program. By 2010, my lead co-sponsor, Senator Peter Mills, and myself realized that the law needed a moderate expansion because after the 1-year PTP period was finished, many individuals, because of newly gained insight, were staying on their treatment plan. However, if someone then stopped their treatment plan, they had to get to the point of being an imminent threat to themselves or others before they were then being re-hospitalized and re-PTP'd. Oftentimes, very unfortunate events were happening to those individuals. Senator Mills and I sponsored the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Act, called AOT for short, which allowed doctors, ACT teams, or case managers to petition the court for a PTP hearing under a lower standard, a substantial risk of harm standard. We were the 46th state to pass it. It passed overwhelmingly. As a mother testified at that public hearing, my son has ended up in a hospital or a jail each of the 7 times he stopped his treatment plan. There's really no secret at all what's going to happen the 8th time he stops his treatment plan. I'm going to paraphrase the rest of my testimony. Senator Mills and I never imagined that Maine would choose to constrict this law by only reimbursing the legal fees if Dorothea Dix or Riverview brings a petition to the district court. If another hospital like St. Mary's or an ACT team or a doctor, they say no, and of course it's not in their budgets, and so they cannot use the law even though they're in the statute to use the law. So then people, the practical effect is of this decision is many individuals that have had great success on their 1-year program have ended up being in jails, hospitals, or deceased. This is so wrong and cruel. and has caused so much pain for families and millions of dollars more being spent in jails and hospitals on people that had a success previously on that program. You'll hear in testimony today that Maine is the only state that is limiting the use of these PTP type programs by only reimbursing the legal fees for some entities, not other entities, to bring the law forward. Also, if Maine would facilitate all entities in the statute being able to use the law, under the new Federal CARES Act, mental health bill at the federal level would compensate Maine $1 million a year for ACT team funding with no state match required. That is, to me, tremendous help to have fewer mentally ill in our jails and hospitals by increasing our ACT team support in the community. Finally, just a word about the funding source for this grant program. The Journal of American Medical Association recently issued a report stating the devastational effects that marijuana has on those with depression and schizophrenia. The Medical Marijuana Fund has been in existence for years. $2.5 million were taken from that fund last year to fund, in a bipartisan vote, to fund the Mainers Feeding Mainers and the Breakfast Before the Bell school lunch program. Currently, that fund has a little over $6.2 million in that fund. Please look on the out. I know you guys have had a long day. Senator Peter Mills has submitted excellent testimony. So has the Maine Nurse Practitioners Association in favor of this bill. The Maine Sheriff's Association testimony is coming. Mary Ann broke her typing hand this weekend. So she says that has really slowed down her ability to finish off the testimony. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Senator Nutting. Questions from, yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for that presentation. How is, after the initial order, how is the program managed for individuals? You know, like, do they have a case manager or to manage the medication?
Yes, the statute reads that a judge cannot approve a progressive treatment plan order unless there's active and available resources to work with a person on a daily basis. So besides treatment plan compliance, they're working, let's get you a job, let's get you an apartment. They work on their whole life story to allow them to begin to have some successes in their lives. The hard thing for many parents to understand is whether or not their loved one is doing great on a treatment plan or really bad, almost freezing to death on a park bench at 20 below, too paranoid to put on a blanket. Inwardly, they feel no difference at all and tend to then think, well, I don't need this treatment plan because I don't feel any difference. Everybody else around them sees a big difference, but inwardly, they don't. And so I'm on the Human Rights Committee at Riverview, and we're very pleased with how the hospital is being run now. Things are much better, but we have people in the hospital that have been there 15, 20, 25, 30 times. And this is why our bed space is so tight, is because the people are just cycling over and over and over again. And the county sheriffs, I believe, will be saying the same thing.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up. Thank you very much, Senator, for your service and for being here today. We'll turn now to Henry Skinner. Mr. Skinner. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. Excuse me. My name's Henry Skinner, and I'm a psychiatrist. I speak today on behalf of the Maine Association of Psychiatric Physicians, of which I'm immediate past president, and for the Maine Council of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, for which I'm secretary, and for Tri-County Mental Health Services, where I serve as medical director. I offer testimony in support of LD 1090. As you know, Maine has been fortunate to have implemented a progressive treatment program that enables some of our most severely mentally ill citizens to reside with stability in the community instead of having frequent lengthy stays in our state hospitals. Tri-County Mental Health Services serves some of these clients through our assertive community treatment program. When the clients fall off their treatment plan, the green paper is filed with the court and the patient is readmitted to a state hospital. And due to current funding limitations, PTPs are almost never initiated outside of state hospitals. And this means that many patient bed days in both non-state and state hospitals are occupied by patients waiting their turn to be admitted to a state hospital and then residing at a state hospital for 4 to 6 weeks while their PTP hearing is arranged. So this resolve to fund PTP hearings in non-state hospitals and on ACT teams will benefit psychiatric patients because they will spend less time behind the locked doors of a hospital. They will have more freedom. It will improve access to both state and non-state psychiatric hospitals because people will not be sitting around awaiting an administrative procedure. And this initiative will also save Maine Care millions of dollars. We don't often talk about dollars, but they're scarce. And we need to use them wisely. So psychiatric patients in need of a PTP will not have to wait in the non-state hospital for a bed to open in the state hospital and then wait for the PTP process to unfold. Instead, they will be able to get a PTP hearing at the non-state hospital, where the process can also unfold more quickly. The resolve, as I said, will increase the liberty of people living with serious mental illness and improve their ability to reside in the community. And I didn't put in my written testimony, but I wanted to add that enabling ACT teams to initiate a PTP could mean that many of the people who need a PTP can get one without having to spend any time in a hospital behind a locked door. And that, so spending $800 per patient to facilitate these hearings through ACT teams and non-state hospitals is likely because a hospital day costs twice as much as the $800 legal fee, just one hospital day. The estimated net payback on this investment conservatively will be 50-fold. That's 5,000% per patient. I don't know of anywhere else in the entire DHHS budget where such a return on investment could be obtained. So I thank you for considering an ought to pass recommendation for LD 1090, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Skinner. Questions from the committee? Seeing no hands up, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Jean Gore, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Jean Gore. I'm a resident of Shapley, the mom of a young man who suffers from schizoaffective disorder. I'm also the coordinator for the National Shattering Silence Coalition, known as NSSC. Our mission is to speak out and inspire change for those suffering from serious brain illnesses. I'm testifying today in support of LD 1090. From a personal perspective, I can tell you that until my son was enrolled in the PTP program in 2013, he suffered many years with the kind of torture none of us would ever think was possible to survive. He was hospitalized 43 times, jailed twice, went missing, became homeless, and was beaten up by 7 police officers in Burlington, Vermont. Imagine how devastating that was for both of us. In 2013, Dr. Josh Cole, who at the time was practicing with York Psychiatric Associates, agreed to apply for the PTP program for my son. Once enrolled in the program, the revolving door in and out of hospitals, jail, and homelessness finally ended for him. All those years we were unable to get successful treatment, however, killed brain cells, making my son unable to achieve his maximum ability to become a contributing member of society, and more importantly, achieve his dream to become a recognized musician and artist. He and I both now suffer from PTSD, anxiety, etc., in addition to his schizoaffective disorder and anosognosia, which never disappeared. Unfortunately, he never regained insight, and I believe it was because he was allowed to remain psychotic too many times. The pandemic has forced us all to see just how broken our system of care is for those suffering from these devastating illnesses. A large percentage of our homeless and drug-addicted population consists of people with serious brain illnesses, otherwise known as serious mental illnesses, and that number is climbing. Making the PTP program accessible to as many people as possible would save lives, taxpayers' money, as Dr. Skinner just pointed out, drastically reduce incarceration rates, and increase the number of hospital beds available to treat psychiatric illnesses. My son is proof of this. He now lives independently with his dog and hasn't been hospitalized for many years. The PTP program, known in other states as AOT or Assisted Outpatient Treatment, is grossly underutilized in Maine. It's evidence-based, compassionate treatment. We owe it to those who are suffering from these illnesses to provide the earliest possible intervention before a crisis happens, before they begin to self-medicate and become addicted to drugs and/or alcohol, and before more brain cells are destroyed, which is what happens every time a person is allowed to become psychotic. I hope you will do what is fiscally responsible and will save lives and pass this bill. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Seeing no hands up, thank you for sharing your story and that of your son and for being here today. Jennifer Christian, welcome.
Thank you. I am actually reading this for one of our members. I'm Jennifer Christian, and I representing the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. But I am reading this for one of our members that can't make it, which is from Tri-County Mental Health Services. And this was written by Rebecca Banowski, who is a psychiatric team lead there. Thank you for having me, esteemed members of the committee. As a psychiatric nurse practitioner on an assertive community treatment team act, I work with individuals in the community with serious psychiatric illnesses, most of whom have a psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder. Unfortunately, a common symptom of psychotic disorders is a condition called anosognosia, which prevents insight into a person's mental illness, often resulting in refusal of treatment or poor adherence to treatment. Though most individuals with well-managed psychotic disorders living in community pose no threat to their own safety or the safety of others, people with untreated psychosis may experience frequent interactions with law enforcement, as psychosis often causes a person to experience non-reality-based beliefs, delusions, as well as voices, auditory hallucinations, which may result in bizarre and potentially unsafe behaviors. Hospitalization is generally an effective intervention for these issues, though once a person is discharged from the hospital, he or she has the option to discontinue treatment of his or her psychotic disorder, which frequently includes antipsychotic medication. Mandated outpatient treatment ordered by the state allows a person to remain in the community, often free from psychiatric emergencies, which may result in further hospitalization or worse, time in jail for the unlawful behaviors driven by psychoses. Due to the limited availability of beds at our 2 state psychiatric facilities, it is becoming increasingly difficult to initiate PTPs or mandated outpatient treatment for these individuals. Passage of this legislation will allow outpatient treatment teams, such as assertive community treatment teams, to initiate and enforce mandated outpatient treatment in a more efficient and streamlined way, which would lead to decreased delays in greatly needed psychiatric treatment for such individuals, resulting in less restrictive means to administer effective psychiatric treatment. This would also lead to decreased burden for law enforcement and enhance the safety of individuals living with psychotic disorders, as well as for the greater community. Seems that's all that she's written here. I'm sure that if you have any questions for her, we could provide that for the work session. I believe it may be missing. I may not be seeing the second page, but the written testimony has also been submitted.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We will now move to Joe Pickering. Welcome, Joe. You need to unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I'll be brief. Thank you all. I really appreciate talking with you. My name is Joe Pickering, and I'm from Bangor. Could you all please read my written testimony I sent in? I've got a lot of articles and statements and et cetera. If you could take the time to read it, would appreciate it. My son, Christopher, had severe schizophrenia, and he was wonderfully served by the ACT team. Today, I do not have a son to save. I am strongly testifying in favor of LD 1090 because it will save lives and help prevent people with brain disorders and addictions from going to jail. I hate the terms mental illness and physical illness and behavioral health. It downplays the seriousness of these terrible disorders. The LD90 will help and help prevent people with brain disorders and addictions from going to jail. LD90 will fund, and the U.S. government, as John referenced, will reimburse the legal fees for hospitals and community assertive treatment teams. The tragic pattern of the state not paying for legal fees for years has really cost lives of more people in jail, and that's so tragic. You know, and furthermore, it costs us so much more. So anyway, I really strongly urge that you do support this. We can get reimbursement if the state will simply apply for these funds, as John Nutting has mentioned. Lives should not be ended by inaction. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, Mr. Pickering. Next, we'll hear from Mallory Shaughnessy. Mallory.
Hello, good afternoon, Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the Alliance, I am here in support of LD 1090. And please note that this is about the equitable funding of seeking a progressive treatment program. And please also note that a PTP is not itself a program per se, but a court-ordered plan of care. Sometimes people get that confused and think a PTP is an actual program or service itself. But the bill is not about altering the criteria or process established already under Title 34B regarding the initiation of a PTP. That will remain the same. It is simply to provide funding for a superintendent or chief administrative officer of a non-state mental health institution or the director of an assertive community treatment team or ACT team to apply for the PTP for their client. Currently, as you've been hearing, only state hospitals are funded in applying for this court-ordered PTP, and that really impinges the capacity to do it. Within the Alliance membership, we have all but one of the providers of assertive community treatment in the state, and we speak about this service quite a bit. And you've heard already it can cause upwards of 100, 800 or more to file at the court for a PTP. And unfortunately, that is just too steep of a price for an already underfunded service. This financial disincentive does hinder the use of this important and clinically appropriate tool for those with severe and persistent mental illness who also have a lack of awareness of their own mental health condition. I am not going to try to say that word that others have said so well. But an ACT team with a PTP can support somebody with these conditions to remain and thrive in their own home or in a residential program in their community. You've heard from several stories about these types of situations. This bill does establish a 2-year pilot that we will hear back on, and we will hear some answers to questions that we have around the use of this. Does it increase the number of clients on PTPs? Does it decrease hospitalizations? Does it improve adherence to treatment plans? And most importantly, did it help to end the unfortunate cycle we see all too often? The cycle of someone getting stabilized in treatment for the mental illness, deciding it is not needed anymore because they are quote unquote doing so well, the decompensation that often follows, and then the crisis escalation again, the rehospitalization and or incarceration, and sometimes death. It is a vicious cycle. We see it over and over and over again. And every time someone goes through this decompensation again, their mental illness worsens and their long-term prognosis declines. Another thing we would discover is how it does impact the capacity of Maine psychiatric hospitals to accommodate readmissions under PTPs. There's been concerns brought forward in this and other committees by the department that our system of care simply cannot accommodate an increased number of PTPs due to the impact we might see on our already overstressed hospital system. But is this the case? Or does a well-executed PTP actually improve the potential of keeping people out of a long-term hospitalization, thereby actually lowering the pressure on hospital beds and lowering the overall costs? We don't know, but this pilot could help us see if we can reduce this barrier, what we will get. So with that, I do urge this committee to seek this information and have it be obtained through this pilot and support this resolve. With that, I will end and be happy to get you any information you might need for the work session.
Seeing no hands up, Mallory, we thank you for being here today, and we welcome Michael Gray.
Thank you so much. Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, distinguished members of the Joint Committee. My name is Michael Gray. I'm Legislative and Policy Counsel with the Treatment Advocacy Center. We are a nationwide nonprofit committed to eliminating barriers to effective treatment for severe mental illness. And the reason that we support this piece of legislation is because it will remove a barrier and lead to more effective treatment. At a high level, the purpose of PTP and all programs like it in the 46 other states that have these type of laws in place are a couple of things. One, to focus someone with SMI, often, as you've heard today, who also lives with anosognosia, lack of insight. Focus that individual and the treating clinicians on the treatment plan, on outpatient treatment for someone who has a history of non-adherence, and for someone who, absent a PTP plan and outpatient treatment, will end up, unfortunately, being involuntarily hospitalized. Sometimes even worse, sometimes they end up incarcerated for committing crimes that are a result of mental illness. And in cases, as you heard from Mr. Pickering earlier, sometimes they end up losing their lives because of their severe mental illness, because they didn't get treatment when they could have, when most of the pieces of the mental health system were in place, but there wasn't a procedure, there wasn't access to something like PTP to get them into treatment. And that's why a bill like this that will remove a barrier that access is such a good bill. So that's one thing, focusing people on the right players, the patient and other people on the treatment. But the other piece is again, avoiding those bad outcomes. That's what PTP should be about. That's what it should be about. And when you have these barriers, like the very high cost in Maine, the cost of just petitioning and getting the process going for an ACT team or for a non-state hospital, that's a major barrier. And it's worth noting that the Treatment Advocacy Center has worked in implementing these types of laws and programs in dozens of states. And in preparation for testimony today, I talked to my colleagues who do the on-the-ground implementation work, told them about this barrier to access to PTP in Maine. And we've never heard of a cost quite so high. And we've also never heard of it being pushed on just the ACT team or the non-state hospital in those scenarios. And it's troubling because in jurisdictions that have a good law on the books, which Maine does have a good PTP law on the books, in those jurisdictions where they have a good law and they have programs that are effective, that are getting people who need treatment into outpatient treatment before their condition deteriorates. We don't see those two specific barriers that this bill would relieve. So for pragmatic reasons, also for compassionate reasons, we ask that you look on this bill favorably moving forward. And then also, it's worth noting that this bill was passed a decade ago, a little less than a decade ago, I believe, reflecting the will of the Maine legislature, reflecting the will of the people of Maine, and yet the people of Maine who need to use this legislation are not able to right now in many cases. So for those reasons, we thank you for considering this bill and ask you to support it. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We will now hear from Dale Hamilton. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Dale Hamilton, and I am the Executive Director of Community Health and Counseling Services, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1090. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize, I try not to repeat everything that you've heard, but this bill does not alter the criteria or process that's established in statute. And I just think that's important to put it out there, that the process remains. This is a bill that will resolve an inequity in funding which prevents certain healthcare providers from initiating a PTP process and in turn getting the support that some individuals need. One of the services that we provide is the Assertive Community Treatment, the ACT program. And our ACT program consistently serves individuals who have been referred by order under the PTP statute. The statute allows the director of an ACT team to obtain an order from the district court to admit an individual to a progressive treatment program. While ACT providers are authorized to seek a PTP, ACT providers receive no funding to cover the cost of the legal expenses to do so. And this greatly limits access to a process that is designed to serve individuals who are at risk of serious harm. And I just want to stress that point again, that this doesn't change the progressive treatment program. It doesn't change the process to petition the court. What it does is it allows providers such as ACT teams who are working with individuals who could benefit from a progressive treatment program to have the funding to pursue that. And that's really where the inequity resides, is that only individuals who are part of, who have been in a state facility are eligible in terms of being able to pursue this. And what this means is that it's not going to change the criteria. It doesn't change the criteria for qualifying for a progressive treatment program. But what it does do is it provides the funding so that those providers who are working with individuals who could benefit would be able to pursue that. And you've heard the testimony in terms of the offsetting costs, but most importantly, about this bill is it creates the access for people who need this service. And that's really the bottom line, and the most important part of this is that it creates that ability. The funding will be there, but this most importantly provides the support for people who are in need of a progressive treatment program. So I won't repeat other comments, but I'm happy to take any questions. And I know the progressive treatment program, there are other bills and it's somewhat complicated at times. I think this is a fairly straightforward bill that helps to bring some equity to individuals.
Thank you. Senator Claxton, do you have a question?
I do. Mr. Hamilton, can you speak at all to the history of how the application of the PTP program or the PTP was narrowed down, as has been referenced a couple times, to just the 2 state hospitals?
Yeah, in terms of the funding, and that's really the piece that's missing. The law itself specifically states that ACT providers can pursue that. I don't know when it took the turn in terms of not having that the funding was separated out from that process, but that's never been part of the process, and it really does convolute the whole situation. I'll give you a short description that if an individual who is on a PTP program being served by ACT ends up in a situation where they go into a community hospital or an inpatient hospital that's not state run, their PTP no longer exists. And the only way that could be reinstituted would be that the ACT team would need to pursue it because the state hospitals are no longer involved. So it creates even a dilemma for individuals who have been on a PTP with the way the process works. So it's been a long-standing problem around the funding. And this really would address that piece of it and bring in line what the law already states and allow providers to get the access to the service that people need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions and continuing to take testimony in support of the bill, we welcome Margaret Longsworth.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm testifying regarding LD 1090, resolved to equitably fund legal fees for progressive treatment plans. My name is Margaret Longsworth, and I am the Director of Mental Health and Clinical Services for OHI, a nonprofit organization which has served some of Maine's most vulnerable citizens for the last 41 years. OHI contracts with the Department of Health and Human Services to provide both residential and community-based mental health services. In that capacity, we have supported numerous individuals who have been the subjects of progressive treatment programs, and in fact are supporting 2 such individuals at present. LD 1090 is not perfect, but it seeks to correct a significant failure with our current progressive treatment program mechanism. That specific failure is the lack of financial support for private hospitals and assertive community treatment teams to pursue PTPs for individuals who desperately need them. Legal support isn't free, and it is necessary for the successful application for a PTP. Without financial support, the PTP mechanism goes unused in cases where lives could be saved and devastation avoided. For this reason, I ask that you vote that LD 1090 ought to pass. I say that 1090 is not perfect for a few reasons. The first, the definition of who can apply for a PTP in Maine Revised Statute 3873 defines the progressive treatment program in Maine. It includes a medical practitioner, a law enforcement officer, or the legal guardian of the patient. LD 1090 offers no financial support for these additional yet legally eligible parties. Secondly, there are more aspects of the PTP mechanism that need attention and support. As I referenced in my testimony related to LD 869, the community providers who implement, monitor, and administer the PTPs need financial support as well. Representative Craven, you asked a question before about monitoring post-application. It really seems like most of the focus gets placed on the application process. And as Dale pointed out, if the PTP falls apart because somebody is admitted someplace, how do you get it back? And how do you monitor after the application process if the person isn't in an ACT team? A lot of those people end up in PNMIs. It's very challenging. Section 65 of the Main Care Benefits Manual, which often funds the medication management services where PTPs are administered outside of ACT services, offers no additional financial support to the organizations and or the practitioners who have taken on the responsibility of PTP administration. As a result, few community providers are knowledgeable about or willing to administer PTPs. This limits the number of PTPs that can be supported in the community and leaves individuals who would otherwise qualify for PTPs in dangerous cycles of decompensation, rehospitalization, and or incarceration. In the worst case scenarios, these individuals die, all while a mechanism that could have helped has gone unused. There are concerns about the capacity of Maine psychiatric hospitals to accommodate readmissions under PTPs. This concern has led some to posit that our system of care cannot accommodate an increased number of PTPs. My observations of well-executed PTPs are that they are very successful in keeping people out of long-term hospitalizations, thereby lowering the pressures on psychiatric hospital beds and lowering overall cost of care. I thank the members of this committee for their time today and their attention to this matter, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. That concludes testimony on LD 1090. Does the committee have any requests from our analysts for additional information for the work session? Yes, Representative Perry.
Yes, I'm not seeing any response from the Attorney General, and I would like to see something on that because I brought a similar bill last year and really was opposed by the Attorney General's office. I want to see if there's been a change because this bill reads differently. I'm hoping we might have more success.
Seeing no other hands up, I'll close the public hearing on 1090 and open the public hearing on LD 869 presented to us by Representative Ann Perry. Welcome, Representative.
Okay, now I think you can hear me, right? Now to find my testimony again. Here we go. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and colleagues on the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Representative Ann Perry, and I represent 9 communities in Washington County. I'm here to introduce LD 869, a resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to review the progressive treatment program and processes by which a person may be involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric hospital or receive court-ordered community treatment. LD 869 directs the department to convene a stakeholder group to review the progressive treatment program, as well as the process by which a person may be involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric hospital. This legislation received unanimous support last session, and it was very clear in the hearing that PTPs, also known as court-ordered outpatient treatment or green papers, are underutilized and that they help keep individuals in the community and avoid unnecessary hospitalizations. And as we've heard this session, behavioral health patients can languish in hospital emergency departments for days and weeks at a time before receiving the appropriate care. We should be doing all that we can to ensure that people have access to care in the least restrictive setting available. A progressive treatment program is a court order that essentially establishes a contract between the patient and an outpatient psychiatric treatment team. It states the patient will agree to remain on their medications. The most common reason for rehospitalization is the patient's deterioration in psychiatric health, and to regularly meet with their therapist, psychiatrist, case manager, and generally participate in their treatment program laid out by the PTP. This is ordered by a judge during a legal proceeding and is time limited, typically for a year. The teeth to the PTP is that the patient can be rehospitalized if they are not meeting expectations of the PTP, as determined by the outpatient psychiatric team. A judge would then be asked to issue a green paper, which would result in hospitalizations of patients to facilitate treatment before they deteriorate to the point of becoming a danger to themselves. There are a variety of reasons that PTPs are utilized, including that the state does not represent non-state mental health institutions in legal proceedings. This bill would allow for a comprehensive analysis and review of the barriers to issuing PTPs and an opportunity to identify solutions. I would also note that there are challenges with the processes by which a person may be involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric hospital, including the fact that access to independent examiners is limited, and the stakeholders could review that issue as well as other issues you will hear today. I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this important request, and I hope that you will join in voting on to pass. And I have people who know much more than I do that will be following me.
Thank you, Representative Perry. We will hear from Mallory Shaughnessy. Welcome, Mallory.
Hello again. Representative Meyer, Senator Claxton, and members of the Committee, Health and Human Services. I still am Mallory Shaughnessy, living in Westbrook and Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. And on behalf of the Alliance, I am here in support of LD 869, but with the hope that convening a stakeholder study group would be in addition to the passage of legislation currently being heard to make some immediate changes to these processes. We believe that LD 1090 before this committee and an amended version of LD 785 before Judiciary both bring identified and needed changes forward. However, even with these changes being brought forward, there are still some inconsistencies in areas that need to be reviewed within the process of involuntary confinement and court-ordered treatment. We would urge that there be a stronger voice for those with lived experience of these processes and those that advocate for them be added to the stakeholder study group, including both those that have been patients under the Maine Revised Statute Title 34B and family members of those. I believe it says or. I believe both should be present and lending additional insight, and also advocates for both patients' rights and those that advocate for family concerns would again bring additional and even broader insight to the discussion. We do not presuppose what results will come from this type of study group, but we do believe it's time for a thorough review. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I'd be happy to find additional information if you need it for the work session. And again, please do not let this interfere with other bills on this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none, we'll hear from Robert McCarley. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. I too am a huge fan of the PTP program. So thank you very much, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. So my name is Rob McCarley. I'm the Vice President of Medical Affairs for Maine Behavioral Health Care's Intensive Services. I work for Maine Health, and I work for inpatient. I work mostly in the inpatient systems at Spring Harbor, Penn Bay Medical Center, Southern Maine Healthcare. I've had in the past a lot of time working with the ACT teams and have worked on both sides of the fence for PTP programs, as well as working very closely with the state and the state hospitals. I'm here to testify in support of LD 869. You've heard a lot about the legislation before you today. It's a byproduct of the robust conversation this committee had in the 129th legislature regarding court-ordered outpatient treatment, known as PTPs or green papers. As you've heard, a PTP allows a patient to remain out of the hospital by helping to avoid the cycle of medication or treatment noncompliance, typically leading to deterioration to the point of patient being a danger to themselves or others, and necessitating an involuntary admission, oftentimes a longer hospitalization, greater restriction of patient rights, and greater use of resources. This also can lead to a loss of employment, housing, and severe damage to the important supportive relationships of the patient. PTP works to break that cycle. It has the additional benefit of keeping the patient out of the hospital. The conversation during the last session illuminated the fact that PTPs are underutilized across the state for a variety of reasons, as this committee grapples with the tragedy of individuals with behavioral health needs stuck in a hospital emergency department for days or weeks. It's never more evident that we must utilize every tool available to ensure that people receive the care they need in the community. There is a whole host of things. PTPs are a great avenue, I think, for addressing these. I think you've heard a number of reasons why this is the case. I agree that a PTP can decrease the need for inpatient hospitalizations. We have more than enough business for patients to come into the hospital. We certainly don't need any more patients to come in than we have to. And if we can avoid people getting stuck in an emergency department, it's a win for all. A couple of key topics that might be beneficial to review include the creation of a standardized process for bringing forth the PTP to the court from a non-state mental health institution, as you've heard, increasing the number potentially of access to independent examiners across the state, increasing the frequency of availability of judicial review to ensure medication treatment is expedited for patients in the hospital. Funding needs for outpatient treatment for PTPs, which I heard a number of people just talking about. In terms of the execution of PTPs, how long can a hospital emergency department hold a patient? There's a number of aspects about the current PTP law, which I think aren't so clear, and clarification would be very helpful for standardization of this approach. Is the institution who has issued a PTP committed to taking the patient as the next admission? Must a patient hospitalized on a green paper require a re-hospital commitment hearing, such as a white paper and treatment over objection hearing before a PTP ordered medication previously ordered by the court be administered over objection? Convening stakeholders to examine these topics and others so that there is a standard interpretation of the existing statute, as well as identify barriers and potential solutions to ensure that the needs of our most vulnerable patients are met, would be helpful. I would also add that we're supportive of providing funding to ensure PTPs can be brought by non-state mental health institutions, and would urge the committee to pass both bills. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any extra questions.
Seeing no hands up for questions, thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to Jeff Austin. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman Meyer, Senator Claxton, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association. I will be brief. We are in support of LD 869. And like Mallory Shaughnessy said, I don't see any reason why it should be seen in opposition to 1090. I think they can both move forward if the committee sees fit. There's no reason the two bills cannot both go forward for those groups that are ready. And the only barrier to utilizing the green paper is financial. 1090 might be an appropriate vehicle for them to move forward. I think funding may not be the only barrier in some cases, as Dr. McCarley just recited some of the concerns that are out there. I can say in discussing this with members, there is a lack of awareness and utilization of green paper in Maine. It is not as widely used or utilized as it could be. We were supportive, I think, if I'm remembering the bill correctly, Representative Perry's bill last year, where I thought it was a great idea to have the Attorney General's office be the moving party. They're accustomed to doing this. They do this work for the state hospitals. I don't see why a community hospital couldn't tag the Attorney General's office and say, can you represent the state in moving this patient into the green paper status? But they didn't want to do that. And that's how this process goes. And so came back with the stakeholder group. So we think that's a great idea. Do not think moving forward on 869 is in any way a barrier to moving forward on 1090 as well. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Austin? Seeing none, thanks for being here, Jeff.
Thank
Providing
you.
testimony in opposition to the bill is Senator John Nutting. Welcome back.
Representative Myers, Senator Claxton, other distinguished members of the committee. I'll be very, very brief. I am probably scarred when you're talking about a study of PTP, because the original PTP law from 2005, which I have here, and the AOT law that I have from 2010 here, Both were delayed 18 months by opponents of the PTP program. And
John, okay. You're muted, Senator.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay, very good. You know, both of the 05 and 2010 bills both had studies delaying them. I'm probably, as many parents are scarred from that thing. If you are going to proceed, I would strongly urge to proceed with both bills and to change the makeup so that parents of those with anosognosia are involved in the study group. The thing both the 05 bill and the 2010 bill both had reports back to the legislature on whether or not PTP is working from 05 and 2010. Neither reports were ever done. My feeling is take LD 1090, make sure they start collecting the data, and then next year you would have something to study. Right now, the data is not being collected. For instance, in New York State, they compared the year before their Kendra's Law and the year on Kendra's Law and found over an 80% reduction of thousands of individuals, an 80% reduction in hospital and jail time once they were on the court-ordered assistant community program. I'm hearing that from psychiatrists and ACT teams that it's the same in Maine, but you know the reports have never been submitted. So I would hope that at some point getting the department to do this study that were again part of both of the bills that were never done, I think is a piece of the problem. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, we'll hear from Jean Gore. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you again for hearing my testimony today, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Jean Gore. I'm a resident of Shapley, and as I expressed at the last hearing, I'm the mom of a young man who suffers from schizoaffective disorder and the coordinator of the National Shattering Silence Coalition. And I'm testifying today in opposition of LD 869. In theory, the bill sounds great. What I got from reading it is that the intent is to make the PTP program accessible to more people. However, I feel you are putting the cart before the horse, respectfully. My concern is that if this bill passes, you will not pass LD 1090, which I know some have said you can. At the time I wrote this, I wasn't sure whether you could do both or not. But LD 1090 would offer immediate relief, providing access to this wonderful program now. When the PTP program was first started back in 2005, as John Nutting just testified, it supposedly included provisions that would require data to be collected following those enrolled in the program, and to my knowledge, this never happened. A better plan at this moment, given the pandemic, stretched resources, and greatly increased number of people seeking services, would be to table this review now until you have a couple of years worth of data to review and revisit this idea then. In the immediate future, you could amend the LD 1090 to include provisions requiring that data be collected and submitted to DHHS for all enrolled PTP program and graduates of the program. I think that's important too, because you want to know what happens to these people after they've finished with the PTP program. Do they remain healthy in the community? Do they become a revolving door again? Are we not following them closely? So, you know, this way we could start saving taxpayer dollars right away by passing 1090 and then creating greater access to the program. we could begin saving more lives, reducing hospitalizations, incarcerations, and homelessness now. At the same time, we could begin to collect the data needed going forward that would allow us to revisit the study. It should give you comfort to know extensive research does show that assisted outpatient treatment reduces homelessness, arrest, incarceration, and hospitalization by 70% or so. And I've provided a link in my testimony for that statement. It also cuts costs to taxpayers by 50%. It would be great to also add to LD 1090 provisions asking for surveys evaluating participants and family member satisfaction, along with feedback from providers in the community that can be all submitted anonymously, reporting unvarnished opinions and observations. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or attend the work session for LD 1090 to help craft the amendments if you would think that was appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands up, we'll move to Joe Pickering. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
You hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Well, thank you very much. God bless you. John Nutting said he was scarred. Well, I've been scarred for 30 years. I was director of CHCS for 30 years. And what I've experienced is, as it relates to those illnesses that are brain disorders that are labeled mental illness and behavioral health, et cetera, there was always a study to be done. And if you read some of the material that I sent that enclosed, what it amounts to, it's often delayed. Reimbursement is often delayed. There's been freezes on these services, et cetera. And right now there are such urgent needs right now to focus in on bills such as 1090, such as the ones that I referred to in the 785, such as the ones that Laura Seplica did. I did I wrote a letter to the editor on that one. If we could focus on that, I think that would be so much more meaningful, because I think I would absolutely hate to see more disruption and more delays, because I think it does a disservice to our clients. It does a disservice to the family members. It does a disservice to the taxpayer. But the other thing is this: when 785 was tested, I had proposed that too. There was information given that was absolutely incorrect. And one of the things that I think would be very helpful to any study would bring in the Treatment Advocacy Center, which is a national organization and has provided excellent information, and that would hurry up some of the. We don't have to have a 2-year study or a 1-year study or a 90-day study. But I do think we need to bring in people, national organizations, which have a wide variety of expertise and has helped more than 30 states. But anyways, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But as of now, put it at the end of the bus. Let's focus in on those vital areas that need to be worked on. It's tragic, and we've got to end the tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Seeing none and continuing testimony in opposition to the bill, Margaret Longsworth, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am testifying again regarding LD 869, resolve directing the Department of Health and Human Services to review the progressive treatment program and process by which a person may be involuntarily admitted to a psychiatric hospital or receive court-ordered community treatment. My name is Margaret Longsworth, and I am the Director of Mental Health and Clinical Services at OHI. Again, we have in the past served people who are subject to PTPs and are currently supporting people who are operating under PTPs. While I agree that the progressive treatment program needs to be reviewed, revised, and improved, and applaud Commissioner Lambrou for her recognition of that fact, I am asking that the members of the committee vote that the current measure not pass, as LD 869 is currently written. It unfortunately omits significant stakeholder groups. Providers of private non-medical institution services such as OHI often receive referrals for those with severe and persistent mental illness who may be appropriate candidates for PTPs or who already have PTPs. The PNMI providers are frequently the component that must implement and monitor the daily compliance with the terms of the PTP. The current measure fails to recognize this critical role PNMI providers hold and the value of their input through the review process. If the subject of a PTP is not discharged to a PNMI, they are often supported by an assertive community treatment team. LD 869 fails to include a representative from the ACT team as a stakeholder. It also fails to include other community providers who administer the PTPs once the individual leaves the hospital. These providers are most often community psychiatrists and psychiatric nurse practitioners funded under Section 65 of the Main Care Benefits Manual. This group is glaringly absent from the stakeholder list. There are ongoing financial burdens associated with the administration of the PTP in the community, yet the current measure appears to only recognize the challenges associated with the hospitals and the PTP application process. For a review of the PTP mechanism to be comprehensive, balanced, and successful, it must involve all elements of the life cycle of the PTP. LD 869 falls short in that it seems to place more of its focus on the beginning of the process. And I just want to add that as I was writing this testimony, you have to say you're for or against, or you're neither for nor against. I really wish that I could say I'm both for and against, because you could convince me to support this if you expanded that stakeholder list and you were looking at the entire PTP process. It just repeatedly, the department's focus seems to be on the beginning of the process and not how the whole thing plays out. And additionally, like others have said, I don't want this to get in the way of 1090. We need that support right now. So if that could be resolved, then like I said, I could be convinced to support both. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we will go to testimony neither for nor against, and welcome Kevin Voivodich.
Good afternoon. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee, my name is Kevin Voivodich. I'm here today to testify neither for nor against this bill. And so I want to point out DRM, firmly believes that treatment should be done in the community whenever possible and not ordered by a district court, which can be considered a coercive process. And, I think that being said, we've heard a lot of testimony today. This is already in state law, so we understand that. But I want to pose some questions regarding this because I heard a lot of the testimony in the prior bill, not all of it, but I think part of the issue is, I haven't heard clearly data showing that this is underutilized. I haven't heard data saying exactly how much it is utilized right now. So, I think specific numbers are important to know what the utilization rate is. Secondly, I think, I am curious about the payment piece. I know that was more in the prior bill, but just, because you have different entities that may be petitioning the court for these. It may, in some instances, be a private hospital. or it may be a, an agency in the community. So I'm just curious about the, like I said, it's a question. We didn't testify in the prior bill, but just, where that cost of representation is more burdensome in those situations. Third, as Ms. Shaughnessy testified to, I think it is critical that you have a person with lived experience on this, not just or a family member. I think that is key. You absolutely should, because those are the folks with, living through these things. And, I have represented individuals on PTPs in other instances, and, they're not there by choice. So it is important to have that voice in there. I think additionally, advocacy groups are important. Disability Rights Maine is a protection advocacy organization for the state of Maine, working for people with disabilities. And so I think advocacy is an important point. We're in a lot of these discussions regarding these changes to state statutes in different areas and things like that. So I think it's important to have, a balanced perspective, as well as the Attorney General's office and others. Finally, and this is the point I really wanted to get to, I conducted with another attorney a death investigation, which we published in 2019, of an individual that was on the PTP program. And I would really encourage you to, at the very least, look at the blog post or read the findings of that investigation, because it really brought up some real concerns about how the providers were administering the program, including, how it's overseen by the state. And we brought in an outside psychologist, a national expert, to look at in that particular case, the situation. And we really had, when I looked at it, and I was listening to the testimony today, if you're going to do, as not that we're in favor of this, a lot more of these, I think you really need to look at the situation now to make sure they're administered safely, quite frankly, based on my investigation, at least. And so I think, I think it's important to consider the full piece. And you can see in my testimony, we issued 3 in particular recommendations as far as, what needs to happen, before you even, like I said, if these things are increased, you need to make sure they have some efficacy and people are actually being, served safely under them. And so I think that's really important. So before, things go forward, I think you also need to think about the state's role in this. And I didn't see any testimony from them on it today, but just think about those things, because, I did a lot of records review and things on that. And what I saw, it was concerning. I felt incredibly bad for the family member, the individual, everyone involved. So thank you for your time, and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. And finally, we will hear from Simone Mallon, neither for nor against. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Simone Mallon. I live in Winthrop, and I am the Executive Director of the Consumer Council System of Maine, and we represent the people living with mental health challenges and having a voice in public policy. We are testifying neither for nor against, but with extreme caution. So it may sound like a really good idea to keep someone safe. And I urge you to do some reading on the dignity of risk. One of the things I have felt and seen in my career is that we create things to keep people safe. And we do that so much more in mental health. Like, for instance, I have type 2 diabetes, actually from a side effect from atypical antipsychotic medication that I willingly took, but didn't get information about the side effects. So if I don't take my medication, and I'm technically at risk of so many things, my providers don't swoop in and force treatment. So when we start talking about trying to protect people and keep them safe, and I'm talking as a family member as well, and I have struggled seeing family members who struggle, but I also know we also have to respect people's rights and their ability to struggle and to get on the other side of that. I won't tell you all the things that people told me I would never do, or that was my prediction of life. And we can't predict that for other people. And when we start talking about coercion, which forcing people into treatment is coercion. And I've listed several links on the back of my testimony. The other side is that when we force people into treatment, the rest of the mental health community that might potentially need to seek treatment or are in treatment and see these PTPs and coercion, do you think they want to come into treatment? No, it scares people. And it further is a barrier to care and stigmatizes people in ways that I don't think you intend to do that. PTP should be very narrowly used. And, you know, I respect the family members who have testified, but I will tell you the Treatment Advocacy Center is a very far end of the spectrum national group. And if you're thinking about bringing some of those folks in, there's a lot of national experts that will give you a different perspective. So I ask that you bring all voices to the table. And even in the stakeholder group, you need people, you need more than one person with lived experience. You need more than one. And you also need the mental health law experts and advocates with us as well. So we ask that if you consider the stakeholder group, you include members of the community who have lived with this, not and or, because often family members are at a different end of the spectrum of this. So we want to respect all voices and have all voices at the table. Thank you for your time. And I respect everybody's opinion on this.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, that concludes testimony on 869. Any requests for additional information for Aaron? Seeing none, it is 4:11. We have LD 1570 and quite a bit of testimony in front of us. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and come back at 4:20. Welcome back. We are awaiting the sponsor of LD 1570. And we'll get started with our last hearing of the day. So, welcome back to our final public hearing for this afternoon. LD 1570, an act to protect drinking water for Maine residents, introduced to us by Representative Lori Gramlich. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. And I know you all have been working really hard. We've been doing the same over in the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, so you're not alone. But thank you for accommodating me. I really appreciate it. Let me just pull my testimony up here. There we go. So I'm not sure if Senator Claxton is here, but in absentia, and Representative Meyer and my distinguished colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services, I still am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is indeed the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach. I am pleased to present LD 1570, an act to protect drinking water for Maine residents. Current estimates indicate that about 52% of Maine's 1.3 million people drink water from private wells. In fact, Maine has the highest dependence on residential water wells in the nation. Many Maine wells have too much arsenic or other contaminants of concern. Arsenic, for example, is odorless and tasteless, making it impossible to detect without testing. It enters drinking water supplies from natural deposits in the earth, as well as past agricultural practices. The water from an estimated 1 in 6 wells in Maine is unsafe to drink because it has too much arsenic in it, leaving more than 100,000 Maine children and adults at risk. As a result, Maine has become the focus of geological, environmental, and human health research studies. Other states with unusually high arsenic levels include New Hampshire, Michigan, California, New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Nevada. Maine currently considers the level 10 parts per billion of arsenic in water to be, quote, safe. That level was set in 2001 by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. Updated science has continued to show that 10 parts per billion is not health protective. New Hampshire, in fact, has adopted more protective standards. Epidemiological studies have continued to show levels of arsenic in drinking water need to be set much lower to avoid increased rates of lung and bladder cancer. In fact, Maine's bladder cancer rate is 20% higher than the rest of the nation. And as a side note, I do have a family member who is currently fighting bladder cancer, and this individual has a well. Arsenic also harms children's brains. In a 2014 study in Maine showed that children with even moderate levels of arsenic, those lower than the current standard, had a decline of average IQ scores 5 to 6 points lower than that of their peers who are able to drink safe, clean drinking water. No family should be exposed to high levels of arsenic simply because they cannot afford to test their wells. The public health and societal cost of arsenic exposure, not to mention the toll it takes on Maine families, can be avoided if we are proactive about providing people with the tools they need to identify and mitigate exposure. There's an unfair burden on well owners, especially lower income families who are completely exempt from the Safe Drinking Water Act legal protections and mandatory testing, which people on public water supplies don't even have to worry about or think about. Additionally, low-income communities, tribes, rural communities, and communities of color are disproportionately impacted and more susceptible to health impacts and financial impacts of exposure to arsenic and other contaminants in drinking water, making this an environmental justice issue. As some of you may recall, I presented an iteration of this bill before this committee during the 129th legislature. It was voted out of committee as a unanimous ought to pass. Unfortunately, because we did not come back into session during the 129th, we were not able to have the full body vote on this critically important piece of legislation that aims to protect Mainers from arsenic in their drinking water. LD 1570 will require the Department of Health and Human Services to set a more health protective standard for arsenic in drinking water of 5 parts per billion, down from the current standard of 10 parts per billion in public drinking water systems, matching our neighbors in New Hampshire. LD 1570 also establishes a program for the state's health and environmental testing laboratory to provide no-cost well water testing for eligible low-income residents and waives the fees otherwise required to be addressed on water testing. Statewide, there are currently about a third of renters, about 29%, served by residential water wells. And currently, landlords are not required to test wells that they use to provide drinking water to tenants. Further, if those wells are contaminated, there is no requirement to share those test results with tenants. LD 1570 will require residential landlords that have private drinking water wells to test these wells in accordance with state recommendations and provide those results to tenants and prospective tenants. Tenants have the right to know what is in the water they are drinking so they can protect themselves and their families from exposure to any contaminants in their drinking water, just like they have the right to know about lead paint in the dwellings that they rent. My testimony referenced this, but I did want to draw attention to you all for some amended language that I would like for you all to consider as you work the bill. I have shared this proposed amendment with your analysts and with your chairs. And I just wanted to highlight that for all of you. The amendment language clarifies that free testing for low-income residents of the state encompasses that all tests that the Department of Health and Human Services routinely recognizes and at the frequency recommended by the department in accordance with existing recommendations established by the department. The proposed amendment further clarifies that the testing required of landlords include all drinking water contaminants routinely recommended to be tested for by the department, and that this testing is required of landlords of residential properties who must ensure a copy of the most recent results are also provided to prospective tenants. It requires a fine for landlords who fail to comply with this provision, and the cost of inaction are unacceptably high. The cost of learning disabilities, cancers, and health impacts, all of which are preventable. LD 1570 will mitigate these health concerns and will help to assure that all Mainers have clean, safe drinking water. I urge you to unanimously vote ought to pass on LD 1570. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your indulgence and your consideration, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions for you.
Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you.
We'll
Appreciate
hear
it.
from Emma Hallis O'Connor. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Emma Hallis O'Connor, and I'm an attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1570. And I will just note that I'm focusing my testimony today on the part of the legislation that deals with requiring landlords to test. Pine Tree Legal Assistance is a nonprofit organization. It has offices in Portland, Lewiston, Augusta, Bangor, Machias, and Presque Isle. Since 1967, Pine Tree has represented low-income Mainers in civil legal matters. And in 2020 alone, we represented low-income Mainers in 3,084 rental housing cases. My casework at Pine Tree Legal is focused on York County tenants who are facing unsafe or unhealthy conditions in their rental housing. I first saw the impacts of contaminated well water on low-income residents before my time at Pine Tree when I worked for a different organization on this issue. It was then that I learned the story of an elderly couple that still haunts me to this day. They were tenants living in an apartment for 10 years. They were drinking very high levels of arsenic in their drinking water unknowingly. And the husband in this couple had advanced skin cancer that required multiple surgeries. The wife in this couple had kidney disease and kidney failure. Both of those health conditions are linked to chronic exposure to arsenic. And there were also others in the building, 3 others in the building who had died from kidney-related problems, and another tenant in the building in a complex that had 8 units who had also advanced skin cancer. And it's possible that these health tragedies could have been avoided if these tenants had been informed of what was in their drinking water. LD 1570 would add needed tenant protections to existing law. Under Maine's warranty of habitability law, all Maine tenants have a right to housing that is fit for human habitation. This law provides important fundamental rights to tenants, but the law does not define what makes housing fit for human habitation. And furthermore, to trigger any of the legal remedies for tenants under this law, a tenant must have notified the landlord of the problem. And this requires a tenant to be aware that there is a problem in the first place. And as we know, arsenic in drinking water is tasteless, it is odorless, it's not detectable by tenants without having a water test presented to them. In York County, where most of my clients live, tenants face a very high risk of unknowingly renting a house with contaminated water. 47% of York County homes use well water. Just over half of the wells tested so far, 1 in 5 York County wells that have been tested contain an unsafe level of arsenic. And some areas are known hotspots. For example, 42% of the wells in Hollis have been tested and shown to have unsafe levels of arsenic in the water. 50% of the wells in Elliott, 43% of the wells tested in Buxton, for example. Maine law already requires landlords to disclose specific harmful conditions in rental housing that tenants are unlikely to be able to detect themselves prior to renting. For example, as Representative Gramovich said, lead. Other examples include bed bugs, which landlords are required to disclose, as well as the presence of radon in the building. Arsenic and other harmful contaminants in well water present a problem that is just as dangerous, just as pervasive as bed bugs, lead paint, and radon. Pine Tree supports LD 1570 because it will provide tenants with an answer to a crucial question: is my water safe to drink? Every tenant in Maine deserves to have that question answered before they rent. So for that reason, I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1570. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Seeing no hands up, we thank you for your testimony. We will hear from Jenny Carwile. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Senator Claxton. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Jenny Carwile, and I'm a pediatric epidemiologist. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and Dr. Abby Fleisch, a pediatric endocrinologist and researcher. We both live and work in Southern Maine and lead research on the effects of environmental exposures on children's health. We are here representing the American Academy of Pediatrics to testify in support of LD 1570. During this testimony, I want to tell you about the research on the health effects of low-level arsenic exposure in children and why low-income households are most in need of free well water testing. A 2014 study of children from elementary schools in the Augusta, Maine area showed that children with a drinking water arsenic of 5 to 10 micrograms per liter, that's currently below the current maximum contaminant level, had a 6-point reduction in IQ compared to children with a drinking water arsenic less than 5 micrograms per liter. Other evidence of the health effects of low-level arsenic exposure comes from the New Hampshire birth cohort study. And the water arsenic concentration in this population is similar to what we see in Maine. And in this study, they found that women with higher arsenic exposure were more likely to have gestational diabetes. And health effects in their infants included a smaller head circumference at birth and more infections in the first year of life, and particularly those requiring medical treatment. In addition to arsenic, well water can also be contaminated by nitrates, organics, microorganisms, and other chemicals that can cause disease in children. For these reasons, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that families routinely test their well water. And while testing your well water is just the first step to obtaining safe drinking water, studies have found that most people who obtain high arsenic test results do indeed take steps to obtain safe drinking water, such as installing a water filter. Finally, I'm going to tell you about a study our team recently conducted using data from a telephone survey called the Maine Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System. And what makes this study unique is that it was conducted throughout the entire state of Maine. We found that participants who had never tested their well water were less educated and had a lower household income than those who had tested their well water. And this makes sense because other researchers have identified cost as a major barrier to testing well water. In summary, we are in support of LD 1570 because recent research from Maine and New Hampshire shows detrimental effects of low-level arsenic exposure on children's health. This bill will also increase well water testing in low-income households, which is an important first step in improving access to safe drinking water. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee. Representative Craven, did I miss your hand up before?
No, I couldn't find, well.
Okay,
down.
hold your question if it's something that Erin can help us out with.
Okay.
Seeing no questions, thank you for being here today, and we'll move on to Joseph Graziano. Welcome. You're muted, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm here in support of this bill. I'm a professor at Columbia University, professor of environmental health sciences. I've been at Columbia for 42 years and held various leadership positions in the School of Public Health. From 2000 to 2020, I served as the principal investigator of Columbia's NIH-funded Superfund research program, a large initiative that studied various aspects of the arsenic problem around the world, in Southeast Asia and in the United States and in Maine. And in fact, that study of Maine school children was mine in 2014. And during those 20 years, we've learned a great deal about the health threats from arsenic at lower and lower arsenic concentrations in drinking water. So I'm here as a scientist and educator to try to bring you up to date on what I know. For example, in 2013, the National Academy of Science assembled a committee of experts, and I chaired that committee, to review the state of the science regarding the current knowledge of health effects. And there are 17 adverse health effects attributed to arsenic, but of course the weight of evidence varies from one to the next. First and foremost is cancer. And it was already mentioned, bladder cancer, lung cancer. New England has the highest rate of bladder cancer in the nation. And the evidence there is absolutely, positively rock solid. Aside from cancers, though, cardiovascular disease has risen to the top as perhaps a more important killer associated with arsenic exposure. And here again, the evidence comes in from around the world at lower and lower concentrations from Southeast Asia and from the United States, that the risk for heart attack is dramatically increased with arsenic exposure. And finally, there's the increasingly strong evidence, as was mentioned, about the consequences of arsenic exposure on child intelligence. Like lead, arsenic is associated with deficits in child IQ. My work in 2004 in Bangladesh was the first. We actually replicated that study. That was in school children. We replicated that in Maine in 2014, where the concentrations of arsenic were lower than in Southeast Asia. Found the same dose-response relationship as compared to children whose water contained 5 or less micrograms per liter. Those with more than 5 had a loss, as was mentioned, of 5 to 6 IQ points. So in closing, I have my highest level of confidence that a reduction of the MCL from 10 to 5 would have a very positive impact on the health and quality of life for adults and children in Maine. And I think the science on these issues is very, very strong and clear. Thank you for your time, and I'll take questions if you like.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll hear from Kate Manahan.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Welcome.
I am a licensed clinical social worker and I worked with kids and families. And I became aware of the wide exposure. It's really 1 in 12 Mainers is probably drinking arsenic water. I went to SALT, Institute for Documentary Studies, last spring, and I focused my research project on this, and I offered the link for the story to it. If you're interested, it's happening. It's happening all over. Our doctors aren't looking for it. People are coming in with all kinds of GI upset, and they don't connect the dots. Most clinics don't ask, why you've got this, and people are spending a ton of money on workups that, it's fixable. And I've come to the point in my life where you have to discern between them. Can't do anything about a meteor, can't do anything about a pandemic coming your way, but there are things we can do. And unlike PFAS, the cleanup here isn't ridiculous, and the insult isn't on purpose. It comes from granite and also sometimes from inorganic pesticides. But it's random, it's all over the place, and we just have to test. I think that the idea of sacrificing 5 to 6 IQ points on children is insane because it's fixable. It can make a huge difference on a 100-point IQ. And it can also take people who would be functioning and put them into a lower functioning level and be considered a learning disability with all kinds of special ed dollars that go with that. When we want people to be healthy and thriving, we need a strong workforce, and we can't be strong and resilient if we are sick. And so many people are as a result. I also just wanted to say, make a little note on the environmental justice. I grew up rurally as a kid, and this is just one of those things where people who live rurally, they have a lot of hidden taxes and deficits, and nobody is looking. And so I think for our rural state, we really have to think about ways to make sure that we fund some help so that people can get tests. Like we heard earlier, it's a barrier to health, and it's on the scope of problems and fixes. It's affordable and doable, and it's something we can do. Way easier than cleaning up a PFAS field. And I wanted to say to you all, thank you so much for your decision last Friday on the PFAS numbers. Yay, something good to celebrate. So thank you, that's it. I'm happy to take questions if you like.
Thank you. Seeing no hands up, appreciate you being here today.
My pleasure.
We'll move on to Kelsey George.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Kelsey George. I've been a Maine resident for 13 years. I'm a policy board member for the amazing nonprofit organization called Defend Our Health, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1570 and to share my story of arsenic poisoning. In late June of 2009, my partner and I signed a lease agreement for an apartment in Franklin, Maine, located 20 minutes outside of Ellsworth. The apartment utilized the private well from the landlord's home, located approximately 100 feet away from our apartment. Unbeknownst to us, the well had levels of arsenic that exceeded the federal limit of 10 parts per billion. At the time we signed the lease agreement, the landlords knew that their well contained levels of arsenic over the federal limit, but they never disclosed this information as there was no law in the state of Maine requiring them to do so. As we would later discover, the landlords never drank the water from their own tap because they knew it was contaminated with arsenic. At the time we signed the lease agreement, I was a healthy 24-year-old working full-time for a nonprofit organization on Mount Desert Island. Over the course of the first year, I drank, I cooked with, and bathed in the well water without incident. But 15 months later, I began visiting the doctor to address a myriad of symptoms, including chronic sore throats, respiratory problems, cardiovascular stress, headaches, nausea, digestive issues, decreased immune system response, and more. A few months later, my partner began complaining of similar symptoms. My doctor ran a number of tests, including blood work and strep cultures, but with lab tests continuing to turn up negative, my doctor was unable to determine the cause. By August of 2011, 2 years after we'd been living at the apartment and drinking the well water, my symptoms had peaked in their severity. I had lost over 20 pounds and began experiencing short-term memory loss. I was 27 years old. Shortly thereafter, and through conversations with nearby residents, my partner and I suspected that our health problems might be attributed to the water, and we tested for arsenic. Despite the fact that Hurricane Irene had just passed and dropped significant rainfall, which we knew could affect the water table levels, the arsenic test returned levels of 13 parts per billion. 2 years later, after I moved out, my former partner tested the well again, and the arsenic readings were nearly 20 parts per billion. Just to put this into perspective, one of my partner's former clients, who lived a few miles down the road in Franklin, had arsenic levels that exceeded 100 parts per billion. In the 4 years that followed, I visited over a dozen practitioners and I spent thousands of dollars in medical expenses to treat health problems that stemmed as a result of arsenic poisoning, including a condition called acquired cervical dystonia. Due to time, I'm going to end my story a little bit short and let you know or encourage you to finish reading my testimony, which probably takes all of 2 minutes. And I encourage you to listen to the 10-minute audio piece that was created by Kate Manahan, who you just heard from through her work with the SALT Institute. And I stand here in front of you today in support of LD 1570, requesting that the department pass this bill with the sponsor's amendment. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your story today.
Thank you.
We'll hear from Laura Harper. Laura.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Laura Harper, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, Defend Our Health. Today, I'm sharing with you the testimony of Lonnie Graham. These are her words. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a family practice physician and former Chief Public Health Officer for Maine. I'm here representing the Maine Medical Association in favor of LD 1570. I've testified before you about PFAS drinking water bills. PFAS, of course, is one of the newer contaminants of Maine drinking water and is man-made, while arsenic is one of the oldest contaminants and usually leaches into drinking water from local rock formations. But PFAS and arsenic share a common feature. They both can cause adverse health effects when found in drinking water, and Maine people deserve to know if they're being exposed to arsenic in their drinking water, just as they deserve to know about PFAS. Safe drinking water is the essence of public health, which is why I keep coming before you about unsafe drinking water in Maine. Like PFAS, the adverse health effects of arsenic can be significant. Unsafe levels can lead to several different cancers, including bladder cancer. And we already know that Maine's bladder cancer rate is higher than the nation's. There's also potential harm to children's brains. Unfortunately, as you likely know, Maine has the highest dependence on well water in the nation. People who use private wells have none of the protections that people who use public drinking water. I have a private well, and for years, despite a public health background, I did not consider that my well might have unacceptably high levels of arsenic. Though fortunately, when I tested it, it did not. Nevertheless, those drinking well water, whether in their own homes or as renters, must both know that the drinking water should be tested and have the wherewithal to assure that it's done. This in turn means that many Maine people, including children, are likely exposed to unsafe levels of arsenic in their drinking water. Renters, low-income people, people who simply are unaware of the importance of safe drinking water. At present, only about half of well owners have had their water tested, and likely that half is upper-income well owners. This bill offers a couple of common sense solutions. First, why not require landlords to test their well water? We require testing for radon, and arsenic is just as dangerous. Second, why not try to improve access to free testing for those who need it? It seems unlikely that Maine people who could afford to test their own wells would try to abuse this system. Third, it makes sense that Maine would consider lowering the levels of arsenic in drinking water considered safe from 10 parts per billion to 5 parts per billion. This change would be in line with the latest science, and our neighbor New Hampshire has chosen to make this change. Thank you for your attention and support for safe drinking water, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have, but I can also take them back to Dr. Graham, and then we'll make sure that you have answers by the work session.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Laura Harper? Seeing none. We would welcome continuing testimony in support of the bill, Sarah Woodbury.
Thank you, Representative Meyer. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1570. Maine currently considers a maximum contaminant level, or MCL, of 10 parts per billion for arsenic in water to be safe. That level was set in 2001 by the US EPA. It was controversial even then, with EPA originally proposing 5 parts per billion and many health scientists suggesting it should be lower. Unfortunately, updated science has continued to show that 10 parts per billion is not health protective. LD 1570 would set a more health protective MCL of 5 parts per billion, joining our friends in New Hampshire and New Jersey in setting this level. New Hampshire took action based in part upon testimony of economists who calculated a net economic benefit of over $4 billion in avoided medical costs and improved IQ scores of children. It is important to recognize that the vast majority of Maine's public water systems already meet the 5 parts per billion standard. Based on a review of publicly available data, only 5 public water systems have had recent arsenic tests between 5 and 10 parts per billion. For Mainers that are living paycheck to paycheck, paying for testing and remediation may be cost prohibitive. While the legislature authorized a state lab to provide free tests to low-income families, accessing this is mired in red tape. Despite the fact that the department clearly recommends all wells be tested periodically for arsenic and other contaminants, it directs low-income families to have a professional, specifically suggesting a physician or a geologist, to document the need for having their water tested. The cruelty of making low-income families jump through hoops to document the need for services that the department itself says are universally needed is frankly shameful. LD 1570 would do away with this requirement, opening the door for more families to get their wells tested. Additionally, statewide, nearly 1/3 of renters are serviced by residential well water. Landlords are not required to test wells that they use to provide drinking water to tenants. Tenants have the right to know what is in their drinking water. This bill requires landlords to test for wells and arsenic and provide those results to tenants and prospective tenants. Note, it does not actually require any treatment or mitigation. That is left to negotiations between the tenant and the landlord. As the bill is currently drafted, the landlord testing requirement only requires testing and disclosure of arsenic. Representative Gramlich's suggested amendment would update this language to include testing for all contaminants recommended by the CDC. We urge the committee to update the bill to include this language. Additionally, the current draft of the bill does not make it clear that the landlords need to provide testing information to prospective tenants beforehand. Representative Gramlich's amendment also makes this provision clear. Access to clean water should not depend on your income or where you live. We owe it to all Mainers and especially to our children to take action. LD 1570 is a critical step in the right direction, and we urge the committee to unanimously ought to pass. Thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank
We
you.
welcome Issy Munoz. Ms. Munoz?
Yes, 1 second.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the waiting. My name is Isidora Muñoz. I'm a third-year student.
Ms. Munoz, could you lean into your microphone a little bit more? It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me?
That's a little bit better.
Okay. As I was saying, my name is Isidora Muñoz Segovia. I'm a third-year student at College of Atlantic, and I work with the MDI Biolab on the All About Arsenic project. And I'm testifying today in favor of this bill. As many people have already brought up and talked about the health risk of arsenic in our water, and as many of you know already, arsenic is not only a hazard for our health in terms of causing cancer, but also harms one of the state's and world's most precious thing, our youth's brain. As already mentioned, a 2014 study in Maine showed that children with even moderate levels of arsenic, those lower than the current standard, had a decline of average IQ scores from 5 to 6 points lower than the peers drinking clean water. And I wanted to emphasize this point because by passing this bill, we will not only be addressing an urgent need to protect our neighbors and ourselves when it comes to being exposed to an odorless and colorless poison of arsenic, but also it will make a difference when it comes to the health of our children and the future of our state. My work with the All About Arsenic project deals very tightly with working with middle school and high school students who they themselves develop different sample of their water, and they themselves are concerned about this issue too. So there's a couple of points that this bill will be addressing if passed that will solve these major concerns, which I'm not gonna mention just for the sake of time. But I want to resume saying that I'm particularly concerned about this issue and how it affects our youth, because they're one of the most vulnerable part of our population, since they rely in other making the right decisions for them, for everyone. And we are the ones who are making those decisions. It's our responsibility to make the right ones. And I want to thank you all for your time and for this opportunity to bring up this issue.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands up with questions, we'll move on to Dr. Sewell. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Sidney Sewell. I'm a pediatrician in Augusta. I've been here for 30-something years, came here in 1982. I'm representing, again, the American Academy of Pediatrics Maine chapter, and also Physicians for Social Responsibility Maine chapter, of which I'm the current acting president. I'm not going to go through my testimony. It's pretty redundant, what you've already heard. There's a few things I do want to emphasize. You know, number one, it really is kind of curious to me that the 20th most abundant element in the Earth's crust, which is arsenic, is so toxic. It's really has a inhibiting effect in a number of incredibly important enzyme systems in our bodies, which include also some enzymes that regulate gene expression. So I'll give you a quote from the handbook of the Pediatric Environmental Health from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Because many aspects of organogenesis and organ maturity take place during early life, exposure to arsenic, which has anti-metabolic and carcinogenic properties, may have a greater impact on children. Children live longer, they're exposed for longer periods, and the exposure is happening in a place where a lot of the developmental changes are going on that are much more delicate than what goes on once you get to be my age. So we are definitely in support of this bill. Another point that it is somewhat like lead in that the level of concern has gone way down over the decades. And just like lead, I suspect that over time people will find that there's really no good arsenic level that's absolutely safe. What we're doing is reducing risk, but not eliminating it, and that we really should be drinking water with 0 level. So I would definitely say that our organizations are in support of the change to 5. And thank you very much for all your effort. I've been listening to you since 1 o'clock, and it's amazing what you all do, how hard you work, and thank you.
Thank you for being here. Questions for the doctor? Seeing none, that concludes testimony in support of the bill. Here to provide testimony in opposition is Bradley Sawyer.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer. I myself am a proud former patient of Dr. Sewell, and Doc, happy to report still happy and healthy. So I work for Maine Rural Water Association. I'm a resident of Augusta. We have no comment or opposition to the well water section of this bill. Our opposition stems from the interim standard, and it comes in a couple parts that may sound repetitive given the last couple of weeks. The interim standard would require, would make some utilities in non-compliance on day 1. I spoke with one of our members that pull their drinking water from 5 wells. 4 of them test below 5 parts per billion. 1 tests at 5.4 parts per billion. When asked what it would take to bring that well into compliance, the answer was, I don't really know, but my guess is between $2 and $3 million for half of a part per billion. Now, if that's we all agree that arsenic in water is not good. No one is arguing that. The federal goal level is 0. We believe that the rulemaking process, unfortunately, is more complicated than that. There are things that need to be considered. One of those is financial capacity to be compliant. And unfortunately, with numbers such as millions, when small utilities test in non-compliance, that's a really big number to put on the backs of their ratepayers. So as always, we would ask that if this is really something that is worthwhile and that the committee truly believes in, that there be the financial support to help those utilities come into compliance. With that being said, we do believe that the department is the correct venue for this rulemaking. We think that by the end of this year is a little hasty, considering everything they have on their plate, including the PFAS discussion. We want them to do a thorough review, a good review, and we'll certainly play a role in that process. So to wrap it up and summarize, we're not arguing, we're not pro arsenic. We understand the effects that this has, but there are practical implications on rural Mainers and their bills and their water bills when things like this get thrown in with no lead time and an immediate day one compliance. Happy to take any questions now or at the work session. I know you guys have had a long day, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How effective are filters to block arsenic, and also what is the cost for one of those filters?
Well, certainly I missed a bit of your question, but I think I got the gist of it. There certainly are ways to filter out arsenic. I know Mr. Kraus is also testifying today as someone that deals with that filtration. He may be more suited to answer that, but they are quite expensive, or they can be quite expensive. It also, filtering is more complicated than it seems like to us than a Brita filter. When it's time to change that filter, we simply open it up and throw it in the trash and we're good. But when you filter out contaminants in a public water system, you then have all of that material that needs to be disposed of. And by definition, we don't want to just throw it out. And so if that well, per se, or the source is near a wastewater line, and that can be sent to a treatment plant, that may be one option. But at the same time, you're really passing that buck down the chain, because now somebody else has to deal with the arsenic before they then turn around, have to meet their state permit to discharge their effluent. So it is complicated. And if it's not by a wastewater line, what's the answer? Is it trucking? Is it gets very expensive. So on larger systems, those numbers are still very big, but there are thousands of people to spread the cost to. On small utilities, remember, I know I'm a broken record on this, but these are not international corporations. These are neighborhood utilities that can sometimes have double-digit customers, but they have to comply the same as the biggest water utilities in the state. So I recognize and appreciate the complexity of the discussion, but when we make references to rural Mainers, this really scares a lot of rural Mainers because they know their limits are currently under 10. There's still some issue there, we know, but acceptable water bill jumping 200-300%, we don't really know, is scary for a lot of folks.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to Andrew Cashman.
Thank you.
Let's see, can you hear me all right? Okay, very good. Thank you, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Andy Cashman. I'm a partner at Pretty Flaherty, and I'm here today on behalf of my client, the Maine Association of Realtors, in opposition to LD 1570. And I would just say, in opposition to the bill as printed, I tried to find it online. I didn't see a copy of the amendment, but we'll certainly take a look at that. Just in general, we're not opposing landlord testing of arsenic. Arsenic is clearly a very harmful substance. What we are opposed to is the language of the bill that was proposed specific to the landlord testing, in that it says that landlords are required to periodically test for arsenic. It doesn't give any kind of a time frame for that. And that ambiguity can put a landlord in an untenable situation where they're obligated to an ambiguous requirement. So our suggestion would be, whatever the committee deems an appropriate interval for that it be spelled out so that ambiguity is eliminated. The other concern with this is just also some of the concerns that we have with some of the other bills that you've seen around mandatory testing of various substances. I think I heard that the proposed amendment might expand the amount of things that are to be tested for. We always have concern about just mandating a requirement for testing without an understanding of the capacity of the system to be able to adequately accept those tests. And by last count, Maine State Housing Authority said that there were roughly 155,000 housing units, individual housing units, open to renters in the state. That's a lot of testing. Again, depending on what the interval is that the committee goes with to require the testing. But I think that's something that needs to be considered, in that it's important to consider the capacity of the system before we create a mandate. The other issue that we just wanted to highlight was that this does pay for testing for low-income folks to be able to test their own water, which is great. But it doesn't allow for landlords to be able to do the same thing. And our concern there would be that if you mandate a test, eventually the landlord is going to pass that cost on to the tenants potentially. So we would also suggest respectfully an amendment to provide funding, make funding available for that testing as well. So, and there's all kinds of landlords in the state, right? There's some large landowners, or landlords rather, but for the most part, most landlords in Maine are smaller family-run operations, or retirement plans and things like that. So this has been a really long day for everybody. So I'll leave it at that. I really appreciate the committee's time and consideration of our proposal. I did file some written testimony as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and appreciate your time.
Questions from the committee? Seeing no hands up, thanks for being here today.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Kraus, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Meyer, members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Roger Kraus. I am the General Manager of the Kennebec Water District in Waterville. And I'm here today representing the Maine Water Utilities Association in opposition to portions of LD 1570. As Mr. Sawyer had spoken a bit ago, we have very similar concerns to the Maine Water Association. We are concerned with the establishment of an interim MCL, and we're concerned about the physical cost of this bill on water utilities and small water systems. The US EPA spent years developing an MCL to reach the 10 parts per billion. Not to suggest that we think the 10 parts is the right number, but it did take years for them to develop that standard. So we don't feel like the interim standard to jump right to a 5 parts per billion interim standard is appropriate. We feel like it would be more appropriate to defer to the department to develop that new standard and let them work a process that would take into account the technical feasibility, the health effects, and the financial impacts on water systems as they determine what the right number is for an MCL. And then again, on the costs, we do have, one water utility that reported that to reduce their arsenic level below 5, they could invest up to $4 million. They have 2 wells. And so that's obviously a significant cost. And to Representative Craven's question before, a small, school or small mobile home park, mobile home community, they may spend $20,000 on a treatment system. If provided they don't have a building, they have to build for that as well. So it could be $30,000 or $40,000 if they have to build a building to put that, house that treatment system in. So it's quite a range of costs, and it just depends on the arsenic level and what other, I'd say contaminants, but other things are in the water that might interfere with the removal of the arsenic. So quite a range in costs, and we just ask that the department be able to consider costs in there, and we encourage the committee and the legislature to consider ways to finance this and defer the cost of this significant legislative impact here on public water systems and as well as the department to administer this, because I worked at the drinking water program for 18 years, and more out of compliance systems because there's more testing going on or lower MCL does create a significant additional work for the department. So we're supportive of a rulemaking process, looking at the health effects, but we are opposed to an interim standard, as well as we're very concerned about the physical impacts. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Providing testimony neither for nor against is Andy Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. Representative Myers and Senator Claxton and members of the Joint Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Dr. Andrew Smith. I'm the state toxicologist, and I'm also manager of the Environmental and Occupational Health Program within the Maine CDC. And I am here today to provide testimony on behalf of Maine CDC, and I will be speaking neither for nor against LD 1570. And I'll try to be brief, and I think what I want to do is emphasize sort of 3 of the major provisions on 1570. One is this requiring of well water arsenic testing by landlords, and I'll just state the same thing you've heard from others, which is it mirrors a current requirement for landlords to test for radon in indoor air. So it's very similar in that sense. Secondly, with regard to the department providing additional free testing for low-income Mainers, the department can do that as long as the effort to provide such testing is commensurate with the available funding. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But we're very much recognize the need to improve testing for low-income Mainers. Our own survey data, we run surveys on an annual basis. The most recent analysis, so I'm going to give you a little update of what's in my testimony. The current data indicate only about 39%, that's the update, 39% of households with incomes of $15,000 or less who have a home, who have a well, have actually tested that well for arsenic, 39%. If you look at the same statistic for households over 50,000, it's now over 60%. So clearly there is a income effect on the testing for arsenic. So there's should be no debate about that. Some comments on the lower arsenic MCL. I think if you've heard today, and it was great to see Professor Graziano here, but it's, there's clearly compelling scientific information to justify a lower MCL. I don't think there's any question about that. The issue is that was also true back in 2000 and in 2006. And so now the evidence is only stronger. But the issue then and the issue now is the issue of the economic and treatment considerations. And the department prefers to establish a lower arsenic MCL by going through rule with and without the adoption of an interim standard to provide opportunity to evaluate the cost in these treatment decisions. I want to point out that the idea of an adoption of an interim standard for 5 part per billion seems to us to run counter to the intent of 22 MRS section 2605, which specifically mandates that the department may not adopt a drinking water standard lower than a federal standard without going through rulemaking and justifying the detailed basis for that. It doesn't mean you can't set a standard. It just means the directive to us is that if we were to do that, we have to go through rulemaking, and this just seems to kind of run counter to that. Our written testimony provides you some generalized cost estimates for both the installation and upgrades of existing treatment systems to reduce arsenic to a 5 part per billion. So Representative Craven, some of the information you're looking for is there as well. We can provide more during work session, but just briefly, to get to an MCL of 5 could range anywhere from 28,000 to 1.1 million per system. Sounds like Roger Krause has some even higher numbers for that. And that's just for the design and installation, 4,800 to 65,000 in annual operating costs. Again, that's going to really vary depending on the size of the system. LD 1570 will have some other potential fiscal impacts on the department. I've discussed that in the written testimony, so I encourage you to take a look at those, and we can talk about those later. But I want to point out that if for the program for free testing for low-income families, you decided you wanted it to apply just to the households with 15,000 annual income or less, that's about 22,000 households. If, as you have in the amendment proposed, you want all of them to get $145 comprehensive test, that's $3 million in fee revenues that's going to need to come from somewhere to support that. So we encourage you to be thinking about what will be your definition of low income for this purposes and how rapidly and extensively you want to see that program roll out. Because if it's very rapid, very extensive, there's even a question of whether Heddle has the capacity to handle it without getting some additional chemists. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'll be happy to answer any questions now for what has been a very long day for you, or I and representatives from our drinking water program can participate in the work session.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. That concludes the public hearing on LD 1570. So I'll ask if the committee has a request for any additional information from Aaron Dooling. Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find the scientific case very compelling, but the practicality issues have been raised. I'm just, perhaps, Aaron, if you might be able to get some information from how New Hampshire and other states may have navigated that delta. I'm sure they had faced a similar dilemma.
Representative Craven, did you have your hand up?
I did, but Representative Zager actually asked my question, but going back to New Hampshire, maybe we could take a look at what they do for abatement, if they do, or if they help low-income folks with with filters or whatever for their wells.
Seeing no other hands up, Aaron, did you have anything else for us today? Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. See you tomorrow.